Billionaire Holiday Wishes. A Second Chance Secret Baby Romance Collection. By Michelle Love. Book 1. The Christmas Assistant. Chapter 1. Cheyenne.
What a predicament. My boss, Dr. Darren Grace, is leaning on my desk, his charcoal and gray suit straining deliciously across his sculpted back, one hard buttock hitched up on the heavy wood, close enough to touch. He's oblivious, of course, as he always is, but at least with his back to me, I can look at him as much as I want. Yes, Crystal. Of course, Crystal. No, I'll be back in Boston as soon as I close the deal. He sounds strained behind the false cheer. No wonder he's talking to the worst woman in the world. Crystal Hiltman is a pain. But not in that I'm assertive and strong, and men can't handle it way. That I could respect. She's the kind of pain who can watch her father take advantage of his servants without so much as blinking, someone who wears her wealth, and the wealth of her beleaguered fiancé, and who sneers and sniffs her way through every interaction. And worst of all, she's the kind of pain who, 3 months from now, will make Darren the unhappiest man in the world. If I can't pardon her attitude, I'm sure not going to forgive her for marrying him. Not when he would be happier with me. I can't give him money though. Crystal definitely can. She's wealthy. Her father is Darren's biggest rival in the American pharmaceutical industry. Their marriage is like an alliance of two powerful nations, and she's the princess on offer. An ice princess with a raisin-sized heart and apparently the sex drive of a lizard in winter. The only thing she can give him is money, but I could give him everything else. If only. My eyes trace from the thick, rippling mane of his blonde hair, down his shoulder, and along the powerful arm bracing against my desktop. The desk is a boat, solid oak that probably outweighs him, so there's plenty of room for him to lean and me to work. However, who could work with a view like this? A what? No, I'm just bringing my assistant. It will probably take the afternoon to hash out the deal. After that, I'll drive back, drop off my paperwork, and join you. His voice is warm and reasonable, but his annoyance at constantly having to reassure her is there. Of course, she's paranoid and controlling on top of everything else. In her heart, she probably acknowledges she doesn't deserve Darren, not one bit. He's gone quiet. He turned his head partway in my direction, and I caught a glimpse of a scowl. She's bad-mouthing me again. Crystal, there's no need to be concerned. He winces as her voice snaps faintly. No. Yes, of course, I'll be home in time for supper. It's only 9 in the morning. We have plenty of time to get things done. Did she give you a curfew? It's impossible to tell what gnaws on me harder. My pity for a man who deserves so much better letting himself be drawn to heel by a golden leash, or my frustration of having no chance with him at all. I tap away at the keyboard, reviewing the day's itinerary while pretending not to be distracted. We're spending the day in the mountains to close a deal on a few pharmaceutical patents developed by a Dr. Abrams, one of his dad's old partners. The man is as eccentric as he is brilliant, and he refuses to come into the city, so we're meeting him near his home at Darren's hunting lodge. The idea of spending an entire day with Darren, away from the office, had my fantasies running wild for almost a week. It was lying awake nights, restless and tingling, my skin unsatisfied by the imaginary caresses of his powerful hands. It's ridiculous, of course, he's promised to another, and he never treated me as anything besides his assistant and confidant. But a girl can still dream. Or not dream. This frustrated desire has given me insomnia. I stifle a yawn, re-examining the specifics of the patents. Dr. James Abrams is very ill and refusing treatment. He has cancer, the same disease he spent his career developing new chemotherapy drugs for. He shocked everyone, including Darren, by insisting on staying up on his mountain instead of seeking treatment. So up onto the mountain we go to make a transaction before he dies, and the patents become up for grabs. Darren already explained that one of his rivals, maybe even Hiltman, will buy them and sit on them if we don't. I can't imagine anyone unprincipled enough to pull needed medicines from the market, because it's more lucrative to sell other options. Apparently, a move like that is common in Darren's world. He's the only billionaire who is different. He has a problem with keeping medicine from the sick. As a result, I have no problem heading up the mountain with him in late October to back his play. Darren hangs up on Crystal with a grunt of disgust and turns to me, his beautifully curved lips twisting wryly. His eyes are an arresting deep gray, like the sky before a storm. Come on, let's pack up and get out of here before she decides to tag along. I laugh politely, shutting down my desktop and scooping up my briefcase. Ready when you are, boss. Underneath, I sadly wonder why in the world you are marrying her for the 100th time. He's about to spend the rest of his years living in spite of his wife, instead of because of her, stealing scraps of happiness, friendships, and intimacy behind her back and starving for them the rest of the time. I want to grab and shake him. Is this really necessary? Money isn't the best answer, not when he is already prosperous. He noticeably doesn't love that atrocious woman, or her predatory pussball father. This just isn't typical, I think, putting my coat on. October has been unseasonably cold this year, and there is no way I'll go by Mount Greylock without an extra layer on. Darren, don't forget your coat, okay? He lets out a laugh. Yes, Mom. His tone teases me gently. I chuckle. If you get pneumonia and die, I'll lose my amazing job and a good friend. Come on now. He grins as he puts on his leather coat and belts it around his lean waist. Good thing I put the liner in. What is with all this crazy weather the last few weeks? We're Jetstream. It dipped again, and Boston got Canadian weather. I smooth the forest green wool swing coat in front and pull my matching hat on over my auburn braid, hoping that will be enough protection. It's 40 degrees and dropping instead of rising, and the wind's picking up. Good thing I've got the SUV. He gives my cap a playful tug as he walks past. Let's get going. I follow him, ignoring the hint of his spicy cologne riding the air. My fingers flex, itching to touch him, but I keep them firmly at my sides.
Chapter 2. Darren.
So where is this meeting place? Sweet little Cheyenne asks in her musical voice, turning a shy smile that warms me like the missing sun. It's amazing, going alone with her for once. Amazing, exhilarating, dangerous. Every time traffic brings us to a stop, I drink her in. She's pixie-ish and delicate, with high cheekbones and enormous sea-blue eyes. Her shampoo smells like tangerines, and leaves flame highlights in her autumn-colored hair. Sitting in my black Mercedes SUV, fighting the Boston traffic on our way out of town, she gives me a soft gaze whenever she thinks I'm not looking. She's relaxing me just by being present. My hunting lodge has been in the family for 6 generations. It was just sitting there, vacant on the side of the mountain for 12 years. It was a mess when I came 3 years ago. The renovations are almost done now. Should be all done by the end of spring. My voice is calm and cheerful, ignoring what those gentle, stolen looks are already doing to me. I want to give us both what we crave, and not for just one night. Unfortunately, circumstances in my life don't give a crap about what either of us want. That pisses me off sometimes. Especially when my ear still rings from Crystal's interrogations. Where are you going? Who are you going with? When are you getting back? Shit, we're not even living together, and she's already like this. Crystal's neurotic about our engagement, and with good reason. We all know it's happening, because her vicious, greedy father is forcing me. Her attempts to control every aspect of my life are driving me up the wall almost as fast as her verbal "this marriage will be a nightmare." And yet, I can't see a way out of it. The lodge sounds lovely, Cheyenne remarks thoughtfully. Do you work on it to get away from the city? Cheyenne often asks about my woodworking hobby. I restore and create objects from wood. It relaxes me. She's aware that Crystal is on me to quit, calling my hobby plebeian. Yet another reason why I long to toss the tramp out of my life and take up with someone I really like. Someone like Cheyenne. That's pretty much it, yeah. I'm hoping that proving my rustic side will encourage him to sign, since He loves it so much up here. Abrams is kind of a crackpot. When you're ready to die, he withdraws into the wilderness instead of going to Boston or any other city large enough to have a cancer center. It's hard not to consider that irrational. I go quiet, navigating us through a traffic clog. A guy in a red Lexus up is showing some signs of road rage, swerving from lane to lane and stepping on the gas pedal. The blaring horn echoes back at us. He'll sign anyway if you tell him Crystal's father's plans. The tiny edge in Cheyenne's voice makes me glad that she's on my side. She's a smart and fierce little lady. Makes me want her even more. She's also right. Dr. Brian Hiltman, my future father-in-law, also my greatest rival and the biographer of my dismal fate, wants to keep anything off the market that might constitute a definitive cancer cure. Because of my father's murder and his partner's abrupt retirement, Abrams' patents are for medicines whose potential has never been fully explored. Hiltman Pharmaceuticals makes 58% of its profits on drugs used to treat various forms of cancer. All of them have a success rate of 70 out of 100, but their mediocre results mean more treatments, which means more drugs sold. A new chemotherapy regime with a high enough success rate would kill Hiltman's market share. That's why I'm doing this. Or at least the selfish part of why. I'd rather see more people free of cancer without going bankrupt in the process, but watching Hiltman's corporate stock tank so I can buy the company out from under the old jerk sounds like fitting revenge for what he's doing to me. Too bad I can't make it happen before the marriage is official. You're right, as usual. He needs to meet me on what is still technically company property. And he insisted we stay out of the city. I watch as the road maniac tangles with an old Ford Limited that suspiciously looks like a retired cop car. I wonder why, she muses. Abrams will not talk about why he wishes to stay out of towns larger than 1,000 people. But he won't go near them, and he won't enter a hospital. He'd rather let the cancer take him, and I have no idea why. I can't keep the grim tone out of my voice. We all went somewhat crazy after my father's poisoning. But Abrams never recovered. The red car bounces off the speeding truck and swerves uncontrollably for a moment, trailing sparks and bits of shattered fender. I slow down and change lanes to put more distance between us. Holy crap, Cheyenne utters as she watches the red car bounce off the median and speed away. Do you think they were drunk? No, this is Boston. Drivers get riled up over nothing. I let the road rager drive out of sight before speeding up and getting back into the fast lane. Don't worry. I'll get us there safely. I don't have a doubt, she says with a tender warmth, and it catches me off guard in the wake of the driving stress. Why didn't I take you when we had the chance? Our interest in each other, perceptibly and deliciously mutual, has always been there. Somehow, something was always in the way that kept me from sealing the deal. First, it was the age difference. And she was my employee as well. I was also dating a succession of petite girls, and secretly sleeping with them to avoid being perceived as a predatory boss. And now it's too late. We might run into some rain and wind coming down the mountain, but things should go smoothly otherwise. We'll grab a snack while we're there. I stocked the place for my cousin last weekend. The traffic thins as we get further away from Boston, but I still feel broody and tense. I kept making excuses not to fall deeper for Cheyenne. Then Hiltman showed up 6 months ago with his predatory frown and some solid blackmail material. He was there to make certain if he couldn't own my company, his grandson, my future son, would. So I've been taking steps. But I'm still trapped into this wedding. Right after Christmas, no less. My favorite time of year will be ruined anticipating that. Darren, look. Cheyenne hesitates. I brace myself, knowing what it's about even before she finishes with, why are you going through with this wedding? You don't seem happy about it. It's not a marriage for happiness, I sigh, keeping my eyes on the road. It comes out sounding like an apology, and it should be. I won't ignore what lies unspoken between us. What is this marriage for then? You don't need more riches. Crystal is a complete. I know. I cut her off with slight irritation. She's more a piece of angry baggage than a person, especially with her passive aggression and all the spoiling her father has done. Well, she's still a person. She's not looking at me. When I glance over, she's staring out the window. But she's a terrible person. Yes. It's frustrating. I briefly rub my face with my shifting hand, and then settle it back on the steering wheel. She actually thought we were going to ditch her for the weekend. Hey, I'd be up for it, she laughs shyly. Not sure about using the hunting lodge to hunt, though. I usually hunt with my game cameras, you know that. I chuckle, but behind it, I'm getting more desperate. She's right. If I had control over the situation, I'd never see Crystal or her parasite father again. Yet if I do that, he'll send what he's got to my board of directors. I'm still the majority shareholder, but they can still make things difficult if he stirs them up enough. What Hiltman's got will certainly stir them up. It'll be like kicking a hornet's nest. And I'm at least half to blame for that blackmail material, because I was careless after my father's death. Cheyenne asks me about the trail cams. When I mention some of the better footage, she nods along. We're both distracted, there's a weight over us. At least she's willing to let the subject of my wedding drift away. The nuptials loom closer with each day. And with it, is there any chance that I can take Cheyenne on my own? At least, in any way that doesn't involve massive scandal and a messy divorce. Anyway, last fall, a windstorm came through and knocked a tree limb into one of my cameras. Wonder what is going on with the weather these days. It seems like the seasons keep overlapping. It's actually pretty troubling. Snow seasons in the last few years have been too early, too late, or too heavy. Or there's been no snow at all, like 2 years ago, up until some blizzards in early March. Well, I hope we don't have any snow until the end of the month, she grumbles. I'm happy to be spending time alone with her now, with no one giving me trouble about it, except for Crystal, but she gives me trouble about everything.
Chapter 3. Cheyenne.
It turned into a very long afternoon. Dr. Abrams is a tall, lean, slightly bent man with thinning white hair that escapes his watch cap in wisps and thin hands that constantly tremble. He's kind and polite to us both, listens to what we have to say, and does indeed eventually sign the papers. But it requires a lot patience to listen to him ramble half-drunkenly about medical ethics. By the time we signed the papers, we'd been with him for 5 hours. Abrams looks at the two of us and smiles. Saving these patents is what your father would have wanted, Darren. I'm glad to be of help. My head is pounding, and Darren's smile is faintly strained. Neither one of us complains. It's clear the old man is lonely and a bit addled, maybe from the pain or maybe from living alone on a mostly isolated mountain for so many years. Thank you very much, Darren replies politely. He's neither irritated nor bored, but from the set of his shoulders it looks like he's fighting impatience. I will send reports on our continued research. Make sure the resulting medicines go where they are needed. Abrams coughs wetly into his fist and my stomach jumps. I wonder how much time he has left and return my attention to Darren. He shoots me a small, reassuring glance as he gets out of his chair and walks the old man to the door. It shuts behind them, their feet crunching on the gravel outside, their voices becoming fainter. I lean back in a massive leather-upholstered chair and look around the lodge. Darren calls it cozy. It has a peaked cathedral ceiling, an entire front wall of insulated glass, a kitchen with hammered copper accents and a massive farmhouse sink. 4 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, a sauna, a hot tub, the sprawling great room, all on 10 acres of land. If Darren really thinks of this as modest and rustic, I wonder what his definition of opulent is. And it's warm, certainly warmer than my own apartment. There is not a draft anywhere. It has whole log walls, heavily insulated, and a geothermal heat pump to supplement its gigantic Russian brick stove. I'd love to remain here a while alone with Darren and spend some real time with him. Neither one of us has anything or anyone worth rushing back for, not after work hours. I want to find an excuse to linger. Instead, I sighed and started packing up my laptop and papers. Everything's handled. I can at least go home, knowing I helped Darren make a fundamental deal. But when he comes back from walking the elder doctor out, he brings with him a blast of Arctic air. He's blinking rapidly, and flakes of snow are in his hair. What's going on? He utters in a tone of mild concern. The sky is black and it's dropped 15 degrees since we arrived. The wind's way up and it's starting to snow. What the really? So much for lingering. We better get out of here before the road gets icy. Yeah, I agree. Help me get the lights off and the heat down and we'll get moving. We start hastening around to shut the place down. It is at that moment, at the worst possible time, that Darren's phone shrills. He uses a retro telephone's jangling as his ringtone for Crystal. I tense up at once whenever I hear it. I keep turning the lights off as Darren rolls his eyes and answers it. What is it, sweetheart? I'm kind of in a rush here. He pauses. No, the client kept us for 5 hours. We're trying to get off the mountain before this storm gets underway. Can I call you back? Another pause. Crystal, the storm's getting worse. It is snowing. We really need to discuss this later. Give me an hour to get off the mountain. I'll call you then. That just seems to drive Crystal into greater aggression. Darren winces. Hang up on her, a crazy, desperate part of me begs. Hang up on that spoiled, irrational cow and run away with me. It takes him another 5 minutes before she stops calling him back. By then the storm gray of the sky has thickened into a blank white. The wind moans and my heart beats faster. We might have some trouble. Finally, he turns his phone off. Now or never. Let's go. I follow him out into the swirling wind. I immediately regret it. The temperature's still dropping, stinging every inch of my exposed skin even before the big flecks of snow batter against me. White drifts start forming at the edges of everything, as the wind catches the snow up against the furrowed logs and stone slab paving. Darren shields me from the wind as we push toward the distant, dark hulk of his SUV. The storm hasn't just worsened, it's gathering strength as fast as an avalanche. I feel like if it weren't for Darren, the storm would otherwise have swept me off my feet. We slog up the path, stepping carefully on the now icy slate flagstones. My chest burns and my feet slip as the wind pushes me. It's so cold that I feel detached from my body, numbly watching myself struggle against the increasing cold, protected only by a thin winter coat. The walk seems to stretch on forever, as I get colder and colder under my flimsy coat. The snow is blowing sideways against my legs, bouncing over the rapidly freezing ground in rippling sheets that look like vapor, until they bite my calves. I push myself forward against them, and against the shove of the wind, and then Darren turns back to push me against the side of the SUV. We made it. I gasp for air, stunned, bullets of ice in my hair. Are you all right? He asks, but I can't speak. I hide against his chest, fingers retracted into my coat sleeves, and simply nod. I don't think it's wise to drive in this, he understates dryly as we watch branches topple onto the road and skid across it. Then an entire tree crashes down, blocking one of the lanes of the road. Back inside we go, he orders, ushering me back, protecting me from the wind at our backs. The howl of the storm, the hard patter of snow, and the cracking of tree branches grow to a deafening din all around us as we struggle the quarter-mile back to the safety of the lodge. I'm scared and disoriented, barely realizing how much I'm shivering or how close his body is to mine. I don't feel my knees give. I pitch forward with a startled yelp. He catches my fall and gently scoops me into his arms. He bowls for the door, carrying me without effort, the heat of his labored breathing stinging my cheek. I hear the jingle of his keys and the clunk of the lock, and then we stumble together through the doorway into the quiet, sheltered space beyond. Damn. He gasps, kicking the door closed and latching it before bundling me over to the broad, overstuffed couch. Are you okay? He asks as he sets me down. I sit there, my ears ringing in the sudden quiet, and tentatively flex my fingers. They prickle and burn. All my exposed skin prickles and burns. I feel everything. He helps me out of my coat, and the now sodden blazer beneath it. I'll put the kettle on. Get your boots off, sweetheart, and those socks too. I'll bring you a blanket. He ignores the ice melting in his own hair, his own leather coat now dripping, his breath exhaling in shivering fog as he moves around. I comply, fiddling with my bootlaces with stiff fingers. The warm air burns my feet more than my fingers. I whimper with pain as I remove my shoes and peel off my socks. My toes can wiggle. And at least my skin is red instead of white. He brings me a thick rose and green comforter and wraps me in it. My feet draw up under it, shivering, trying to warm up. Outside, the storm pounds the windows, wailing. He looks at the big main window, scowling. The road may be completely blocked. I'll call in to make sure someone knows we're here. Just let me get some hot tea into you. I nod numbly, waiting for the kettle to whistle, for the pain to fade, waiting to get warm. I'll try. But something's not right. My body doesn't seem to be warming up.
Chapter 4. Darren.
I manage to get in 3 short phone calls before Crystal gets a call. The first to my caretaker George, who now knows to come plow us out once the storm passes. The second to my chief manager Beth, who will hold down the fort if we're stuck here for more than a day. And the last to my butler Jacob, who will prepare the mansion grounds in case the storm reaches that far. My phone rings in my ear, that same shrill ringtone alerting me. Back teeth hurting, I pick up. Well, thanks a lot, Crystal. Now we're stuck. What are you talking about? She demands in her distinctive nasal snap. You said you would be over for supper. Have you noticed the blizzard outside? I ask dryly. She goes quiet for a few moments. I hear tapping away on a keyboard. It says there's a road closure on the mountain. She sounds genuinely astonished. Yes, that's right. It blew in as I tried to get your stubborn butt off the phone. I attested with strained patience. The tea kettle whistles for some lemon ginger tea. Is that low-class assistant there with you? Crystal demands. Startled, I drop the tea box on the counter, scoop it up, and stuff it back in the cabinet. Crap. What does she suspect this time? How does that relate to getting snowed in? Don't exaggerate. That freak storm would have caught you on the road anyway. She's right, and I grunt in acknowledgement. That's affirmative. Now answer my question. No. The lie comes out easily, shocking me, and the shock sends a strange rush of pleasure through me. I sent her home as soon as we didn't need her anymore. Why? Oh. Now she sounds uncertain. All right then. What do you mean, all right then? I'm stuck up here. Suddenly, though, I'm feeling much less annoyed. I wanted a vacation. I'll take an imposed one. Especially if it's with Cheyenne. Even though this poses some problems of its own, and should news of my lie ever get back to her, not just what Crystal will suspect. I turn to look at Cheyenne again, and indulge in my fantasies once more. The storm can't possibly trap you up there for long. I assume your access road will be cleared as soon as they get there. Crystal suddenly sounds completely content with the fact that I won't be joining her tonight. I can imagine why. This marriage is being imposed on her too, probably with her inheritance in the balance. But it's not easy for me to sympathize when she takes it out on me at every opportunity. As long as I'm trapped somewhere, and she knows where, she's fine with it. And that makes me wonder about the damage done to her by being the pampered daughter of such a hollow, craven man. Fine, I grumble. I don't know when I'll get out of here. I'll call you when I have an update. After I call everyone else, of course. Fine. Do that. She hangs up in my ear, already bored with the conversation. Shoving my phone back into my pocket, I check the steeping tea. It's still too hot. I walk over to check on Cheyenne. How are you feeling over here? She lifts her head to look at me, and my heart sinks. She's very pale and still shivering. I can't seem to get warm, she mumbles, and my concern becomes a stabbing fear. Okay. Don't panic, this is temporary. You just need time and some more heat. I carry her to the couch nearest the fireplace, trying not to give in to panic myself. Her skin is cold and clammy, and her hands and feet are red. I shuck off my coat, suit coat, and shoes. She remains shivering under her comforter. Without thinking about it, I sit next to her and wrap the comforter around us both to warm her with my body heat. "What are you doing?" She's mildly surprised. She seems sleepy. That worries me more than anything. "I left my heated blanket at home, so you get a heated me instead." The leather jacket kept my clothing dry. It takes all my willpower not to wrap my arms around her, and even then I'm tempted. I start to wonder, why not? I'm not in this marriage voluntarily. Cheyenne knows it, and Crystal treats me like a leper. Why not rebel? Cheyenne lays her head on my shoulder, and my arm goes around her as if by reflex, cuddling her slight, shivering form against my side. Okay, there. Does that feel better? Is that a trick question? She's perking up. I could stay like this for the entire storm. There's no ignoring her now. The tangerine smell of her hair. The delicate warmth slowly returns to her skin as she borrows mine. The storm is still intensifying, battering itself audibly against the insulated windows. The shadow of a tree falling near the access road catches my eye, and I rather hope that it's just cut us further off from a rescue. My mind's not on the storm, though, because I can't stop thinking about the potential complications. Take Cheyenne as my romantic partner. What an enticing thought. But then what? If we can sneak around, I will wind up hurting her by always leaving her on the fringes of my life. Or I can come clean, call off the wedding, propose to this woman who I actually want, and then lose her anyway, because Crystal's father would release his blackmail material, and she would know the idiot I am when drowned in booze and grief. My grip on her tightens, and she slides an arm around me with a soft sound that's almost like a purr. The feel of her shy fingers through my shirt sends a fresh tingle through me. I cover her hand with mine and hold it over my pounding heart. This is too risky. I'll only disappoint her, hurt her, and lose her. Don't let go, she whispers against my neck, the tickle of her lips making me groan softly before I stop myself. I should protest. I should warn her. I certainly should stop stroking her drying hair. But instead, I wrap my arms around her more closely and gather her onto my lap, hissing softly as her warm weight brushes against me. I don't want to let go, I utter. I don't. What I want is to be with her until my life, the storm, and the whole world goes away. But I can't afford it. Or can I? And so, undecided, I sit there with her in my arms, the quilt bundled around us, and a storm raging outside the lodge and inside me.
Chapter 5. Cheyenne.
Darren holds me in his arms. As the warmth slowly seeps back into my body, and numbness is replaced by the full spectrum of my sensations, this simple fact registers. My face is tucked against his neck, I'm cradled with him beneath the comforter, and my skin is coming alive. I don't want to let go. His words echo in my ears, their almost desperate tone telling me he's been aching for me too. And suddenly, I'm fighting an inner war. He wants me as well. But he's marrying another, and has never let on about his interest before now. Why? The one thing that kept me from so much as flirting with Darren through the years has been his apparent lack of interest. Now I see that he's simply been hiding it. With the dam now open, I want to kiss him. How can he possibly force himself to go with that neurotic ice queen if he, in fact, wants me? It's pissing me off just thinking about it. The storm breaks through my thoughts. I hear the wind roar. I look to see what it's like outside. It is now almost completely white. The trees are nothing but grayish shadows. Some of them move. Darren's grip on me tightens protectively, as some of those long gray shapes tilt forward and topple into the road. The sound of splintering wood rises over the storm, and a few chunks of wood slam against the armored glass. My lungs burn, I'm holding my breath. A moment later, the rumbling stops, leaving behind the hiss of blown snow sliding against the glass. The wind knocks some of the trees down. Darren mutters into my hair and I let out my breath in a rush. Seems like we're blocked in completely. There's a fatalism in his voice, as if he's accepted that we're trapped. I guess that's not too daunting. This place is fully stocked and has generators if we lose power. But I don't understand his serenity, until I see the soft gleam in his eyes. He's a good man. He doesn't want to cheat on his fiancée, or even duck her for more than a few hours. But now, he's being forced to do the second. He's here, trapped alone with me. How long can we hold out up here? I turn my face away from his neck, so he can hear me. Some of the trees are now truncated, their jagged remnants rising against the swirling white like broken teeth. I'm frightened and conflicted, but a serene resignation is undeniably settling over me too. His body is warming mine, driving away the chill that seeped into my bones in those minutes outside. And if I'm trapped? I'm trapped with the man of my dreams. Does Crystal know? I feel a stab of guilt. She may be divorced from any empathy, but she's awfully high-strung and jealous, and not stupid. Maybe she doesn't care where her future husband's heart is, as long as she's got control of the rest of him. I slide my hand up his chest as the storm ebbs for a moment. Darren? You never answered my question. He gives me a smoldering look, as if he's going to kiss me. I eagerly lift my face toward his, and he hesitates. A week if we have to. We may lose power, but we'll be fine until the storm ends. I close my eyes. And we're here until the road's cleared. Which could be for quite a while longer. Yes, indeed, he acknowledges in a low, throaty tone. Alone, I say needlessly, with just a bit of an edge on it. Yes. His hand slides up my shoulder and warmly circles the back of my neck. His breath catches as I roll my head submissively in his grip. It's inevitable, I realize, feeling his low rumble of pleasure vibrate his chest. Even one night will be too long to wait. Both of us want this too much. Darren's phone shrinks again. Oh, come on, he growls. He gently lifts me from his lap, sitting me back down in a comforter nest, now warmed by his hot body. I breathe in the soft whiffs of cologne and sigh, feeling his sudden absence as keenly as if a part of myself had just got up and walked across the room. He answers at once. What is it, Crystal? He snaps, not even attempting to hide his annoyance. He listens for a moment, a scowl deepening on his face. No, that's really none of your father's business. Dr. Hiltman is one of the most unethical men in the pharmaceutical industry. If he's taking an interest in our business up in the mountains, it can't be a good thing. I understand that he is my future father-in-law. However, he has no business looking into how my company is run, or into confidential statements made by our clients and trade allies. I have an obligation to my board to restrict that information. His shoulders tense, and his tone is low and authoritative. He is strictly business. A pause stretches. I hear the storm, the soft rasp of his breathing, and that faint nasal twitter of Crystal's voice. The fingers of his free hand ball into a fist. No, I'm not at liberty to discuss which client I was meeting. That was the sole condition. Another pause. Don't try to manipulate me, Crystal. You're bad at it. My heart's beating quickly. Somehow, the Hiltmans suspect the deal, about the rescued chemotherapy patents. That could be bad. They can't actually sue successfully for those patents, but they could tangle it up in legal red tape for years. And Hiltman would likely do it, just to spite Darren for beating him to the punch. Why is this so difficult to understand? Darren snaps into the phone. Has anyone in your life ever told you no, Crystal? No. Darren replies firmly, as if dealing with a child in mid-tantrum. No. If he wants that information, he'll have to ask me himself, instead of having you cajole me like this. He licks his lips and glances at me as she goes quiet. Listen, Crystal. I don't know why he's leaning on you for this information. The meeting was routine except for its location. He doesn't want to shout. He's not the kind of man who raises that rumbling voice of his to women. I get up, wrapped in the comforter, and stumble toward him, my legs still weak but functional. I didn't even get what I came for anyway, all right? I'll give you specifics later. I have to sort out how to wait out the storm here. He sounds astonished. Damn it, Crystal, could you stop being your father's puppet for 5 minutes? I'm close enough that I hear her hang up. He drops the phone and face palms, letting out a sigh of exasperation. I lay a hand on his back and he straightens slightly. Turn the phone off, I suggest. But what about emergency services and? He looks at his phone and then picks it up, staring at it. Turn it off anyway. My hand curls around his bicep, feeling the warm muscle through his shirt as my fingers slowly slide up and down. They won't be able to get to us for hours, even if service lasts. He stands rigid, his back to me, his muscles tight. I'm tired of watching him suffer, while I only tried to be a friend. That isn't what either of us deserves. I slowly walk around him, trailing my hand around his body so it ends up over his pounding heart. No one can get in at us here, I announce, gazing up at him. He turns the phone off and sets it aside, his eyes never leaving mine. His hands brush my shoulders lightly, and I drop the comforter and move up against him. Neither of us speaks. Outside, the wind's wail rises and falls as the snow patters against the roof and walls. And the lights go out.
Chapter 6. Cheyenne.
The blackout swallows the interior of the bright, warm lodge, leaving only the swirling gray brilliance of the storm washing over everything. I freeze, and Darren's arms engulf me protectively again. Small emergency lights flick on over the doorways, and somewhere in the basement, a backup generator rumbles to life. We both waited, listened, and hung on to each other. His hand cups the back of my neck, and his heart pounds against my cheek. I close my eyes, breathing in his scent, allowing the heat rolling off his toned body to soothe me. It feels so good to be in his arms. Even in the middle of all this craziness, it steals away my fears. The backup system has enough fuel to last us days if we're careful. His voice is husky, and his hand slides down my back and finally settles at my waist. I decide not to. With all my nerves, I brush my lips against his invitation. For a single tingling, desperate moment, he freezes. I fear he's going to push me away. But instead, he seizes me and steals my breath with an intense kiss. It's ferocious, my mind short-circuits, my body responds, and my thoughts are in chaos as his lips slide so roughly against mine that I can feel his teeth. It feels like the first gulp of water after breaking a fever. His kiss floods life back into me. In the dark, where nobody can see, it's easy to cling to him, with the howl of the storm to cover up any sound. His kiss tastes like relief. It tastes like defiance. We're impatient for each other. Holy cow, I gasp, my back arching, and he chuckles against my skin. The words "I've never gone this far before" echo in my head. I do my best to shove aside my nervousness. I don't know what I'm doing. But he does, and I trust him. If there was ever a time to be daring, it's now. If there was ever a time to push my limits, it's now. Shortly after. Only then do I fully understand what we just did. He's engaged, and we did it. And I want to again. You all right? He murmurs against my collarbone. Yeah, I mumble. But really, I'm stunned, knocked flat inside by unfamiliar sensations and feelings. Until now, my need for Darren was a romanticized, abstract thing, a craving for his embrace and fantasies of kisses. Now, though, it is all too real, a carnal hunger he's stoked up and then satisfied. I know something of intimacy now, and his body, and I want more of both. Crap, he utters, surprising me. He raises his eyes awkwardly. What is it? I ask, a thread of apprehension working its way through my bliss. I didn't use protection. I'm sorry. I got carried away. Thanks to my engagement, I haven't been with anyone in months. I smile reassuringly. I had a hormonal IUD put in months ago. We're good. It was an optimistic decision at the time, one I was never happier to have chosen. It's not as if I had planned to seduce Darren, but I had planned to lose my versus card. It's just that I wanted it to be someone I desired like Darren, and that has never happened. He gives a relieved sigh and kisses me. Oh good. The storm's noisiness no longer worries me. He bundles me in the comforter and scoops me up, carrying me through the dim hallway to the master bedroom. I look around at the heavy wood and leather furnishings and sigh happily as he settles me onto a bed that is a deep, soft nest of feather mattresses and comforters. He takes off the rest of my clothes and drops them over the side of the bed. He's already kicked off his trousers and socks and stripped the shirt off his shoulders. He climbs onto the bed and settles over me. Oh, Darren, you're not done yet. His grin is wicked as he shakes his head. I'll never be done with you. I love you. I don't know who says it first. Maybe both of us at once whispered against each other's lips between kisses. I love you. We hold each other in the dark, keeping Boston and all its problems far away, and his body presses me into the soft nest of bedding over and over as the springs creak. I drift off to sleep before he can even get off of me. My body is completely slack, and I have a smile on my lips. I'm drinking tea in an English garden, in an old-fashioned gazebo adorned in white. Crystal sits across from me, expression cold. Did you think I wouldn't find out? She asks me coldly, and I laugh. I don't care if you find out. I was here first. Darren and I have always loved each other. You have no right to be with him, and your jerk of a father can choke. She stares at me in shock. She starts lecturing me about what an uncouth, shameless tramp I am, but I'm barely listening. What do you have to say for yourself? She demands, as I look down at my body in confusion. You and your family are going to lose this one, Crystal. He's mine, no matter what you try.
Chapter 7. Darren.
That was my first time, Cheyenne tells me in the dark. We're both still waking up, but her soft admission startles me the rest of the way awake. I lean up as she curls up on my chest. Yesterday. With you. Both flattered and sad, I start to stroke her hair. I'm sorry I kept you waiting. I keep waiting for the shame to register. I just took the stereotypical executive's road to perdition, cheating on my fiancé with my secretary. But the fiancé is Crystal, and the secretary is Cheyenne, and I am so much in love right now, I barely care how much trouble I'm in. It's okay, she responds softly. I was worried about never getting to have you. With a sigh, Cheyenne separates from me and rises from the bed. You can turn on the light, I reassure. Just only use the ones you need. I don't know how long we're stuck here, and the generator will run out of fuel eventually. The light flicks on, making me glance away the moment her lovely silhouette moves out of sight. The door closes, leaving me in darkness again while she showers. I'm starving. I scoop up my pants and underwear and step into them, zipping up as I walk out into the great room. The windows are unbroken, but the storm is still raging. We'll be here for at least a few days. The thought makes me smile. Good. I make us breakfast and serve it by candlelight with my shirt off. We devour the eggs, bacon, and English muffins while we stare at each other, long silences stretching between us, no need for words. The moment both our plates are cleared off, I reach for her again. This is where I belong. This is who I belong with. I want only her. Only her. There in our snowed-in haven, I only become more determined to make Cheyenne, and not Crystal, my wife. For 3 days we discuss it, demonstrate it, and take our passions out on each other. For 3 days, everything is perfect. But I still don't know how I'm going to free myself of Hiltman and his ice-blooded daughter. When Cheyenne and I go back to Boston, and that time will come, I can only give her a promise that I'll figure something out. Unfortunately, Crystal is the first person I will have to deal with. And I won't even get enough sleep. Are you paying attention, Darren? Crystal's nasal voice cuts sharply through my thoughts. I gaze sleepily at her. Sorry. Coffee first, active listening after. My head is pounding. It's 6 a.m. and I was up until 3. Not intentionally, my thoughts kept me awake. My thoughts, and Cheyenne's absence beside me in bed for the first time in 3 days. Crystal is as chilly as a ski slope at dawn. I have no idea when or even if she went to bed, but she's more pulled together than anyone has a right to be this early in the day. Dressed all in white, from her skirt suit to her stockings to her white gold jewelry. Her light blonde hair is up in a perfect chignon, and her pale blue eyes are delicately lined, and they fix on me disapprovingly as I stifle a yawn. The reason she looks so good is that she got her attendant up at 4 to get her ready. Poor Ellen doesn't deserve this kind of treatment. I even said so, but Crystal, as usual, when I say something she doesn't want to hear, pretends that her ears aren't working and breezes past into another subject. I don't know what I'm supposed to do with you, once we're married, if you're this useless early in the morning. She takes up her coffee in its little bone china cup and sips at it delicately. Yes, well, human beings sleep, I point out as I pour myself an enormous mug of mocha java. She fixes that irritated stare on my Red Sox mug, forcing me to repress a smirk at her petty annoyance with my tastes. Don't keep wasting my time, Darren. I don't like repeating myself, she scolds with one of those arch little sniffs that already drive me crazy. When I first met her, having realized my fate already thanks to her father, she seemed fussy but all right, beautiful certainly and well-bred, but neurotic like a show poodle. Then we talked for 5 minutes. You're the one wasting your time barging in here before 9. This is my mansion, not hers, every bit of it claimed from the warm exposed brick to the light-filled breakfast nook we sit in now. All I did was let her in, but no more concessions. She shoots me a sulky look and sniffs again, sipping at her coffee. Why on earth do you make this so strong? She complains, changing the subject while still picking at me. I don't want my hands to shake for my manicure. I asked if you wanted tea, I point out, and take another reviving gulp from my mug. Anyway, I make it strong because I need it strong. I was up until 3. Her delicate little frown deepened slightly. Doing what? Working, I lie. No way am I telling her that I spent the last evening pining for another woman. That would likely get me more shit than admitting to her that I spent the 3 evenings before that intensely making love to another woman. Cheyenne. Just thinking about her leaves me stiff. From famine to feast, and then back to famine again. I down another scalding swallow of coffee and shake my head. It's not the time with her that I regret right now. Sitting here drinking coffee as quickly as I can tolerate it in an attempt to keep my eyes open. No, not at all. I'll never regret a single moment I spent with Cheyenne. I wouldn't change a stroke. It's returning to face all this crap that I regret. I regret not taking Cheyenne sooner. Before Crystal. Before any of this. Father called again, Crystal said, and I glanced at her over the rim of my mug before draining it. That's why I'm here. He was very insistent. Shit. Well, I knew this conversation was coming after those calls at the hunting lodge. Yeah. He still wants the name of your client. The one who you went up into the mountains to make a business deal with. The acidic swell in her tone turns the coffee bitter in my mouth. Why does he care who I sell the hunting lodge to? I ask, feigning irritability, using Cheyenne's well-thought-out lie like a shield. Thank goodness we talked about this before we left. Crystal blinks and sets her cup down. I thought that you were there on company business. The lodge is a company holding. I entertain clients there. Why is your father interested in my hunting lodge? I asked, keeping my tone mildly incredulous. Oh. She blinks rapidly as she takes up her cup again, as if to hide some strong emotion. Disappointment, probably. You're the one who keeps sending tidbits of information on me to Daddy. A moment later, she confirms my suspicions. Do you know a Dr. James Abrams? Oh, you snake. You really are his little spy. Yes, he was one of my father's old partners. Retired right after Dad died. Apparently, he lives up near there. My father was curious as to whether or not you were visiting him. Her eyes search my face. I set my coffee mug down slowly. Why has Hiltman been keeping tabs on Abrams' location? No, I was at my lodge. Last I heard, Abrams was in hospice in some shitty town up in the mountains. I hate going to those depressing places. James Abrams will probably die in his own bed in his own cabin, on his own land in the mountains, on his own terms, as far as I know. But the fact that Hiltman knows where he is, and worries that much about my meeting with him, bothers me more than I can let on. Has he been keeping tabs because of the patents? Waiting like a vulture for Abrams to drop so he can snap them up? I wouldn't put it past him. Somehow, this feels like there might be more than that to it. Oh. I can't tell if she's relieved or disappointed. Her tiny frown is back, and she's fiddling with her coffee cup. Well then, I guess it was nothing after all. If he'd like a look at the lodge, I offer, but she holds up a narrow hand dismissively. He never leaves Boston if he can help it. Her voice is crisp, matter-of-fact, and deathly bored, like she's exasperated with her father's eccentricities. He hates the countryside. In fact, he's infamous for it. Refuses to go anywhere with fewer than 1,000 people. Something about this rings an alarm in my head, but I can't make any connection. I'm just too tired. I see. Never mind then. Why get rid of the lodge? She isn't even looking at me anymore. Her duty's done, the truth pried out of me. I'm guessing she'll leave soon. This is my future. I suddenly feel exhausted. I can't keep writing it off if no clients actually want to go out to the mountain for the weekend. Many of them are like your father, very urban. Very civilized, you mean? She sneers delicately. Who on earth would want to go out somewhere where the only entertainment is shooting at animals? I've only ever shot the wildlife with a camera. My smile is entirely forced now. She pauses, blinking. Oh. I thought you went there weekends to kill things. No. I have trail cams I put up there and stuff. Is that one of the reasons she's so cold to me? You thought I was a trophy hunter. My mistake, she says, shocking me utterly for a moment. I guess I shouldn't have assumed that. For once, she has actually left me speechless. Was that an apology? She sets down the half-drunk coffee and changes the subject on a dime. So, I trust you'll be attending our Christmas festivities this year, as we're to be married soon after. It sounds like a command, but her eyes look inquisitive. There's no way I am wasting my favorite holiday on her or her nightmare of a family. I'll find a way out of this. But for now, I need to keep the peace. Of course. Christmas has always been special to me. Growing up, it was a time for family and friends, a time when my father set aside all his business concerns and took us up to the lodge to celebrate in style. I remember waking up to wood smoke, cocoa steam, and the perfume of the Christmas tree, all mixing aromatically in my nostrils. Replacing it with a cold, staid, formal meal with my captor and his jail warden sounds like a nightmare. Hiltman can put a gun to my head, I don't care. Their farce of a celebration is the afternoon of the 23rd, I won't be spending it with them. What's more, I already know who I want to spend it with instead. As Crystal got up to leave, I blurt out, "Why are you marrying me anyway?" She shoots me a sharp look. What? You've never told me why you agreed to this arrangement. I honestly don't know, thinking about it now, if she knows about the blackmail. She shrugs so carelessly it infuriates me, but I manage to keep my small, curious smile. You're wealthy and unattached, and my family wants your assets. What else is there? My smile feels like it's frozen on my face. What indeed? I ask mildly, as I get up to see her out.
Chapter 8. Darren.
The first thing Cheyenne asks when she hears me on the phone is, "What's wrong?" Everything. But I can only tell you some of it. Hiltman has been keeping tabs on Abrams. I don't know why. I suspect he is plotting to snatch those patents, but there may be more to it. Crap. Okay. So now what? I hear the rustle of her puttering around. It sounds like she's already getting ready to come join me. I need to talk to Abrams again. But first, I need to make sure those patent papers are all filed. I can't let them sit. He sent his daughter sniffing around for information at 6 this morning. You mean your fiancé? I can't help but notice the edge to her voice. Yes. I can't keep the conflict out of my voice either. Neither one of us wanted to come back down off that mountain once the plows came through, but duty called. For now, anyway. I look over at the half-empty cup on my breakfast table. It's been sitting there cold for 2 hours. I have avoided touching it, as if it might contaminate me. It occurs to me suddenly that Crystal has never allowed me to touch her, beyond a single tepid silk-gloved handshake. I don't even know what her skin feels like. I don't even know if she likes men. She already admitted she's only marrying my wallet, and on Daddy's orders. It does seem strange that they're both so obsessed with your potential meeting with Abrams. Her tone has gone thoughtful, and I let out a silent sigh of relief at the change in subject. I know I told you to take a few days off after everything. But I need you. I really need your help handling all this paper discreetly. I'll be there in 15 minutes. Are you sure you're all right? It sounds like you haven't gotten enough sleep. Her genuine concern makes my chest hitch painfully. I'll take care of it. Let's just get this done first. I must deal with those patents before Hiltman catches on. Fortunately, Cheyenne understands. Right. Put the coffee on, and I'll see you in 15. She hangs up, and I find myself smiling for the first time since the Ice Princess rang my doorbell at 6. It only gets better when I finally open the door for her. When she sees me, her eyes brighten. Her smile lights up my world. She hurries forward, and then comes to a stop. She's eager for my arms despite everything. I'm certainly eager for hers. But the paperwork's waiting, and I know better than to distract myself from that. Finally, I step around behind her to take her coat. How are you doing? I didn't ask earlier. I didn't sleep, she murmurs, shame nipping at me. I missed you too much. I close my eyes, nodding, not sure what to say. I didn't sleep either, not daring to admit more. Same reason. Let's get the filing over with, she resigns, stepping back into her old sterile role as nothing more than my assistant. I nod again, and lead her upstairs into my office, where the folder of signed papers waits. The preparation for the legal filing takes 45 minutes to complete, and another half hour to take to my lawyer downtown. Once Jacoby is done with it, I propose Chinese takeout to Cheyenne, and she agrees. So, what are you doing for Christmas? I ask, as we bundle the steaming boxes of takeout back in through my door. Not much of anything, she admits awkwardly. She's already told me that she has no family to speak of. Want to spend it with me? It comes out even before I mean it to, and we both blink at each other, startled by my audacity. She opens her mouth, probably to ask me why I'm spending Christmas with one woman when I'm marrying another. She simply asks me why. I lead her into my kitchen, snatching Crystal's cold coffee off the table and setting the warm bag of food cartons in its place. You know how special Christmas is to me. These people, who want to be my relatives, aren't. You are. Then why? She can't even bring herself to ask the full question. Maybe she's worried the answer will break her heart. I'll explain what I can about this messed up engagement, when I can. Soon. Any time I have in my life, I would rather spend with you than them. Something in my expression makes hers soften, and she slips into the seat Crystal vacated hours ago. I'll think about it. I need to at least know that there's a good reason you're marrying someone you don't even like. I take out the cartons one by one, lining them up to buy time. I find the disposable chopsticks and separate a pair with a hard snap, as I try to find the right words. Blackmail, I finally admit simply, and I watch her eyes widen. What? Crystal's father is blackmailing me into marrying. They want my money and my holdings, and since Hiltman's attempts at a hostile takeover have failed, he figures he'll get it the old-fashioned way, by forcibly tying me to his family. I grab a couple of black stoneware bowls out of the cupboard, as she stares at me in disbelief. What happened? Did you get her pregnant, or something? Or something. Let's just say that he's found some skeletons in my family closet, and he'll use them to ruin me if I don't follow his wishes. It's a relief to tell her, even though it makes her unhappy. What she doesn't yet know is that I can never tell her what Hiltman actually has on me. So that's it. You're not two-timing her, you're being forced. Her expression goes from shock to a mix of anger and sympathy. I wondered for so long. This all seemed so out of character for you. I set down my chopsticks across my bowl and look over at her. I intend to find a way to counter his blackmail so I can do what I want. Be with who I want. And I reach over and give her hand a squeeze. Her smile trembles and her eyes get too bright. It might take time. The wedding may go forward. If it does, I can still get out, but the divorce will cost me half my fortune. As I gaze at her earnestly, something shifts inside of me. She's not leaving. She's not judging. She's not even asking for the uncomfortable specifics. Good thing that. She squeezes my hand back, staring at me. Thank you for telling me. I've got no idea what they have on you, but there has to be a way out from under this. You know I'll help you all I can. You're already helping, I mutter thickly, choking up suddenly. You didn't take off the moment I told you the truth. She strokes my hand reassuringly. You really thought I would? Thinking and worrying are two different things. I don't want to lose you. I plant a kiss in the center of her palm. You won't lose me, she promises, her soft eyes looking up at me lovingly, unless you leave me waiting too long. I won't, I say earnestly. I'll find a way to fix this. I'd chuck my whole fortune to have you. She smiles softly and invitingly. You know, the food can wait. We don't make it to my bedroom in time. This seems to be a habit with us. Do whatever you want to me, she whispers, and I grin at the invitation. By the time I'm done with you, you'll need throat drops for a week.
Chapter 9. Cheyenne.
I wake up in a warm darkness, made cozy by the hot bulk of the man breathing softly beside me. I blink at the dim ceiling for a few moments, delicious lassitude mixing unpleasantly with a creeping sense of conflict. The other woman. I never wanted to be in this position, sneaking around behind the back of a girlfriend or wife with a faithless man. But here I am, waking up beside a guy who is marrying someone else in 2 months. As I lie there, I split into 3 and begin to argue with myself. I love him, says one part of me, and he loves me. He's trapped in this marriage, and he's trying to get out of it. Then he'll be with me. Then there's the cautious part of me that always kept me safe from predatory men. Men lie to be intimate all the time. You know that. Could he be just taking advantage of your crush on him? And there's the angry, rebellious part that repressed itself for years while thinking that Darren did not want me. What gives this tramp the right to take him from me? He wants to be with me. I'll wreck her life if she tries to interfere. I press my lips, swallowing the lump in my throat. I should go back home to my own apartment and make sure that Darren doesn't become the center of my world when I'm only peripheral to his. The bed is warm, and his muscular body is sleek and hot against my side. I linger, knowing the whole time I shouldn't. I can't sleep, and I don't want to wake Darren, who seems exhausted. I'll never tire of cuddling with him. Could you just be mine instead of hers? I don't have a fortune, but we'll be happy. And you won't have to tie yourself to those horrible people. Then I sigh into my pillow. I watch him sleep for a while longer, but pulling myself together wins out, and I reluctantly slip out of the bed. I shower, do my hair, fix my makeup, get dressed, and the whole time Darren sleeps. When I come out of the bathroom, as polished as when I arrived in his penthouse 4 hours before, he's still snoozing. I wander around for a while, too distracted to drive. It's an old Boston mansion from the Gilded Age, not quite as grand as some of the New York ones, though still opulent. I walk past marble columns, embroidered hangings, a Van Gogh sunflower I examine for a few moments before realizing that, yes, and it's an original. Darren has always been honest and kind. He was only a little bit wild in his youth, which, given rich young guys, is probably saying something. I can't imagine him actually wanting to do anybody any harm. And yet, doubt squeezes in again. What blackmail material could be so juicy and damaging to force him into a marriage? Or is he lying about being blackmailed? What could he have done that he doesn't want anyone to know about? Perhaps it can be sorted out. I walk past a 10-foot-long landscape painted from the peak of Mount Greylock, trying to reassure myself. Maybe things are as he said, he's being forced and he's trying to get out of this situation. Darren will find a way. He's not just powerful and wealthy, he's clever and he's good. And he loves me. Maybe I should trust him and help him where I can. And yet, as I walk those deserted halls, doubt and frustration gnaw at me. I never wanted to be in this position. May I help you? I look up and see a lean, spiffy man in white gloves and a dark suit, his red hair slicked back into an immaculate gleaming cap. I'm Jacob, he says with a polite smile. Head of staff here. You are Miss Cheyenne, correct?
Yes, I say, offering a hand.
I'm the one who looks after Darren in the office as you do at home. He shakes it briefly, his glove barely transferring warmth. Pleased to meet you. May I assume that our employer does not wish to be disturbed? I wouldn't worry about him calling for anything until around supper. My smile is just passed on as my heartbeat picks up. He was up working until 3 and then? Then Miss Crystal came, I'm aware. The smile goes awry. I'll have supper served with a pot of coffee then. I remember the Chinese food we left in Darren's kitchen, and wonder belatedly if this man cleaned up the cartons. And what he knows, or at least suspects. You seem troubled, he observes, making it clear once again that he doesn't miss much. You seem a bit lost. Is everything all right? His dark blue eyes are kind. I take a deep breath and spill a little truth. I'm wondering about some things going on around here. He nods, his eyes fixed on me keenly. Miss Crystal's primary concern is executing the will of her father, I suspect. You should know that she offered me several $1,000s to provide her with information on whether our employer had any female visitors. The delicate way he walks around the subject makes it obvious that he knows everything. And yet, he only seems concerned. What did you tell her? I smiled, accepted the money, went to our employer and told him everything. Since then, he's been feeding me a set of fictions to keep her happy. He looks at me speculatively. Why is he marrying her, Jacob? I burst with breathless desperation. She's awful. Her father is worse. It doesn't make any sense. Nodding, he ushers me into a nearby office. We stand by the window, which looks out on a sleek but yellowing lawn laced with thin snow. What you must understand, Miss Cheyenne, is that our employer has skeletons in his closet. He has never been a bad man or a cruel one, never committed any crimes, never done any real harm to anyone. He's quiet as he appears. But when his father was murdered, he went slightly mad for a while. I brace myself. Darren has never spoken of his father's murder, except in the vaguest of terms. I know it pains and enrages him to dwell on it, so I do my best never to bring it up. After the case went cold and his father was buried without the poisoner being found, Darren, I fear, became a bit self-destructive. Without delving too deeply into his private business, he made a few reckless decisions when he wasn't fully in control of himself. Unfortunately, any record of his actions would very likely cause a scandal among his shareholders if it became public knowledge, and do both his business and personal reputation irreparable damage. How did Hiltman get his hands on the information, though? I doubt that any of the staff would actually take one of his or his daughter's bribes on Jacob's watch. It's most likely that he hired someone to buy the information from the other persons involved. The scandal generated more rumors than was easy to contain, and any competent investigator could have put the pieces together. Jacob scowls briefly at that, his eyes locked on the line of bare maples beyond the lawn. And if he follows through, marries her and then gets a divorce, she gets half his fortune and pretty much wins anyway. I peer in that direction and see the far-off hawk he's watching clutching the top of a dormant maple. It's exactly as you say, he concedes. I don't envy our employer, whatever his indiscretions. I look over at this elegant, seemingly compassionate man, and wonder the same thing I caught myself wondering about Darren. Can I trust him? For now, I simply need to know one thing, he says quietly, gazing at me, with regards to your presence here. For your report to Crystal? I lift an eyebrow, somewhere between wary and conspiratorial. Yes. His smile is tight, polite, and a bit amused. Well, our employer is doing more work at home since he began looking for a buyer for his hunting lodge, and he will be requiring my presence here more and more. It comes out smoothly, like I rehearsed it, and I wonder at myself. He lifts his chin, and his smile becomes a touch more genuine. His eyes twinkle. Very good then, he says. As he sees me out, he asks, have you considered visiting for our annual Christmas party? I stop to look at him curiously, as he stands with his hand on the door. Won't he be eating with the Hiltmans? I know he wants to spend the day with me, but I have no idea how he plans to pull it off without their intervention. He chuckles, brief and dry like a cough. I doubt he will spend his favorite holiday with anyone he does not care for. Have a good evening, Miss Cheyenne. Traffic is thick as I drive home. I fight my way through it, my boxy gray Volvo taking over streets made slick and muddy from meltwater. The wind has blown the leaves off the trees, the gutters are full of crimson and gold where the snow doesn't cling. Parting from Darren saddens me again, but I need time to think, and that means time alone. When I'm with him, I can only think of him. Maybe I should stay away for a while. I turn off the main boulevard onto the narrow side street where my subdivided brownstone awaits. Still ahead of me, I have all the chores and errands saved for my days off. I decide to do my chores first. I don't want to deal with any more people right now. Someone has parked in my spot again. A black sedan with New York plates and a parking ticket already fluttering away under its windshield wiper. The tow truck is probably coming already. The building manager, Miranda, watches everything around our building like a tiny Cuban hawk. I circle around and find parking a block away. Even though I am well prepared for the winter day, I feel cold on the short walk back to my house. I tell myself I need time away from Darren, but even as I just left him not so long ago, his absence yanks at me.
Chapter 10. Darren.
Where were you until late morning? Crystal doesn't even look up from cutting the thin slice of turkey on her plate, but her voice clearly has a hard edge. I fight not to roll my eyes, as she, her father, and a menagerie of cousins and widowed aunts peer at me expectantly. These interrogations are constant, forcing me to lie elaborately and with the virtuosity of a much less moral man. So far, it has been working while I'm behind the scenes with Cheyenne to free myself. I slept in. I give her a patient smile. Sorry, darling. I slept in, and Cheyenne was in my arms. Your location. She has all the warmth of a parole officer. The blood tests. I told you yesterday at breakfast, remember? My voice stays light. We were intimate 4 times between yesterday afternoon and today. 4 times. You've never so much as given me a peck on the cheek, you walking ice sculpture. The blood tests? She looks confused. Yes, the genetic screening, compatibility tests, and all those things you asked for? My voice is endlessly patient. What have you got? Oh, she says quietly and sits back in her chair blinking. Very good then. Nothing. You're just Daddy's little spy. I search for a gravy boat on their dining table, which is a single 30-foot slice of California redwood. Their entire mansion screams of Las Vegas-style excess, but then there are also strangely barren spots like this table. No gravy. Shit. And whoever made this turkey sliced it well, but it's as dry as a stack of paper towels. So, how soon will you get those test results? Hiltman brays from across the table. He's the opposite of his nervous, prissy daughter, sprawling in his chair, bald-headed and pale-suited, with his chin sunk into his jowls. I stab my knife into the stack of dry turkey breast slices and glare up at him. 2 weeks. And did you remember to check your sperm count? I want that grandson. His wet smoker's chuckle sounds like a sink backing up. I'm sure you do, I reply, and one of the cousins, a teen girl, lets out a thin giggle. When I glance her way, she busies herself with her meal. She's spindly and nervous like Crystal, and I wonder if her parents plan to use her to rope in some other stranger's fortunes as well. 2 weeks for a full panel. Inconvenient. Crystal eyes me as if I'm somehow responsible, then sniffs again. At least it will be done before Christmas. Maybe you two should get started on that kid now, Hiltman urges with a predatory smile. Give me a little Christmas present. I eye him. This conversation is ridiculous. I'm not some animal you're bringing in for stud. He brays with laughter again. Ha ha. You are, if I say you are, kid. You are, if I say you are. The others start tittering as well, all except for Crystal, who simply sniffs and stares at me with machine-like coldness. I must get away from these people. I declined after-dinner brandy and cigars with Hiltman, and left as soon as I could. On my way home through the wet streets, I feel sick to my stomach, and not just from the bad cooking. Happy Thanksgiving. I'm never going back to that gilded shithole ever again. I have already decided that I'll never let those people ruin another of my holidays. In my desperation for a distraction, I find that I'm not driving home. I've changed direction on instinct. I'm headed for Cheyenne's. I ring Cheyenne's apartment on the crackly old intercom and wait impatiently until she buzzes me in. Her elevator is broken again, and I take the stairs up to her floor 2 at a time. She greets me at the door in a pair of violet pajamas with tear streaks drying on her cheeks and the smell of takeout pizza in the air. I hug her tight. Looks like you weren't having the greatest Thanksgiving either. No, she mumbles into my chest, her arms sliding around me. We eat pizza on her couch as her tears dry and Alice's restaurant plays on the TV. I tell her about my insane Thanksgiving dinner. She starts to cry again. I missed you, she says. My heart sinks. I've already decided. I'm done, I announce softly. I'm spending Christmas with you, like I said. It will be you, my friends, even Abrams if he wants to come. What about Hiltman and his daughter? I'll hold it at the lodge. Hiltman won't go anywhere with fewer than 1,000 people, and his daughter hates the woods. We'll throw the party on the 23rd, and then stay over and have Christmas properly, as a couple. I hesitate, but only for a moment. Some of my friends are familiar with my craziness after my father died, but not everything, and not how far I went. Nobody got hurt, and nobody has hard feelings. But there will be plenty of hard feelings if my night of ridiculous behavior gets back to my board of directors. What about the blackmail? She asks softly, curling on my lap as she gradually relaxes. Still working that out. I might just take it all on the chin, but I hesitate again. Cheyenne's the one I want to keep this from the most, even more than the board members. Some things aren't easily forgiven. I'm still hoping Abrams will respond to our request for a meeting. I stroke her hair slowly, then sensually, gripping it at the nape and then sliding my fingers back through it. Her head starts to loll submissively in my grip, and I see her eyelids getting heavy. Good girl. Just let me take care of you for a while. Do you think he's afraid that you're on Hiltman's side? She looks up at me with those wide, innocent eyes, and I sigh through my nose. Maybe. But something's definitely up between him and Hiltman, and it seemed to make him pretty wary of everyone from Boston. She pouts thoughtfully. Send him an invitation to your Christmas party and catch him there. It's in his neighborhood, and with the way he talked our ears off, he's lonely. He'll appreciate the invitation, no matter what happens. Good idea. I tilt my head and catch her eye. Do you have any friends you would like to invite? A few, but that's pretty out of their way. They'd have to carpool. She's watching my face. I'll arrange transportation, don't worry. This sounds good, it sounds right. It sounds like something normal couples do, and I like it. I want more of it, far away from the gilded world of horrors I just left. I want to introduce you to my friends, and not just as my boss. She licks her lips, and a pleading note enters her voice. Please don't make me keep hiding what we have. It's not for much longer. The disappointment in her eyes cuts me. I kiss her eyes closed. I promise. She lifts her mouth to mine, and we kiss tentatively, feeling for each other across an unexpected and alarming gap. She's losing patience with me, and I don't know what to say. So I take her into her bedroom, slip out of my suit and tie her eyes. I do my best to tell her with caresses just exactly how I feel about her. Deprived of sight, she shivers in the dim bars of light glowing from her row of narrow windows. Outside is a spindly maze of tree branches silhouetted against the darkening sky. I glance up at it, as a raven settles on one of them with a heavy rustle. Then I turn back to her, curled on her side, and move up against her, twining our legs. Shortly after, as we catch our breaths, I uncover her eyes and see that her tears are gone. We drowse in each other's arms, ignoring the chill of the room. A hard rain falls while we sleep. She rolls over to watch it hit the window, and I curl up behind her, burying my nose in her loosened hair. Everything is perfect again. I know it can't last. The moment either one of us speaks aloud, the bubble will burst. I brace myself for it, and a moment later she states hesitantly, "I need to know that you're going to leave her." It's a quiet plea for reassurance, but it feels like a slap. I wonder what she must think of me, sleeping with her for a month with no clarity that she'll ever be more than the other woman. I kiss her shoulder. I'm going to leave her. When? I close my eyes, quiet for a moment. She knows the facts of the matter already, all except for the specific dirt Hiltman has on me. But maybe she doesn't really understand my feelings on the matter. Sending you home every time after making love with you is already killing me, I murmur in her ear. If I had just approached you sooner, we'd be together, and none of this would have happened. I live every day with that regret, and I'm sorry that you have to. I can see a faint reflection of her face in the dim, rain-spattered window, her expression thoughtful and sad. That's not an answer, Darren. I can't give you a date, I mutter regretfully. They have me by the balls, and without enough dirt on Hiltman, I can't shake them loose. It's as vulnerable as I've ever been with her. I feel uncomfortable. To my absolute shock, she rolls over at once and looks at me unflinchingly. Then we've got to get that dirt fast, because I can't live like this either. I love you, and I won't be the other woman and let Crystal put her hands on you. I remember Crystal and her strange attitude of suppressed loathing toward me and everyone else around her. I don't think she actually wants to, I comment blandly. It's just a business arrangement to her. You know. I really wonder about her, she muses thoughtfully. How voluntary is this marriage really? She doesn't seem to care. Then she's either drugged up or lying, and a very good actress. You don't care about a move that defines your entire future. That's a very good point. I nuzzle her hair as I gaze out over the rain-swept lawn beyond my curtains. Maybe I should ask her. But I'm not relishing the prospect. Crystal is cold and throws up walls whenever I try to talk about anything intimate or personal. I've always thought that she was just a pain. But perhaps there's more to it than that. Maybe it's not me she hates or the world, but her situation. What else can we do? Cheyenne looks back at me urgently, a plea in her eyes that burns me worse than anger. I could deal with her being pissed off at me, yelling at me, but seeing the raw pain unclothed in anger breaks my heart. My mind just keeps going back to Abrams, I admit. I haven't come up with anything more. Except maybe just giving up and running off with Cheyenne. Selling the business and just leaving. What about him? I'm not sure why, but Hiltman seemed extraordinarily worried by the prospect of my talking to the old hermit. I slide my hand down her bare arm. So much so, he set Crystal on me, until he got a satisfactory lie about whether or not we had talked. If he's so worried that you'll talk to Abrams, it's likely about those patents, she reminds me, but that doesn't feel completely right to me. The patents themselves will take years to do him damage. I've done the calculations. He probably has too, if he even knows what Abrams has. Lightning flashes. I nuzzle the top of Cheyenne's head again, and stare out at the storm, my eyes taking in the rain, but my mind is up on that mountain again. There must be more to it than that. Abrams knows something that Hiltman wants to be kept private. I'm going to find out what that is. But meanwhile, we must keep our plans very, very quiet. Just like everything else between us, she sighs and I hug her gently. But then, quite unexpectedly, her skin mists over in a cold sweat. Are you okay? I ask worriedly. I feel a little queasy, she mumbles, swallowing hard. I need water. I nod, but an invasive worry tugs at me as she slips out of bed and heads for her small bathroom. Even the sight of her pert little bottom swaying as she walks doesn't do much to dampen it. When she comes back to bed, she sighs and nestles against me. Better. She shakes her head. Maybe pizza so late was a bad idea, she mumbles. That's probably it. I try to convince myself, but the worry doesn't go away.
Chapter 11. Cheyenne.
How bad is it? Darren's deep, concerned voice floats through the bathroom door as I push myself off my knees. My throat is burning, and my mouth tastes like a soap dispenser. He's been here overnight 3 nights in a row, showing up in the evening, sleeping over, and then making me breakfast. It's been wonderful, even if the place is too small for 2. It's the one place we don't have to worry about intrusions. Neither Crystal nor her father would set foot in my neighborhood, the wusses. But this morning, the idol's been completely shattered. My appetite has reversed itself, and I can't make it stop. Cheyenne? Darren calls again, as I'm rinsing my mouth out. My tender midsection heaves again. I almost choke. Damn it. Bad, I manage finally, my chest feeling thick and sore. Throwing up is one of my least favorite things in the world. It's been a week since we first lay in this bed, pledging to chase up Abrams and get whatever information he has on Hiltman. All 3 of our follow-up emails have gone unanswered. But we're still trying because there's nothing else to be done about this unless Crystal or somebody else in the know spills the beans on him. That doesn't seem likely. Crystal remains unapproachable but nosy. Nothing has come of my research on Hiltman's relationship to Abrams, and now I'm sick. I have been nauseated every day since Thanksgiving, so much so that I suspected food poisoning. I missed my period. But I have an IUD. What in the world is going on? Maybe we should take you to a doctor. Darren taps at the door again. Could you let me in? I don't want you to see me this way. I wipe my mouth awkwardly, my chest heaving. I reach back and flush the toilet, then lean over the sink to splash water on my face. I'm a mess. I don't give a shit what you look like. Let me in. He taps insistently, and I finally sigh. Fine, but don't say I didn't warn you. The door opens and he moves into the room. I awkwardly mop at my face with a fistful of toilet paper like a sniffly teenager. You're pale as a ghost, he notes in a worried tone, and I nod up pathetically. Maybe the doctor is a good idea, I mumble as he helps me get cleaned up. Okay. Do you need anything before we go? He keeps an arm around me as we move slowly out of the bathroom. A sweater. My mind races. I hope he doesn't notice I'm covered in icy sweat. All right then. He gets me to my bed, and I sit down while he rummages through my closet. My head pounds and my muscles hurt from throwing up, but I gamely throw on the fuzzy purple pullover he brings to me. Do you have a fever? No. I can't give voice to my fear yet either. Let's just hit the doctor's office. I'll call over to see if they can fit you in. Otherwise, I know someone else. He pulls out his cell phone. How did we get to this point so fast? He has my doc's number. I have his house key. And I may have his baby in my belly. I'm scared, I say impulsively. No specifics. It's enough. He puts his big warm hand on my back, rubbing it soothingly. It's gonna be okay, he assures me. Neither one of us knows if that's true. But I feel better anyway. We drive to the medical office through a thin flurry of snow, passing half a dozen fender benders in the thick traffic. I huddle in the passenger seat and wrap my arms around my belly, wondering what to think of myself. Well, here I am, about to become a single mom because my boss has been cheating on his fiancée with me. I feel like a walking stereotype, and an idiot. I can only hope, as our tires skid on the thin gray snow that coats the road, that Darren is as good, as kind, and as attached to me as I've been thinking. Otherwise, I don't know what I'm going to do. The waiting room is empty. Only desperately sick fools like me venture outside. Dr. Grebe is tall and sharp-nosed with a strong jaw and narrow, intelligent gray eyes. I sit there in that familiar pale blue gown and tell her about my symptoms while Darren paces audibly in the waiting room outside. "You think you might be pregnant?" she finally asks. I shift uncomfortably and nod. I don't understand how, though. The IUD has been in less than a year. Should still be good, right? She furrows her brow and checks my chart. Says here the implant was a success. The lab verified it a month later. It doesn't make any sense. Getting an IUD was a decision fueled by the desire to avoid this exact scenario. I didn't know when I would finally meet someone worth sleeping with. Just because it hadn't happened by the time I decided to get the implant didn't mean that I never would. So I didn't worry about pregnancy all those times I was with Darren, never once thinking that my protection would fail me completely when I needed it the most. "Well, we don't know if you're pregnant for a fact, but you certainly are showing all the classic symptoms. We'll know more when your blood and urine panels come up. The guys at the lab claim they just cleared their backlog, so it shouldn't be long." It didn't take long at all, but it felt like an eternity. With my heartbeat pounding in my ears, all I can do is ask, "So why didn't the IUD work?" "Well, I'll have to check, but my suspicion is that if you check for your IUD strings, you won't find them. You may have expelled the IUD during a recent period. Have you been able to feel your string recently?" A flush of embarrassment heats my face as I wonder if I messed up. Had I even checked in the last dizzy month? I thought I felt it after my last period, but a lot has been going on. I consider what stress does to my body and how stressful it's been, first without Darren and then with him, but with no guarantees. My periods have been especially difficult lately. Wouldn't I have noticed? Not always. If your period's bad enough, the cramping and pain of expelling the IUD wouldn't feel unusual. The doctor tilts her head and peers at me, then brings me a cup of water. I sip it while "I'm pregnant with Darren's child" clangs around in my head. And he doesn't even suspect. I have no idea how to tell him. That must be what happened. So what happens now? It feels like my head is floating off my shoulders, and the noise of my heart is too loud. That depends on you. Do you want to keep the baby? She's watching me carefully. I wonder if she's considering giving me a sedative. I should first talk to the father about that. I take a long, shivering breath, my chest hurting. Maybe I do need a sedative, but I'm too queasy to ask for it. "Let me know what you decide," she says kindly, and I nod and practically stumble out. If he begs off of being with me now, I don't know what I'm going to do. I ask him to drive us out to the nearest park. "What is it?" he asks me very gently. "I'm pregnant." The silence stretches between us. Tears threaten, and I swallow them back like bile. "The IUD?" he asks quietly. The doc suspects an expulsion. I couldn't feel the string when I checked. I don't know whether to apologize or not. "Oh." His expression closes, and his gaze flicks over the spidery limbs of the trees with their payload of sparrows. An accident, then. A hot lash of anger rushes through me. Of course it was. He startles a bit, then nods. "Sorry, that came out wrong." I'm still stinging, and he's still quiet as he drives us back to his mansion. As he pulls into the driveway and the iron gate closes behind us, he finally says, "I have to think about what to do." But meanwhile, I can't say anything to anyone, right? No way to keep the bitterness out of my tone. Now I'm 10 times the dirty secret than I was before. He pulls to a full stop halfway up the drive, turning to reason with me. If Hiltman and his daughter find out you are pregnant, they will have that much more leverage against us. He sounds so terribly sensible, but right now, in this moment, with the world caving in on me, I have to fight not to tell him to piss off. What do they have on you that you do everything Hiltman says? He huffs out a breath. If I told you what a stupid shithead I was right after Dad's murder. As his words trail off, I remember what his butler said. I lean back into my seat and close my eyes. Leaving me to guess won't do anybody any good either, Darren. The look of mild panic that this big powerful man gives me deepens my despair and worry. I need him to be honest and strong with me. Instead, he's reminding me of an oversized teenager. Look, I just found out I got you pregnant. Can't the rest wait? I roll my eyes closed, my heart sinking. Fine. Of course, it's not fine. But it becomes even less fine when we drive up to the parking circle and discover Crystal's white Rolls parked at the top of the drive. Crap. I'm sorry. I'll find out what she wants. Do you want to relax here for a minute? He's asking, not telling, but I understand the implication and nod to let him know that I won't be causing a scene. He parks behind the Rolls and gets out. At the same time, Crystal's small bald driver comes out of his seat and opens the door for her. She comes out wrapped in ermine, her head up and her eyes flashing in our direction. I sit in my seat exhausted, nauseated and hurt, fighting anger and fear. I watch the two through the windshield, as they approach each other and start arguing. I can't bring myself to move, get out or speak, I can only watch them. Why is that woman in your car? She demands. She is my assistant, remember? I know you have trouble telling our employees apart, but this is getting ridiculous. He keeps his voice surprisingly even. What's she doing coming to your home in the front seat of your private car? She demands again, pointing at me as if I am the culprit. She's been sleeping with me for a month. That's what he should say. She's been sleeping with me for a month, we love each other, and I really want to punch you in the teeth for getting in the way. Instead, I just keep watching and listening as Darren struggles to rein in his temper. Where in the world should I put her? The trunk. He shrugs at her, his voice rising with disgusted astonishment. Get rid of her, Crystal snaps. Have someone else drive her home. We have to talk about the wedding. What about the wedding? He demands, finally sounding defensive. Send your assistant home first and we'll talk about it. Her voice rises stridently. Don't, I think frantically, unable to call out, unable to speak my truth aloud. We have to talk about the pregnancy. The baby. My heart sinks as Darren's anger dies down to sullen embers right in front of me. Fine. My eyes closed on tears. Coward. I have never felt so alone in my entire life.
Chapter 12. Darren.
What exactly is it that you want from me? I growl at Crystal from across the living room. The fire crackles furiously beside us as she folds her arms tightly. My father wants to know why you spend so much time with your secretary instead of with me. There's something strangely placid and neutral in her stare. He expects an answer. Your father seems to think that he owns the both of us, I reply and see a flicker of something in her eyes. He's wrong, you know. She swallows and glances away. He practically does. Enlighten me. A knot explodes in the fireplace with a bang, and a shower of sparks. I glance over at it, then back at her. If you think that he has a gun to your head now, and you resent it, you need to consider that he's only had you like this for a few months. Her eyes meet mine, and I see that flicker again like a lantern in a snowstorm. I've been in his custody for over 20 years. Something clicks into place inside my head. I take a good, long look at the woman in front of me. Are you marrying me to get away from him? I no longer want to send her away. I want to understand what's going on. She surprises me with a low, sad laugh. Don't tell me you care. I've been trying to figure out why you're complying with this when you so obviously don't like me or the situation. Is he forcing you, or are you just that desperate? She walks toward me, past me, over to the window, where snow has begun to fall. My mother killed herself because of him, she murmurs as she lays a hand on the glass. It was soon after your father's death. I will never know what he said or did to drive her over the edge. But I know that she gave him 20 years of loyalty, and he repaid her with pain. He has no sons, so he uses me to trap you and secure his legacy. She folds her arms, her back to me, poised like a statue. You didn't answer my question. But I now know more about her than before, and what I am learning sends a chill of horror up my spine. I ask again, is he forcing you to marry me, or are you going along with this to get away from him? Her smile is her usual flat, polite curve of the lips, but her eyes are full of despair. Both. I am beginning to glimpse that cold light of truth. I press on. Have you ever thought of just leaving? I would be perfectly willing to help you. She surprises me again with a laugh, this one loud and sharp and almost mocking. She turns around, smirking emptily, the despair never leaving her expression. Thanks for the thought. But there's a reason my mother killed herself instead of just leaving him. He controls all the money in this household. I don't have any money to help me get away. And it gets worse, she voluntarily continues. My father gets rid of people who aren't convenient to him. Or he gets rid of their loved ones. I have difficulty believing her. I always knew Hiltman was a predatory jerk, but I never figured him to be a monster. It takes a while, but I speak again. I'm sorry. I've misjudged you. He's threatened to kill you if you don't comply. Tears pool in her eyes, the ice princess melting. Not me, she corrects almost gently. My girlfriend. Oh. Shoot. No wonder you never wanted to touch me. I thought you didn't like me personally. No, you're fine, except you're not her and he's forcing you on me. She dabs at her eyes with a silver lace hanky. She's the only one I want touching me. It's nothing personal. Yeah. I get that. I feel completely at a loss. I've been a jerk. I'm sorry. Now I have two desperate women to worry about, with Hiltman menacing all of us. My father thinks you're going to try and get out of the marriage. He will distribute the video footage if you do so, and I'll be in trouble. So she did know about the blackmail. It all falls into place. She's keeping a chokehold on me because her father's yanking her chain mercilessly. Your dad can't get away with everything he's been doing, I mutter. Not forever. Again, that despairing smile. He can't be stopped, and so I must obey him, she says in a tiny, wintry voice. But I'm happy you care enough to try. There's no point encouraging her to rebel. I don't know who exactly he has killed, how, or even why. But my suspicions sicken me. I know now why she's terrified of him. So, what do we do now? What do you want to do now? She asks, probing. I guess you should reassure your father that the wedding's still on, I say quietly. It's clear the extremes to which Hiltman will go to get his way. But instead of scaring me, it gives me hope and renewed determination. Hiltman has murdered someone. Maybe several someone. That's 10 times than what he's got on me. If I uncover the details, he's mine. And I'm free to marry who I want. I think I know who knows. Abrams has helped me before. Will he again? The Christmas invitation. Maybe that will be enough. Tell him I have a prior commitment for Christmas. She blinks. He won't like that very much. Then don't tell him. Pretend you don't know. Blame me. Don't let him blame you. I try to smile at her reassuringly, but she looks away, expression troubled and arms still folded tightly across her chest. 2 minutes after Crystal leaves, I'm pacing in my entryway with a headache deepening in my temples. Cheyenne won't answer her phone. My call goes to voicemail 3 times. Maybe she's taking a nap. She's had a terrible day. Or perhaps she just needs some space. But I have news and worries, and 10,000 tons of guilt for sending her away. I have to talk to her. 10 minutes later, I'm driving to her house.
Chapter 13. Cheyenne.
I haven't talked to my mother in the 10 years since her custodial rights were revoked. She tried to shoehorn her way back into my life 3 years ago, sending me message after disjointed message after finding my college email address. She lost track of me once I graduated, but I have her current phone number. I sit here in my nightie, bundled in bed with tears on my cheeks, and stare down at her number in the old message saved on my phone. I don't know why I saved her emails. I don't even know why I'm thinking of calling her. What the heck am I going to say to her anyway? I mutter, drawing my hand back from the phone as if it were a mousetrap about to snap off my fingers. Hi Mom, long time no talk. Are you sober enough to remember this for once? I laugh hysterically for a moment. Just wanted to let you know, you're going to be a grandma. Kid's going to be fatherless, just like me. I don't let myself think about her most of the time. I'd never had even one conversation with her when she wasn't drunk. So why then do I feel the need to talk with her now? Am I really this desperate? I should be used to being lonely by now. I scoff sadly and close my eyes. A part of me remembers that this is just one disappointment. I don't know if it means that Darren's going to abandon me. Another part of me remembers that I'm tired, sick, in pain, and hormonal. I could be blowing this way, out of proportion. But it sure feels like a disaster to me. Thinking back to my teenage years, I remember learning why my mother was so drunk and broken. The coward who knocked her up and left her, the father I will never know, disappeared at the first whiff of fatherhood, ruining her chances at a good education and a better job. I swore growing up, I would never get myself into the same situation. I wouldn't let a man plant his seed and leave us. I wouldn't raise his baby alone with my life ruined, and all my prospects with it. Now look at me. Despite my best intentions, it seems that that's exactly what I did. I'm pulled in multiple directions. It would be easy to tell my doctor, I don't want the pregnancy. It would be easy to self-indulgently fall apart, turn off my phone, and sleep through the rest of the week. Instead, I take some deep breaths, trying to clear my head enough so I can at least get some rest. This was just bad luck. I wasn't irresponsible. Darren wasn't either. It hurts. What does Hiltman have hanging over him to turn him such a coward? I breathe deeply. Maybe I am looking at this wrong. I go to the window and gaze absently at the falling snow. Darren's being here made the cramped old place feel warm, like a home, for the first time since I moved in, instead of only a place where I stash myself until my debts are paid off. Boston winters are brutal. I've always spent them alone, depressed. Darren keeps promising me I won't have to spend this one alone, but he let that ice princess drag him away just as he learned we're expecting a child together. I could just quit, I say aloud to the empty room. Quit this half-relationship with Darren, quit my job, and quit Boston. Go someplace warmer and kinder, give my love to a man who doesn't talk a big game, and then disappoint me the moment things get difficult. But the idea of that sends a stab of pain through me so intense that I put my hand over my heart. It's not just the intimate moments. Our honeymoon period lasted all of 3 days before reality set in, so it's not just infatuation. I said that I loved him. I meant it. He said he loved me. I know he meant it too. Is love enough? Especially when the Hiltmans have him trapped? I wipe my eyes and go put on tea, hoping the peppermint will calm my tummy. Then something unexpected happens. Standing there, my mind running back through the wonderful, maddening last several weeks, asking myself, can I really walk away from this? And quietly crying, suddenly my tears dry up. My cheeks are hot. My heart is pounding. I'm shaking. I drop the tea ball into the steaming water and feel my nails bite into my palm. With some detachment, I look curiously at my hand and realize I'm clenching my fist. This feeling is so unfamiliar. I'm furious. No. I am not running away, I am not falling apart, and I am not backing down. The Hiltmans have my man trapped, and I'm going to fight for him. I have Abram's phone number. I'm not supposed to use it, but all our attempts to set up a meeting aren't working. I dial it with trembling fingers, my jaws clenched. This is James Abrams, comes his familiar voice. I don't recognize this number. Dr. Abrams, this is Cheyenne Bell, Dr. Darren Grace's assistant. Please don't hang up. There's something hard and strident in my voice. I don't tone it down. Miss Bell, what's this about? He sounds startled but not unkind, and he hasn't hung up. I know you've probably got some really good reason why you haven't answered our emails. Ordinarily, I would respect your privacy and leave it alone. But right now, I'm out of options. I'm afraid I don't follow, he says carefully. I'll cut to the point then. Right now, Dr. Brian Hiltman is blackmailing Darren to marry his daughter. If he succeeds, he will very likely ruin not only Darren's life but also mine, and our babies. The long silence that follows has me tapping my feet uncontrollably. That's actually quite horrifying. I wouldn't put it past the man. I hear him open a bottle and take a swallow from it. And I'm sure you're being honest, as I'm sure you would not purposely embarrass someone you're crazy about. Sorry, say what? The way you look at him when you think he's not looking. I noticed. He did too. There's almost a gently teasing note in his voice. But I'm not sure why you're telling me this. Because I need your help. We do. Well, I know you know something about Hiltman. Don't you? Something that could hurt him? Something he wouldn't want getting out? I sound like I'm begging. I can't help it. Another agonizingly long pause. I might, he says. He sounds wary. So you're looking for some way to counter Hiltman's blackmail? I close my eyes. Please don't let me make a terrible mistake in trusting him. Yes. I may have something that can help you. I don't want to get your hopes too high yet. But I may very well have a lovely Christmas present for the both of you. There's something strangely hard in his voice and cold beneath the kindness. I'm left wondering about it as he hangs up, and I put my phone back in my pocket. I'm just sitting down at my tiny kitchen table with my mug, when the intercom crackles. Darren's voice pushes through the static. He sounds worried. Apologetic. For a moment I do nothing, my heart in my throat but my back straight. I take a swallow of tea. Darren's at my door 30 seconds later. I didn't know he could run that fast. I open it to find him out of breath, snowflakes in his hair. I worried you wouldn't let me in, he admits in a raw voice, his powerful body filling the doorway, but his eyes vulnerable. I take a deep breath, stepping back to let him in. I thought about it. You'd have deserved it too, after sending me off like that. I turn my back to him, sit down, and wrap my hands tightly around my mug. Not gonna offer me a cup? He asks, looking hurt. Tea water's hot. You know where the mugs are. He nods and brews himself up a cup without complaint, stirring in some sugar. You know I didn't have a choice, he says. I scoff audibly. Of course you did. You could be honest and confront what he has on you. You just found out that I'm pregnant with your child. That's more important than covering your butt. He comes around in front of me. Wow. Okay. How are you expecting me to handle this then? I take a scalding swallow of my tea to keep myself from snapping at him further, wipe the water from my eyes, and steel myself for what I feel has to happen. I want to know exactly what Hiltman has on you, and why you let him control you this much. His chest hitches. No. Why? My voice cracks. Do you think I won't leave you over all this crap just to protect myself? He struggles to control himself for a moment, and then says in a slow, measured voice, if you knew, you probably wouldn't want me anyway. My heart sinks, but I lift my chin. Darren, if you don't take that chance and tell me, I guarantee you I will want you out of my life. He huffs slightly, his eyes avoiding mine. That's blackmail. No, that's reality. I'm pregnant. This changes everything, and you know that. The least you can do is tell me why I have to go through all this crap. The tea tastes good. The nip of pain in my tongue takes my mind off the nausea. I take another sip and wait. Finally, he sighed and nodded his head, took his mug and settled into the seat across from mine. Fine.
Chapter 14. Cheyenne.
I'm the one who found my father's body, is how he begins, and immediately my gut clenches. I force myself to encourage him to continue. We never really were all that close when I was young, not until I was old enough to join the family business. Then things got a lot better. He always wanted me to take over for him, and even if I wasn't much of a son to him, I was his heir. He coughs and then swallows his tea. Nobody was expecting any trouble. I mean, of course, my father had enemies. Hiltman started going after my family business way before Dad died. He tried to bribe his way onto the board twice. He even tried a hostile takeover. I lick my lips. Was he the only one? I don't think so. Dad was pretty private about the business, but he warned me about 5 or 6 men, not just Hiltman. He scoffed. Including 2 guys on the board. Oh. Great. That's a lot of powerful people to watch out for. So what happened? That was before you and I met. I had already received my doctorate and was working at the company full-time. He sets his mug down and stares down into it. My father and I were spending more time together outside work. That night, he asked me to come by late for cigars and drinks. He said he had something to talk to me about. He kept his gaze on the table. I let myself in. He didn't greet me at the door. That was new. A little alarming. Each little sentence sounded like it was being yanked out of his chest by force. I closed my eyes, leaning back in my chair. I didn't expect him to start with this. But maybe I should have. This is the source of whatever craziness he got caught up in afterward. I don't remember finding him. That's the weird thing. You'd figure I would. I even gave a statement to the police, and it was accurate, but I have no idea what it says. I want to reach out to him, but I know that even if he isn't deflecting, he's telling me all of this because he wants to justify or excuse whatever happened next. What's the next thing you do remember? He smirks self-deprecatingly. I was drunk. It was my father's wake. Abrams was there in shock. Hiltman showed up. I remember the 2 of them got into an argument in one of the side rooms, but I never knew what it was about. I just know that Abrams left town the next day, like he was afraid of Hiltman. Maybe he was, I muse. Mysteries aren't my strong suit, he admits. Not outside of a biochem lab. But did you ever suspect that Abrams knew something before now? It's strange looking at Darren this way, seeing him confused and vulnerable. It doesn't make me think any less of him. If he was being an emotionally closed jerk, like a lot of guys in his tax bracket, that would bother me. I wasn't thinking straight about it for a long time, and then I was trying not to think about it at all. But anyway, there I was at the wake when my father's partners started arriving. They knew that the company was now in my hands, and though the legal papers had yet to be signed, they wanted to make it clear that I had their loyalty. It was pretty touching. I found it curious that they also brought along their families, including 4 daughters around my age. My eyebrows start to climb. These are the same guys currently sitting on the board? He winces. Yeah. Okay, so how stupid did he get? Under the circumstances, but now I'm really getting worried.
Go on.
Well, I was really down. The girls were all friends, and they noticed. I don't know how many drinks it took or how long or how much coaxing was involved, but next thing I knew, we were making plans to meet afterward. I ventured slowly. You and all 4 girls? Yeah. He gets up suddenly, downing his tea in a desperate bid to make this all disappear, setting the mug aside and going to the window. After a moment, I follow him. I just wanted the pain and outrage go away. The police knew my father was poisoned, but they called it a suicide. The bitterness on his face alarms me. Do you think someone paid them off? Absolutely. So do my father's friends. Problem is, there's no proof, His shoulders were so tense. Okay, no wonder you were off the rails at the wake. Still, I don't like it. He looks back at me anxiously. So you forgive me for it then? My eyebrow goes back up. Go back to the part where you slept with 4 of your board members' daughters in a hotel room the night of your father's funeral. He cringes. All right. I'm not gonna say we didn't have a good time. But there was a lot of alcohol and illicit substances involved and other things. So I didn't notice when one of them started recording us. I nearly spewed out my tea. What? He winces again, but this time I can see the tips of his ears turn red. Yeah, well, like I said. Not my finest hour. You idiot. Glad to hear it. So what happened? Besides the lots of times being intimate? The joke's so weak his smile wavers. I roll my eyes. Right. The intimate tape. I look him right in the eyes. Did you get her to erase it? No. His eyes avoid mine. Oh, for pity's sake, Darren. What happened to it? 6 months later, one of the girls contacts me to say that her phone was stolen with a copy of the video in it. Clearly a contract job paid for by Hiltman. He goes back to looking out the window, focusing on things far away. That's a monumental indiscretion, I comment. He grunts. I know I'm twisting the knife, but a tape? Really? So either you marry his ice princess daughter, or he sends the board a video of you boinking and doing illicit substances with 4 of their daughters. I still haven't touched him. I'm not sure if I want to comfort him or smack him. There's more to it than that. He holds his breath and turns tentatively back to me. He seems relieved that I haven't laughed at him or thrown him out on his ear. But then he truly shocks me. Either Crystal marries me or she faces even worse. He's threatened her girlfriend. Found out today. My jaw drops. There's a gun to her head? No wonder she's so angry at you. He smiles sadly. Yeah. That's what I said. So now I have you, our baby Crystal, and her girlfriend to consider, not to mention my own reputation. Oh. I look down, dreading what I know I am about to say to him. You know, I know today has been a lot, but this is important too. I don't think I can do much more of this sneaking around. Today hurt, Darren. You mean my sending you home to talk to Crystal right after we found out that you're pregnant? Yeah. I put my hand on the glass, feeling the cold radiating through it. I'm suddenly quite tired of this place. I want to go back to the lodge, I say quietly. Things were simple up there. Me too, he murmurs, and very gently, hesitantly, Darren lays his hand on my back. Once I find a way to fix this, we can spend as much time up there as you want. But can you fix it? I don't tell him about the call with Abrams yet. He told me not to get my hopes up, so I don't want to do that to Darren either. I can and I will. I've let Hiltman drag me around for too long, and now it's hurt you. So I must. I turn and face him, standing close, looking deeply into his eyes. I can't wait on this much longer, Darren. And you know that if you let Hiltman drag you into this marriage, he will have everything you have. He closes his eyes, tired, and nods. I know. In anger and love, I start crying again, just tears rolling down my face, which stays stony with determination. When, Darren? Christmas, he determines. I'll have us both free of this mess by Christmas. A few moments later, I pull myself together enough to speak. Okay, I murmur finally. I'll hold you to that.
Chapter 15. Darren.
Merry Christmas. I'm feeling it for the first time since the holiday season started. Christmas gifts have been sent out, including a large box to Crystal and an envelope to her father. I fill the trunk and back seat of my SUV with packages and treats for Cheyenne and my friends who will be joining us at the lodge. It's all decked out and ready to go. My staff spent the morning cooking, cleaning, trimming the tree, and making it as much like the Christmases of my youth as they could. I'm psyched. This is going to be awesome. It'll be a steady 40 degrees all day according to the weather reports. The roasts have come out perfectly, the tree is trimmed, and all my trail cameras are in place, the footage ready to share. And best of all, in spite of everything, Cheyenne is beside me. How are you doing? I ask her softly as we wind our way up the mountain. She's looking queasy again. Morning sickness is kicking her butt, though she rarely complains. I'm okay. You sure? I could slow down. I ease off the gas. She lets out a sigh of relief. Thank you, she murmurs, pink-cheeked. I was getting dizzy. I've got a little box burning a hole in my front trouser pocket, making me wish the party was already over so I can corner her alone. I promised her I would resolve this all by Christmas, and though it might cost me my business, I'm going ahead with it. I'm keeping my promise. I'm calling Hiltman's bluff, and I've made sure he can't hurt his daughter either. He'll rage at his Christmas party today, alone. And even if he releases that tape, I'll find a way to bounce back. Better to take that hit than to lose Cheyenne. I had to be very clever in taking care of business in these weeks leading up to my party. I made sure to arrange things so that if anyone gets hurt, I'll be the only one. It will be hard to celebrate, and even harder to propose, with the board members' reaction to the tape looming over me. I'm hyper-aware of Crystal's warning about her father, and how Hiltman scares Abrams so much he hides on a mountainside under radio silence. I'll absorb the danger too. You've been quiet for a while. What are you thinking about? About the surprise I have for you, I tease her. She is my reason for everything I'm doing. What kind of surprise? You'll see, I say with a hint of glee. And the surprise and curiosity on her face is like a flash of sun through dark clouds. It took weeks to clean up from the Thanksgiving snowstorm. Between plowing off the snow, clearing debris, fixing power lines, and everything else broken. The very landscape was changed. The broken-off trunks of trees jut from the earth all over the mountainside, showing golden flashes of fresh wood at their tops. It's foreboding, yet it reminds me of those wild 3 days as well. Wow. I didn't realize the storm did this much damage, she observes. How in the world did I not hear half a mountain's worth of trees coming down in pieces all around us? I grin widely. We were busy. She blushes and looks down, lips quirking in a smile. Oh. Right. She has no idea what's coming. She's simply decided to trust me, which is wonderful, because she knows that I'm risking everything for her. Today's going to be full of surprises. So, how many people are we expecting? 4 besides us. I sent Abrams an invitation, but who knows with him? She smiles vaguely. He might show up with a nice Christmas present for us. Hope so. I'm baffled by his radio silence. Maybe he really thinks Hiltman and I are in cahoots, or that Hiltman simply blackmails me into working for him. It's all speculation at this point. My father's old partner remains a mystery to me. Maybe one day I'll know his story if the cancer doesn't take him away too soon. We're the first ones to arrive. The lodge is lit up with Christmas lights, and I see the tree twinkling behind the large front window. Fresh tracks from Jacob's car show that he and the rest of the staff probably left just minutes before. Looks like everything's ready to go. Want some eggnog? Little rich for me right now. Maybe some sparkling cider. She takes my hand as I help her out of the car. I guess I'm off booze for now too. I glance away with an awkward little smile as I lock up the SUV. Oh right. The nog comes in leaded and unleaded, but rich food and drink are increasingly off my dear Cheyenne's menu. Just in time for the holidays, poor thing. The Christmas party's an early afternoon affair, as everyone's off for the weekend, and it becomes deathly cold up here at night. I wanted to ascertain that I was conveniently out of town when the Hiltmans held their own party. Nobody, neither staff nor friends, questioned why I wanted the party up here in the lodge. I guess they all heard me talk about my Christmases in these mountains often enough that it came as no surprise. As for my staff, I sent them home for the weekend with vacation pay after they finished preparations to make up for the extra trip out of town. They went home with gifts and bonuses, Only a skeleton security crew is on duty until after New Year's. And if we do go home between then and now, Cheyenne and I will make the most of that extra privacy. If things go as I plan. You think you'll be able to eat? There's turkey. And goose and roast beef. I tend to go overboard on my holiday spreads. Yeah, I'll be fine. I pretty much know what makes me sick now. To me, it seems certain foods get to her more than others, mostly before mid-afternoon, so I'm not sure how she keeps track of it all. I unlock the door and lead her inside. The house is aglow from candlelight and colored Christmas lights. So strange to be back here, she comments as she looks around. The place looks almost otherworldly, and so does she. I watch the gleams from the Christmas lights bounce down her braid as she takes off her coat. Is it? I hang both our coats up in the closet. Well, more like, strange to be back here knowing a bunch of other people are coming. I kinda see this as our place. Somewhere, I don't feel like sharing. Her eyes search my face as I return to her side. I kiss her. Being outside has chilled her skin, but her lips are warm. Well, just remember, they're going home in a few hours. We don't have to. She slides her hands up my chest and tucks her head under my chin. Are you sure that Hiltman won't give you trouble for missing his dinner? Luncheon. I've already missed it. If he wants to give me trouble, he can do so. No more jumping on his say-so, especially since I'm the one paying for it most. I look her in the eyes, hands on her shoulders. I blocked his number. Her eyes widen as this sinks in. He'll get back at you for that. Yeah, I know. He'll also get back at me for telling him I'm not marrying his daughter. I'm certain of it. I may even lose my business. My smile goes grim as I slide my hands down her arms to take hers. But she looks stunned, somewhere between impressed and horrified. But Darren, you know what he'll do. Cheyenne. I look intensely into her eyes. It was never really about the board finding out. The hardest part was telling you. It had been. I knew then that there was a gun to my head. Whatever Hiltman planned for me was nothing compared to losing not only the woman I love, but also our child. But that didn't make confessing about just how dumb I had been, how impulsive, how I'd been all over 4 other women, and on film any easier. I don't understand. What could I do that was worse than losing your business and your reputation in the field? She gazes at me in bewilderment. It never occurred to her that I would simply face the music if I couldn't resolve the situation. Cheyenne, losing my business still leaves me a billionaire. My dad's no longer around to disappoint. And not having the business will free me up to be with you and our kid. I stroke the back of my hand down her cheek. If the alternative is losing you, I'll take that hit. She seems utterly surprised, poor thing. I feather a kiss onto her nose. Then she lets out a squeal and hugs me tight. That's better. I pull her close to me. She's quiet, her shoulders shaking with emotion. Her tears soak through my shirt. But I know that at least one of them is from relief.
Chapter 16. Cheyenne.
Anyway, so Darren's like halfway down the slope by the time I untangle myself from the drunken girl, and he's laughing his butt off the whole way. He was still giggling when I met up with him at the bottom of the slope. The big red-haired man with the lumberjack's beard, Mike if I remember right, laughs to himself and takes a swallow of his heavily spiked nog. I was not giggling, Darren says as he fights down a case of the giggles. I hide my smile in a swallow of cider. It's been a pretty good party so far. Aside from the one the office holds every year, I've never actually been to a Christmas party before, and I worried that I would be awkward or worse, sick. But I managed to clear a plate of turkey and trimmings, though I declined any gravy or butter. Darren introduced me to his friends as his girlfriend. I introduced him to Gail and Andrea as my boyfriend. I'm still happy about that halfway through the meal. He told me that he was willing to take Hiltman's bullet to his reputation for me if necessary, and now he's proving it. I'm the luckiest girl in the world, even if I'm queasy, tired, and worried about my boyfriend's future. Who did the drunk turn out to be anyway? Morris is a slim, almost delicate-looking black man with gold-rimmed glasses and a meticulous manner. He's a neurosurgeon who went to college with Darren. I don't know, some girl from Jersey whose boyfriend had ditched her at the lodge. She thought that I was him in disguise or something. Mike shrugs and reaches for the gravy boat. Well, at least she didn't follow you down the slope. That was awkward. Darren is stirring eggnog into his coffee, while Morris watches in mild horror. Gail laughs, tossing her black curls off her shoulder. Hope she found him. She and the small, green-eyed Andrea snicker a bit together. Though he probably regretted it if she did. Yeah, I have no idea how someone that tiny could be that fierce. It was like being attacked by an angry drunk koala. Mike and the others share a laugh as I smile and glance out the window at the road. No sign of Abrams. I'm so disappointed that I can't laugh along. I was so hoping we would find something to keep Hiltman from bringing the hammer down on Darren. Darren was a big dope once while he was at his weakest and most broken. He shouldn't have to pay for it by being ousted from his own company. But it sure did seem like there's no way around that now. Hiltman is a vengeful man. Everybody knows it. But here Darren is, laughing and talking beside me as if none of that mattered. I don't know if he's fearless or simply that committed. To me. Which is amazing. But I still feel terrible about this. I don't know how this is going to end. I even worry about the Ice Princess crystal, which is a big change for me. Darren has promised me that he's taking care of everything, but I'm still not quite sure how. Have you ever been skiing, Cheyenne? Mike asked me and I smiled and shook my head. Not since I was a kid. I used to go, I start to explain when we all hear tires screech outside, and someone turns at high speed onto the lodge driveway. Darren is between me and the door at once, and strides toward it with his back straight even as we hear a car door slam, and a rapid heavy tread crunch across the thin snow. A few moments later, someone pounds on the door forcefully. Darren pulls it open. Standing there, red-faced from rage and too much alcohol, is Hiltman. I am more afraid now than I thought possible. You little bastard, he snarls, shoving a finger into Darren's face. Darren doesn't flinch. For just a moment, Hiltman's aggression wilts slightly, uncertainty flicking across his face. His face darkens again. Darren backs up to let him in, as everyone stands from the table. He lurches forward, still aiming his thick finger at Darren like a gun. You didn't show up, my daughter is missing, and I read your letter. What the hell do you mean you're not going forward with the wedding? Do you know who I am? Do you know what I can do to you? Holy crap, Morris breathes. Is this the piece of work you were telling us about? Thought he never left the big city. Another car pulls into the driveway, this one neatly and quietly, only the crunch of slush and the purr of its motor audible. It comes so soon behind the other that I wonder if Hiltman was followed. I wonder what further complications are about to walk through our door. I thought so too, Darren sighs as Hiltman blinks his small eyes at him. You told these people our private business? He demands with all the anger of an abusive mother once the police are at the door. How much did you tell them?
Everything.
Darren folds his arms as the older man looks around at us nervously. The video, the blackmail, even how you forced your own daughter into this sham of an engagement by threatening her romantic partner. Hiltman steps closer, his face turning purple. Where is my daughter? Darren stares back at him coolly. Out of your reach for good, that's for sure, along with her sweetheart. A car door slams outside. Footsteps. But they don't approach the door right away. They walk away first and then stop. I hear a creak and a metallic rattle. Hiltman starts to shake, his hands balling into fists. How dare you? I'll ruin you. I'll have that video sent to your board as soon as I get home. Go right ahead, Darren says quietly. A what? Hiltman's voice screeches with outrage and disbelief. You can't possibly tell me that. That I don't care? Darren chuckles mirthlessly. Do it, you bastard. Go right ahead and do your best to ruin my life. I'll bounce back. Not if you're dead. Hiltman roars. There's a collective gasp. Hiltman looks up and then around at everyone, a look of panic on his face. You know, if I should die unexpectedly, this room full of witnesses will have something to say about the threat you just made. The corner of Darren's mouth curves up. Hiltman goes pale, and his lips flap as he scrabbles for a comeback. Someone knocks politely on the front door, 3 taps. Everyone turns to see who it is. Darren reaches past Hiltman like he's a problem child to open the door. Oh, hello. Abrams greets the party members from behind a small pile of silver-wrapped presents. Am I too late for the party? His smile is mild and calm, as if the man he's nearly killed himself to avoid isn't there at all. No, of course not. Thank you for coming, Darren starts a moment before Hiltman explodes. You should be hiding up on the mountainside somewhere. You've got a lot of guts facing me now, you coward. I'm lost, Andrea groans as Darren steps back to let the two square off. Dr. Abrams, Darren's dad's old partner. Apparently, yet another person that Hiltman's pissed off, I point out in a purposefully dry tone, and she nods as Darren comes to slip an arm into mine. I'm terminally ill, you fat old bully, Abrams grumbles as he walks in, pushing past his aggressor. He's in flannels and jeans, the fabric hanging on him, a utility knife sheathed on his belt. What are you going to do? Kill me? Hiltman splutters. I'll have my revenge. It's too late for that, Abrams replies. Oh, you can go ahead and lash out again, get someone else killed over your wounded pride. There's no point to it now, though. I'll go to the press. No specifics. Whatever he has on the old bastard must be pretty good, because suddenly, Hiltman goes as white as a sheet. You wouldn't dare, but Abrams only laughs. Try me. Seems like you've lost control, Darren chuckles in total disdain. Perhaps you should have rethought your approach. Hiltman looks around in a panic, and then his gaze settles on me. On Darren's arm around me. I'll send the tape to her. She'll leave you, he blurts, grasping at straws. Too late, I exclaim cheerfully. I already know. He told me himself. Are you the only one here who can't handle having his secrets exposed? He starts to curse at me, but when Darren moves toward him, Hiltman backs up toward the door, vowing to get revenge on them all. Drive carefully on the way back to Boston, Abrams cheerfully advises as he steps aside. Those mountain roads are awfully darn slippery. Hiltman storms out with Abrams' laughter following him. Abrams shuts the door on the cold and the screech of tires. So, any turkey left? Darren, surprised at his own calm reaction, offers his old friend some eggnog. It's a much livelier party now that we have something to talk about, besides old stories. I'm really glad you came down, I tell Abrams, who smiles cheerfully. He's got more color in his cheeks now, and chatters animatedly with us. Maybe it's Christmas cheer, or maybe it's hope now that he's returning to Boston to get treatments. Maybe it's vindication, since he and Darren laughed Hiltman off the mountain. I don't know, and I suspect I never will. But that's all right. So what happened to Hiltman's daughter anyway? Abrams asks. I'm curious too. Put her on a plane to New Orleans with her girlfriend. I've got some property down there. It's way out of Hiltman's realm of control. We talked about her giving me some dirt on her father in return, but she's too terrified. Abrams laughs. Glad she's out of sight for a while, this may be messy. But don't worry, I know more than enough to make sure that Hiltman faces some sort of justice. It may not be in time, Darren admits, but Abrams just reaches over and pats his arm. Have a little faith. I don't think again about his reassurance until 40 minutes later, when we are interrupted by red and blue lights flashing outside. Darren and I look up in confusion as Morris quips, "Didn't think we had the music up that loud." Darren opens the door for a highway patrolman, who takes off his hat as he comes in, shaking off the cold. Just came by to inform you folks, the road down the mountain's closed going east for at least an hour. What? Why? Darren asks as Abrams cheerfully goes for another cup of eggnog. There's been an accident. Pretty bad, the guy went through the guardrail and down the mountainside. The cop looks more tired than troubled, frown half hidden behind his mustache. Accident? Darren suddenly sounds a lot more serious. Yes. One fatality, from what we can tell. Doesn't look like anyone else was in the car. He scratches his mustache, dark eyes narrowing. You hear a car speed past here about an hour ago, driving erratically? We have reports from your neighbors. We all look around at each other, while Abrams quietly sips his nog. Was it a luxury car? Darren asks quietly. Silver rolls, from what I could tell. Real shame on top of everything else. Why? Darren sighs. I might know who was in that car. A man showed up here drunk roughly an hour ago. He threatened us and then sped off before we could stop him. The cop lifts an eyebrow. Who? Dr. Brian Hiltman. I know the cop will interpret his breathlessness as a shock. But it isn't. It's the same thing I feel as I glance back at Abrams, who still serenely sips his holiday cheer. It is the dissolving of a burden that weighed us down, the same with Abrams and Crystal. And over so many others. But even after the cop goes on his way, I'm left to wonder. I work up my nerve over a dessert of pumpkin pie. Abrams is just finishing his and looking at his watch. Dr. Abrams? He looks back at me cheerfully. May I help you, Miss Bell? You didn't tell us what dirt you have on Hiltman that sent him running scared like that. The corners of his eyes crinkle pleasantly. Well, it was plenty. But I don't speak ill of the dead. It's enough that we're free of him. Darren sighs. I've got mixed feelings about that. I imagine that's quite natural. You're a decent man, after all. Far more decent than I. He goes for his coat and hat and puts them on as we stare at him. You have a Merry Christmas now. He's still wearing that serene smile as he walks out. I want to call after him, but I don't know what to say. A toast, Darren chuckles as he raises his glass. To the single weirdest guy I've ever met in my life. May he have many Christmases to come. I hope there are no taxidermies inside those gift packages. I manage to join in the laugh and the toast, but as Abrams' car pulls out of the driveway, I can't stop wondering. The feelings linger for almost an hour. Darren follows up the gift exchange with a ring box, and all other thoughts leave my head in a surge of unbridled joy.
Chapter 17. Cheyenne.
This is the first Christmas Eve morning in a long time when I haven't woken up alone. My fiancé's muscled body lies alongside mine, stretched out lazily, his breathing slow and soft. One big arm is thrown across me, his breath puffs into my tangled hair. We've had to be careful in our intimate moments because of my queasiness. But last night, I barely felt it at all. Last night was triumphant and wild. I'm a bit bruised. I can understand Darren's ferocity in bed as much as mine. Last night was the first night we were finally free to fully commit to each other. We had a lot to celebrate. And a few things to forget. Now, in the quiet morning, I start remembering all over again. After drunk, enraged Hiltman stormed out for his date with Destiny on the ice-slick roads, Abrams apologized for keeping silent for so long. He planned to return to Boston for cancer treatment, and preparing for it had taken up all his time. He explained that though he loved the mountain, he didn't feel like dying just yet, just like he didn't feel like letting Hiltman's threats keep him away from his hometown. I don't know why Hiltman threatened him. Maybe it was about those patents. We may never know. The accident that left the road back to Boston blocked off for an hour was indeed Hiltman going through the guardrail at full speed. The police gave us some answers about an hour after Abrams left, when they took our statement on Hiltman's drunken driving. There was no indication that he had ever so much as pressed the brakes in his race down the icy mountain. The car was scattered in pieces all the way down the mountainside, too mangled to check if the brakes had failed, or if the brakes were cut. Say, by an old man with a knife on his belt and nothing left to lose? I slip out of the warm cave of bedclothes, shuddering. We'll never actually know what happened. It still chills to think that someone's death could improve a lot of people's lives so much. But that's the fact here. Crystal phoned soon after her father's death. She and her girlfriend were already on Darren's private plane, but they were returning home as all danger to them had passed. So too, had any risk of her father destroying Darren's reputation or his relationship with his board. All the danger, all the shackles, had disintegrated when Hiltman had taken a drunken header off the mountain. My mind goes back to Abrams. 5 years in self-imposed exile, hiding from Hiltman, and then unexpectedly he decides on treatment back in Boston. It is as if he knew Hiltman was going to die. Perhaps my theory is closer to the mark than I'd like to think. Still, it's over, and that's the important part. Good riddance. Darren and I have both faced enormous injustices. Mine came from my mother, from other boyfriends, and from the world. Darren's from Hiltman and from his father's murderer, if they're not one and the same. Left alone without loved ones, we found each other. Darren was willing to sacrifice everything to make me his. And now I will be, gladly and without doubts, because I know what I'm worth to him. Just as he's worth the world to me. I pull on my coziest flannel shirt and leggings, and pad out into the great room to see what's happening. I'm flabbergasted. Jacob was supposed to come by this morning to help clean up after the party. But aside from all the leftovers we put away, everything's still decorated, and the trash bin full of torn packaging still sits by the door. Nobody's been here. I check the time. It's almost noon. Where are they? The light coming in from outside is strangely dim. I notice that there's an awful lot of snow sticking to the main window. In fact, the lower 2/3 is completely blocked. Wait. Darren? He's out of bed so fast he doesn't bother with clothes, distracting me thoroughly for a few seconds. What is it? Oh. He blinks slowly at the wall of snow outside as he comes to a stop. Crap. Yeah, about that. I look at my nude fiancé and decide against yanking open the door to check if we're snowed in completely. I think we're 2 for 2 on being stranded up here. Yeah, looks like. He grabs his phone off the counter. 4 feet in 8 hours, and it looks like half of it slid down the mountain at us. At least the power isn't out. I'm not even scared this time. I'm just amused. Well, at least we have a lot of leftovers. I venture, biting my lip as I look up at him. He chuckles, looking down, his chest heaving. Guess so. And then he looks up at me with a twinkle in his eye. I did say I wanted to spend Christmas here with you. I lift an eyebrow slightly and then move toward him, letting him gather me against his naked chest.
You did, didn't you?
Yeah. He kisses the top of my head. Just as long as they dig us out by New Year's. I giggle as he leads me back to bed.
The end. Book 2. Thanksgiving Thief. Chapter 1. Karin.
Happy Thanksgiving. Hope you're having a great day. Please excuse me while I wash down some painkillers with my wine. I'm so exhausted from cooking. I made a turkey with trimmings, green bean and mushroom casserole, salad, pumpkin pie and apple pizza, my creations and at my expense. I cooked and cleaned the entire day and cooked some more, all in the kitchen of my tiny apartment. The trash is out, my studio is spotless. 5 guests pack my second-hand dining table, as I finally settle down to eat as well. Thank God it's done, I reflect with a sigh, my feet aching as much as my head after all the effort. I smile at my companions. This is the last dish, my friends. Thanks for waiting. At least I have a sense of accomplishment to ease my exhaustion and frustration. My place looks great. Mostly because I spent time scrubbing it and picking up empty beer cans and dirty plates. With its impressionist prints and soft lavender walls, it looks good enough for entertaining, even if petite. I'm determined to enjoy it as much as I can, but that might be difficult. My boyfriend Terry is drunk at the dinner table, for the 5th holiday in a row. He's been here all day, taking up my couch and making more clutter for me to clean up. His only contribution to Thanksgiving dinner has been 3 6-packs of watery lager, 2 of which he's already sucked down by himself. His only interaction with me today longer than "get me a sandwich," was his complaint when I was too busy to have a quickie before the guests arrive. His floppy, unkempt, reddish curls hide his sullen little black eyes as he hunches over his plate. He's been quiet and resentful since I pointed out that taking some of the workloads would give me time to help, as he calls it, before the guests showed up. "You gonna help or what?" That's the mating call of Terry Branham. The logic escaped him, or he was too lazy. Apparently, even intimacy isn't worth stuffing a turkey or washing dishes to old Terry. No wonder he still lives with his mother. As I watch him shoveling food into his mouth while occasionally giving me a morose glance, I feel myself quietly, finally, reach the end of my patience. I'm not even sad about it. It's more a sense of resignation, even relief. You know what? It's been 18 months of negotiating, reasoning, warning, imposing consequences, and getting nowhere with this immature, jobless, whiny drunk. I'm not a martyr. I'm done. Tonight after the guests go home, I'll tell him. It's better to spend Christmas alone than let him mess up another holiday. I will probably spend it alone, or nearly. Most of the guests are his family members since I'm not in contact with mine, except for my sister who sits next to me insistently loading my plate. She barely came into town, or I would have had my backup for cooking earlier. Samantha is everything I've never managed to be. She's a successful painter with her own gallery in San Francisco. She has a family waiting back there for her, and she's confident and beautiful. Elegant, stylish and tall, she looks like a model in her dark trim suit, her blonde hair straightened and dyed platinum to bring out our family's blue-green eyes. Meanwhile, here I am, barely managing to tame my tawny curls into a messy updo, dressed in second-hand green velvet that I altered myself. "Great spread, sis," Samantha says with a rakish smile. "Now get some food in your stomach. You must be wiped after working all day with no help." "I agree, this is quite delicious," another voice comments from the other end of the table. "It's smooth and cultured, with just that touch of the Carolinas to always make my toes curl." The same goes for the man speaking them. "My compliments," continues Terry's cousin with a slow smile, his chocolate-colored eyes twinkling. And suddenly, half of my exhaustion is forgotten. Time stops for a moment, and I catch my breath as his warm, gentle gaze holds mine hypnotically. His name is James Beaumont, and he's such an amazing dish. I can't believe he shares any genes with Terry. And I've never wanted to be with anyone more. I met him last Thanksgiving at Terry's mother's ramshackle bungalow, while we were choking down dry turkey and some mess of orange goop and marshmallows she called sweet potatoes. She spent the whole meal whining about how tough it was to achieve by herself, with her son and husband sourly devouring the results. Already somewhat nauseated by the bad food and sympathetic to anyone who dealt with two Terrys, I offered to cook next year. After supper, the incredibly attractive guy with razor-cut auburn hair and amazing eyes slipped up to me, not one drop of gravy on his bespoke charcoal suit. He stood out among his relatives like a gold watch gleaming in a weedy yard. One look in his eyes, and I forgot Terry was 4 feet away. He introduced himself as James, Terry's cousin, and quietly thanked me for taking the duty next year. I invited him along with the others, of course, and was happier than I should have been when he agreed. I spent half the night talking to him, and had sizzling dreams about him every night for over a week afterward. "Thanks," I say shyly, and his lips quirked. "Yeah, thanks for making good on your promise. It's not like I can get that from either of these two." Terry's mother, Caroline, is heavy-set and tiredly pretty, with the same russet curls as her son. His father is an older version of him, aside from his hair being straight, thin and gray-blonde. The son glares, the father just keeps shoving food into his mouth as if he's at a 4-star buffet. I'm not sure if he's hard of hearing or just doesn't care. Maybe he's just this desperate for real food. "Don't you be a coward too, Mom?" "I'm already getting that from my so-called girlfriend," Terry growls angrily, glaring daggers at me. "Oh man. Now what? Is he drunk enough to bring up our relationship in front of his mother? If he does, I'm not showing him any mercy." "What did she do? Ask you to wash a dish?" Then, his mother and Terry are off bickering at each other while I try to focus on eating. Samantha scoffs. Why I married a chick in a nutshell, she mutters in my ear. I give her a tight, rueful smile. Samantha is bi, and doesn't seem to fully grasp sometimes what it's like to only want men. She also likes to forget that women can be awful too, since she married a good one. Yeah, I sigh back a moment before draining my wine glasses. I reach for the bottle to get a refill, as Terry's mom rips into him about his hygiene. I'm done. She looks relieved. Good. And just like that, she's on to something more pleasant, trying to distract me. So, how's the latest decorating project? I stop at half a glass and set the bottle down. I made rent and bills with it. Barely. How I wish that I was rich. That makes me glance over at James again, sitting there exuding class and money, like he doesn't belong with the rest of his kin. He's calmly trying to diffuse the argument, though he comes down solidly on Mom's side. Thanks, James. At least someone in that family prefers reason to arguing. I wonder how awkward these gatherings are for him, having to deal with people acting so beneath him. He always seems so calm and poised, like nothing rattles him. I wish I knew his secret. Small potatoes again, huh? What was it this time? Another baby room? Samantha shakes her head and lays a hand on my shoulder. A preschool. She just didn't have much money. I'm young and hungry for work, and Annabelle was a good client. You gotta stop selling yourself short, honey. You're never gonna get out of student loan debt taking small jobs. She looks over at Terry in annoyance. Hey. It's Thanksgiving. Quit whining at your poor mom. I tense up at once. One of my million problems with Terry is his temper. But then I think, what the hell does it matter? I'm breaking up with him anyway. He immediately glares at Samantha. Mind your own business. I'd love to, but you're too damn loud for anyone to avoid your business. She gives him an overly sweet grin, and he turns a few shades redder. I don't have to put up with, he starts, and his mother slaps her hand against the tabletop hard enough to shake it. Terry. You don't get to mooch your whole life and then complain when people point it out. Now shut up and let's eat. I'm glad for the backup, but it's too late. Terry has had too much beer, and the fury in him wants to make a mess of things. You started it, he snaps. And now I'm angry. Dear God, Samantha sighs. Nobody cares, Terry. Oh, shut up, you man-hating tramp. Terry splutters, and it humiliates me. So much that I go from I'm breaking up with him, all the way to what the hell did I ever see in this bozo? There are a million reasons, but what it boils down to is the same damn thing Samantha was poking at me about. I settle for too little. And I don't care enough about how it hurts me, until it affects someone close to me. But now it has, and I was pissed to begin with. You watch your damn mouth when you're talking to my sister, I hiss, and Terry freezes. I've never been anything but kind and firm with this man baby, probably kinder than I should have been. But you don't insult the one person in my family that still talks to me. Babe, what's gotten into you? He asks in a deeply worried voice as I stand up. You, I reply as everyone goes quiet. I can feel the room hold its breath. Samantha looks like she's gleefully anticipating a total bloodletting of this jerk's ego, and I know why. There are consequences once I'm past my limit. Terry just rocketed past it and kept going. You've gotten into me, Terry. I told you what would happen if you messed up another holiday with me. I stare at him coldly while all the color drains from his weak-chinned face. Wait, come on. I helped. I brought beer. He's blinking at me in blank horror as if a pod person has replaced his sweet, patient girlfriend. The sweet, patient girlfriend had already warned him that she was running out of patience with him. Let us eat our food in peace, I growl, still staring unblinkingly into his eyes as he wilts faintly. Next to me, Samantha chokes on her wine. He stares back at me nervously, then grabs his fork and stuffs a bite of food in his mouth. He's already muttering rebelliously under his breath, but that's a lot easier to ignore. For now, anyway. So, you're an interior decorator? James asks, catching my eye again. I feel warmth run through me and nod silently. I might have a job or two for you that would be higher end. I'll be happy to discuss it with you after supper. The good juicy turkey I've roasted turns to sand in my mouth. I swallow with a great effort and nod, and the corners of his eyes crinkle with amusement. Good. Don't let me forget now, he says with an almost gleeful tone. Out of the corner of my eye I can see Terry watching us. James notices it as well, and looks even more amused. I catch my breath, feeling like I'm on the brink of something. It should scare me, but instead, I find myself excited. What is this man offering me besides a job? I've never really wanted a normal life. I've always wanted to be part of something extraordinary. Some kind of adventure. Maybe even a wild affair. But instead I've ended up settling for what I can get, time and again. Low-paying jobs, guys like Terry. One look at James and I suddenly want to take crazy risks, visit exotic places, and drink wine costing my entire paycheck for a single glass. Sitting across the table, Terry stares at us with increasing intensity. He misses everything, including my growing unhappiness with him. Unexpectedly, I'm talking to another man about a totally neutral subject, and he's laser-focused on it. Another charming habit of Terry's, he does very little to keep me, yet he's still horribly jealous. It's another way he exhausts my patience and I have none left. Samantha pokes me gently in encouragement, and I finally smile. I'd love to trade up to a better man. Are you single? Paying class of clientele. His smile vaguely broadens. Lovely. Oh, for heaven's sake. Terry explodes, jumping from his seat and leaning aggressively over me. Are you gonna hit on my cousin, right in front of me? What the hell are you talking about? His mother snaps incredulously. She didn't do a thing. They were talking business. What, are you jealous of James now? Who the hell wouldn't be, the rich jerk? Bad enough you drag him around to every family gathering, like he's your son instead of your sister's. My eyes widen as I look between them. James is wincing and covering half his face. Samantha is chomping away at her food like it's a bucket of popcorn, and she's getting good seats at a midnight movie showing. Terry's dad is going for thirds. I warned you twice, Terry, I say in a low, hard voice. This is it. In my life I have never been more elated than deciding not to give boyfriends my apartment key after the first break-in. Warned me? Warned me what, tramp? You were so busy with all this stupid cooking that you wouldn't even get me off today. He's on a full-blown rant, blissfully unaware that he's sawing the floor out from under himself. I stare at him as he splutters on, agitated. You frigid tramp, you know it wouldn't have even taken you 2 minutes. Silence descends upon the table with a grave heaviness. Terry's father drops his fork onto the table with a clatter. His mother stares at her son wide-eyed, lips trembling. James has a coughing fit, his handsome face flushes, tears gathering at the corners of his eyes. Terry's mug slowly goes from purple to white as it dawns on him what he just said in front of God, his parents and the rest of us. In that same moment, as the instant regret takes over, Samantha loses it completely and nearly falls out of her chair laughing. I observe Terry, considering the way he's left his well-deserving ass wide open, and say in a cold voice, "You said it." I didn't. But after tonight, it's not my dilemma anymore. What the hell are you saying? He demands. His whiny, defensive baby needs a nap tone sets my teeth on edge. James sighs heavily. Cousin, if you want a prayer of saving your relationship or any degree of face, you should quit now. Terry's head snaps around, his dull black eyes turning to slits. For one precious moment, it seems like he's going to restrain himself. Instead, he opts to really wreck things. He grabs the edge of the table and literally tries to flip it onto me while we're all seated and in the middle of Turkey Day dinner. Screw you, he yells, inflamed as he struggles to lift one end. Hey, knock it the hell off. I yell at him. His mother swears at him, and even his father joins as his overfilled plate spills over. Terry shakes his head like a stubborn kid, his face sweaty, eyes tightly shut and teeth clenched. He tries again, letting out a feeble grunt of effort. That's when I realize that someone else is holding the table down far more firmly than Terry can lift. James, with a frigidly annoyed look on his face. "You're spilling my wine," he warns his cousin. "That's it." I stand up and walk over to Terry. "We're done. Get out of my apartment." That stops him cold. He blinks at me as if shocked his attempt to bulldoze a Thanksgiving dinner in the middle of a tantrum has consequences. "But you're so charming. You can't just throw me out." "Well, I sure as hell can," his mother growls, getting up and pulling his battered blue puffer jacket out of the closet and throwing it at him. "You're embarrassing the crap out of me. Go wait in the damn car, or you won't have a home to come back to." Terry looks around at us, drunken puzzlement on his face, wondering why we're picking on him. Then he slowly takes the coat and turns to the door. Once he slumps out, she sighs and smiles at me apologetically. "I'm sorry he's such a brat. Discipline has always been a problem for him." She cuts her gaze toward her husband, who is scooping food into his mouth once more. I take a deep breath and force a smile at her. "Let's just finish this feast," I suggest softly. "He's an adult, and accountable for his own actions. And the only damn reason I'm not calling you out for spoiling him silly, is I'm handing his ass back to you. No more free babysitting. That's punishment enough for you." At least with Terry brooding in the car like a banished kid, we can have our pie in peace. There's even some small talk, though it goes on around me. I struggle through my meal. My fatigue is tinged with sadness, not for ridding myself of Terry, but because it seems like I always have to choose between settling for guys like him or being alone. Although maybe not, I wistfully peek in James's direction. I'm surprised to see him looking at me with concern. When our eyes meet, I feel a thread of warmth and wonder for a moment if I'm the only one feeling it. After dinner, Terry's parents take half of both of the pies without asking, wish me a happy Thanksgiving, and make themselves scarce. James sticks around saying he'll take a cab, and helps Samantha and me clean up and pack the rest of the food. Okay, I have to admit, even if I didn't want to get away from everybody else over the holidays, I am definitely glad I came tonight. Samantha's normally perfect mascara is smeared at the corners from tears of laughter. "You okay after all of that?" "Yeah, I'm just really tired. And disheartened. And embarrassed. But most of all, I'm bracing myself for the breakup talk that will happen tomorrow. Terry probably won't even remember he was kicked out tonight, let alone the fact I said I'm done. I need to spell it out for him, and whether it's another damn temper tantrum, screw it. I'll do it over the phone in case he starts breaking things again. Once the table is cleared and everything is stored away, Samantha sighs and gives me a smile. "All right. Look, I've been on the road since 4 a.m. my time, and I need to get some sleep. Are we still on for movies tomorrow?" I nod at her, and we hug goodbye. 3 o'clock. "I'll pick you up at the hotel." "Good." She looks between James and me, who is putting away the last of the dry dishes. "Looks like you have someone you should be talking to, alone anyway." She winks and gives me another hug, then breezes out, leaving blushing me behind her.
Chapter 2. James.
I just watched Terry mess up what will probably be his one chance to end up with a girl who is too good for him. I have to admit, it was pretty damn funny. But it's given the lovely lady in question an obvious headache, and that's not amusing at all. Terry's been a burden on his mom for years, and he's always avoided growing up. He keeps searching for a nice girl who will take over mom's babysitting duties, so he can mooch and drink and play video games while she does all the work, and it keeps failing. Then he blames the women for having backbones, instead of him having none. It would be one thing if he was just a sad sack with no game. Unfortunately, he's also a jerk with a violent streak. And I'm wary of what he might do next. Growing up, I spent a lot of time with his family, and he's the exact same guy now that he was at 10. And that's part of the reason I'm sticking around. Because once it finally dawns on this jackass that he's been dumped again, he'll lose it at sweet, attractive Karin, and he will not be calm about it. When we were teenagers, I watched his dumbass fail with women dozens of times. After mom and dad died, I lived in his house so many times that I ended up his sorta brother, sorta babysitter. From 14 years old and on, he aggressively chased girls, got rejected or had one give him a chance only to blow it, and got malicious afterward. Sometimes violently cruel. Once, I had to gather bail money for the little shit. The second time he got arrested, the family agreed to let him sit in jail for a few weeks. I don't trust Terry will not come back tonight once he drinks some more and works up some steam. He's done it twice before, and I won't let him try the same thing with this adorable curly-haired girl I'm sitting across the couch from. Are you absolutely certain that you're doing all right? I ask very gently. I've produced my flask of good brandy and a cig, and we're splitting them both. I draw on the cig and pass it over, lifting an eyebrow at her. Karin looks at me with those dazzling jewel-colored eyes and smiles thinly. I will. I kind of saw this coming. Thanks for the smoke, I might even be able to sleep. And she takes a tiny hit, like a nip. No problem. If sleeping is what you want to do, that is. Of course, there's another reason I've stuck around besides making sure there's no confrontation, and that is Karin herself. I've been attracted to her since the first time we met, in that primal, near-immediate way that has only hit me a few times with a woman. She has a sweet personality, a tight little body, and an ache that Terry just hasn't been satisfying, and I'm sure a lot of her needs he has not fulfilled. I want to fix it. Badly. If she's been dealing with Terry this whole time, she has to be desperately in need of a proper one-night stand. I can provide that. In fact, I'd be delighted to. She'll be delighted too, if she's not too exhausted by the whole mess this evening, of course. It seems to be dawning on her what I'm suggesting. Her cheeks turn endearingly pink. Did you have some other idea? For a moment, I smile broadly, and her blush deepens. Adorable. I imagine you're very unhappy with your soon-to-be ex-boyfriend, I purr at her. And I really like you. Always have. Her eyes widen a little, like she's waiting for me to say that I'm joking, testing her, or something other than genuinely wanting to sleep with her. Do you mean that you? I'll be blunt, I reply in a gentle tone. I want to spend a few hours making you forget about my stupid cousin, who doesn't deserve you. I have a nice hotel room 10 blocks away that we could go to. She draws a long shuddering breath, and her eyes dilate. She wants it, she wants me. But then she surprises me. I shouldn't go sleeping with anyone else until I properly break up with Terry, she admits with a sigh. Otherwise, I'd be grabbing my purse to go with you right now. I'm suddenly hard as a rock. A delayed yes is still a yes, even if I have to wait until she deals with the last of my cousin's drama. I take another swallow of brandy and smile at her. Well, I'm not about to challenge you for being ethical. It's just another thing to like about you. My smile goes lazy. Rain check for tomorrow evening? She squeezes her knees together, and her lips part slightly with desire. She nods. Make it 9 tomorrow night. 9 it is. I'll bring dinner. I frown. I should tell her about Terry's violent responses to rejection. What is it? She asks, looking a little worried. Terry. He's. Don't scare her needlessly. Not known for taking breakups well. He doesn't have your key, does he? Or know where the spare is? She swallows and then shakes her head. I never gave him one. I go over to the street-facing windows, both are barred and locked. Good. Are you planning on going out tonight? Just to take the trash. She glances at the overflowing bin behind her. Try to leave it for the morning if you can. Take your phone along if you can't. She seems upset. How much trouble should I expect? If he shows up, chances are he'll be drunk and obnoxious. But tonight, don't go outside your door more than you need to, and don't leave it unlocked when you take out the trash. If he shows up, don't open the door. I give her a wry look. Call the number on that card I gave you, and I'll shove a boot up his ass. She giggles. You don't sound like you'd mind too much. I don't like how he treats you, plain and simple. You deserve better than what he can provide. I turn back and approach her again as she gets up, pinch out the cig and hand her the rest. I can deliver it. However, if you want to give that fool his marching orders first, well, as I said. I wink at her, and she smiles a touch wider. I should really get going. She fetches my good wool topcoat and helps me into it, a shy attempt at contact. So, 9 o'clock tomorrow then? I turn and deliberately sever the touch barrier, caressing her cheek with 2 fingers. See you then. Karin's apartment is on the 3rd floor of a 6-story brick walk-up with battered iron railings. My groin aches as I trot down the stairs, with a dozen ideas of what to do to divine Karin tomorrow rolling through my head. I can't decide. We may have to try a few things before the night is over. Tomorrow night. Brilliant. It would be better if it happened tonight, but for a lovely lady like Karin, I don't mind waiting. I look up and down the darkened street, before taking my phone out to summon a ride. Too many cars, too many bushes, too many dark alleyways. A thief or another criminal, or a furious drunken boyfriend about to be ex-ed, could hide anywhere around here. I frown. I have this peculiar feeling. I should test it before I depart for the night. A man in my line of work lives by his instincts. I tell everyone who asks that I install security systems. Truth be told, I spend most of my nights at work deactivating them. Especially the fancy ones that guard wealthy people's gem collections. No one in my family knows I'm a professional thief. Families like ours, it's either incredible luck or crime to pull you out of poverty. I did not wait for luck, but I also have never been caught. Instincts are a big part of that. And right now I smell a problem brewing. Something causes me to pause from calling a cab. Instead, I follow my hunch and saunter around the block. I hope I'm wrong, but I'm not wrong very often. By the time I round the last corner, my suspicions are confirmed. I hear an argument at Karin's place. I pick up my pace, careful on the icy pavement, and soon enough, Terry's voice is cracking with outrage. You can't leave me. I won't let you. Let's work things out. I'm ready to try anything to make this right. This is so much more cringeworthy than usual. I break into a run. He sounds threatening, and he isn't taking no for an answer. I hear Karin snap something back and he bellows, "Shut up, tramp," and then a struggle begins. "Let go of me," Karin screams. "Get out of the doorway. You can't come in. Go away." "Oh, I'm coming in," Terry pants as I take the stairs to the 3rd floor 2 at a time. "I'm coming in, and you're gonna make this up to me, or I'm gonna make you sorry." "Go to hell." I said we're done. A note of panic in Karin's voice fills me with rage. "Help?" Of course, none of her neighbors respond. A few lights go on, but nobody comes out. New Yorkers, in a nutshell, apathy is everywhere. I say, "When we're done, tramp?" "I'm the man." Terry yells, and then yelps to the sound of a hard slap. "Well, you definitely are a piss-poor excuse for one," I remark in an icy voice once I'm directly behind him. Terry freezes. His furry hand is still wrapped around Karin's wrist, but he loosens his grip and she yanks it free. I don't give him time to turn around. Instead, I grab him by the hair and the back of his shirt and pry him off the doorway. He yelps again, whining in protest as I slam him against the railing to cow him before taking hold of him again. "I'm not bailing you out any longer because you can't handle the consequences when you mess up with women," I hiss in his ear as Karin watches us. "You can do one of 2 things. You can leave down the stairs, or you can be a nuisance and get pitched over the railing. You just want her for yourself, you damn poacher. I'm not gonna be your cuck." His voice is high with fear. I roll my eyes and pull his hair backward until he threatens to unbalance. "You can't be a cuckold if you're no longer someone's boyfriend, you idiot. She's dumped you twice tonight. Denial doesn't change the damned facts." I step up in front of him and give him a shake, staring into his eyes. "Now, are you going to leave, or are you going to land in the bushes and pick rose thorns out of your butt for the next 3 hours?" He opens his mouth wide and closes it a few times, like a goldfish scooped up in a net. His anger has been replaced by raw panic. Don't toss me over. It's a 2-story drop. Then get out of here. I shift my grip and give him a shove toward the stairs. He almost tumbles down head first before grabbing the railing. He barrels down the stairs, sometimes jumping over some of them, sometimes almost falling flat on his face, his whimpered curses and terrified gasps echoing until he disappears down the street. How am I related to that piece of crap? I turn back to Karin. Hey, are you all right? She looks at me, her eyes red from crying, and shakes her head. Okay. What can I do for you? I ask very carefully. She throws herself into my arms.
Chapter 3. Karin.
I couldn't stay in my apartment after Terry's attack, not even if I got drunk. After I got a comforting hug and my tears under control, I asked James to take me to his hotel room. On the drive over, I wasn't thinking about intimacy. I had a pain in my arm, the strung-out feeling of an adrenaline hangover, and the memory of Terry ambushing me on the other side of the door when I took out the trash. I hugged myself as I sat with James in the back of an Uber driven by a friendly older man. Now, however, as the glowing golden tower of the hotel actually comes within view, I start to relax as the reality of the situation sinks in. Terry is gone, forcibly ejected from my life. He was the most repulsive creep before James made him stop. I'm finally free of him. My thighs draw together, thinking about what will happen next. After all, I told James they first wanted to break up with Terry before I spent the night with him. Right now, I am not sure I'm quite ready. Did he hurt you? James asks softly as our driver pulls into the parking lot. Just some bruises. He didn't hit me, but he grabbed my arm hard and pushed me back into the door. It's the most physical that a boyfriend has ever gotten with me, even the guy who broke into my apartment. Of course I mistook that poor creep Alan, another sad sack with a violent side, for a prowler. It took me half a minute to grab a bat and clout him upside the head. When I realized he was my ex, abusing his copy of my key, I hit that jerk again. I'm not proud of that, but it kept him from hurting me. I just wish a weapon had been handy when Terry grabbed me. I'm sorry. I should have stayed with you. I'm glad I thought to double back. He seems genuinely troubled, as our driver pulls up in front of the hotel. It's fine. I'm glad you came back. I stare out the window at the thin snow falling, then grab my overnight bag as the sedan halts to a stop. The chilly air bites at the back of my neck and knees as I step out. James offers his arm, my hand hurts a bit as I grab it. I'll key you in a tip. Thanks again, he tells the driver, who smiles and drives off. As we approach the lobby doors, I stand close to James to shield myself from the wind. Another winter is descending on New York. I'm so damn tired of all this cold. I wish I could go back to the West Coast, but I can't go back home. Don't think about that now. Terry's given you enough miserable crap to deal with, without going over years-old family drama. I take a deep breath and walk through the hotel doors with James instead. If you want, I'll have a look at your injuries when we get upstairs. You don't appear well right now. He is so authentic that it puts a lump in my throat. I can't remember the last time that a guy showed concern for me. Early on, Terry had his sweet moments, fumbling and cute, like a wilted flower handed to me by a small boy. Once he thought he didn't have to work for it anymore, even those scraps of affection dried up. And the two guys before, or my family? I let out a soft, sad snicker as we approached the elevators. No. I'm not okay. Thank you. I'll need to take photos in case I press charges. I've got you covered. I even know a good local lawyer, if you need one. I seriously doubt he'll be back after this, though. I don't drop his arm in the elevator. It feels like a railing I'm grabbing in a high wind, keeping me steady. Under the thick wool coat, he's as firm as carved wood, intriguing me enough that it distracts me a little. And his spicy cologne, which smells so exotic I wonder what country it's from. I don't want to resort to a lawyer. but I'll definitely file for a restraining order. He's quiet as the elevator rises toward the penthouse. This isn't your first time dealing with someone with a bad temper, is it? A part of me wants to bitterly laugh and tell him the truth. I've been dealing with bad-tempered abusive creeps since I was born. No. I just had some bad luck. Undeserved, for certain. You're a wonderful person. My aunt was hoping for a marriage, as you're better company than just myself at her holiday table. He shoots me an apologetic smile. Never happened. The disgust in my tone makes him laugh. It's incredibly liberating to talk to someone, besides Samantha, about Terry. The elevator stops, and a drunk-looking couple piles in, immediately leaning into the corner to kiss. The girl's sparkly black dress rides up her hip. 5 floors later they're gone again, leaving me flushed and dry-mouthed, my eyes a bit wide. James's smile is wicked now. They definitely have the right idea, he comments, and I stifle a nervous giggle. Finally, we reach the penthouse and he leads me to its broad white-columned expanse. We remove our snow-crusted shoes at the door, and my aching feet sink into soft gray wool carpet. I sigh with relief, and stop for a moment to get my bearings. He comes up behind me to take my coat, and I gratefully shrug out of it. The air inside is warm without being stuffy, and scented with a wisp of incense. First you need to relax, he murmurs in my ear. I catch my breath. Apparently, Terry has ruined our relationship, but not my physical desire. After years of being stuck with men whose behavior killed my desire, it is incredible to feel the yearning so strongly. It's James's doing. In the year between our 2 meetings, no other man has affected me like this. Only James. You're right, I sigh and let him lead me to a broad leather settee long enough to stretch out on. I sit on the edge and watch him shuck his coat, the pewter-colored suit jacket, his tie, and then, to my surprise, his shirt. I'm still in my velvet dress, watching a man I barely know but desperately want to strip in front of me. He casts his fancy clothes aside, as if they're a disguise he wants free of as soon as possible. Ah, he mutters in passing. What sadist invented ties? My eyes widen as he stretches up to remove the clinging silk undershirt beneath, watching the muscles ripple across his chest and belly. The tiniest hints of dark auburn hair peek out of his belt line just below his navel. My eyes lock on them hungrily for a moment. He strips off the wad of fabric and tosses it with the rest. Hope you don't mind. I'm done with suits for the evening. His eyes flicker, and then he heads for the bar. Would you like a hot toddy and a massage? Watching him walk away in his suit pants is pure torture. His tight, broad-shouldered back ripples with muscle, and a pair of deep crimson wings is tattooed across it, highlighting his shoulder blades and the elegant sweep of his lower back. My eyes trace down to his butt beneath the wool, and I wonder how far down the tattoos go. Oh my. I'm struggling for breath. Now that is a dirty pool. I don't mind, I manage. He's seducing me, slowly, gently enticing me with his body, the stylish surroundings and his unaccustomed kindness. It's not what I'm used to. Nevertheless, these little tastes of his attention, his flirtation, make me want more. I hope you don't mind me asking. How did you end up with Terry anyway? He comments, holding a brown ceramic mug of toddy. I take it and sip it, and the honey, whiskey and lemon mix are pleasing to my tongue. I get lonely. He was in my movie club. We had some hobbies in common. It sounds so tame now. I don't tell him the lamest part though. The part where every single guy I've ever dated has been a huge step up from the last, and even the worst of the 3 were better than my father, or my brothers. I'm critical of you. You're just too beautiful and charming to settle for the likes of him. He sits beside me on the chaise longue, and takes a sip of his own toddy. Glad you think so. I laugh nervously, too aware of how close he is to me. My fingers curl around the cup, as I squash the urge to trace his tattoos with them instead. Let's have a look at your arm, he says tenderly as he reaches out and crouches in front of me. I stare at him for a moment, then push the bell sleeve back, revealing the developing reddish marks. He winces, holding it gingerly, the finger marks are clear. Silently, I begin crying as he takes photos of the injury. It's too much like the past. His camera phone clicks, and for a moment, I'm 12 years old, in a room of a police station, shivering in my underwear as a camera chronicles the bruises all over me. The flashback goes away, and he's still tapping away at his phone. I'll send these to your email. In a low voice, I give him the address and he finishes up. I'll check your back next. Do you mind lying on your stomach? His voice remains gentle as he lays his phone aside. I nod and stretch out on the davenport and he straightens up. Where does it hurt? I point out the spot on the left, above the small of my back. In response, he unzips my dress down to my waist. I suck air and freeze, but he folds the fabric away and tugs it down on the side with the bruise. Oh yeah, that's going to leave a mark too. I'm so sorry. Do you want a pain pill? No, I had some before dinner. I was kind of, anticipating a headache. He chuckles and I chortle with him. Your muscles are so tight. You sure you don't need a bit of help loosening up? And with that, his warm hand settles against my back, and instinctively I feel like extending under him. I didn't know you give massages, I murmur, laying my forehead against the pillar of my arm. Oh yeah, this is how I made extra money at resorts in the summer. Both of his hands are on my back, tucking the top of my dress aside, smoothing over my bare shoulders. My eyes flutter closed and my heart starts beating faster. His hands move up and down my back, tenderly caressing at first, having me get used to his touch. The warm, soothing strokes expel my past, banish thoughts of Terry, and leave me shivering with pleasure. Do you like that? His breath tickles my ear as he whispers into it. Yes, I manage, scarcely loud enough to hear. May I bear more of your body then? I feel my whole midsection seize, thighs squeezed together with sudden hunger. I know what he's doing. I know where this is going. I want it more with every passing second. With growing desperation, I can only pray he's as good in bed as he is at seduction. Yes.
Chapter 4. Karin.
I hear the rasp of my dress zipper lowering further, and then cool air on my skin. I sit up just enough to slip my arms out of the sleeves and lie back down. His hands are on my skin again, and I forget everything but that. I only realize how rigid my muscles are when he starts to need them. His powerful hands soothingly rubbing me over until I relax enough for him to knead deeply. My back pops several times and I gasp, going almost limp. I'm entirely in his control now. And I love it. The most I've ever felt with a guy has been frustrated arousal, and a wistful sort of comfort. This is already different. He's only touched my bare back so far, and I'm already swooning. Even Samantha seems to think I need to get rid of Terry, as soon as humanly possible. I don't even feel guilty about it. Instead, the idea that Terry would scream in helpless rage because I'm spending the night with his cousin fills my heart with defiant glee. To hell with you, Terry. You had 18 months with me. This man's already done more with a back rub than you ever did. And then James's hands move to my sides, down to my hips. Briefly, his fingers dig into the hollows at the tops of my thighs, and I whimper, arching my back. Gosh, you're exquisite, he murmurs. I feel the velvet slide out from under me, and a flush of heat runs from my scalp to my breastbone. It feels like a conclusion is being made, not irrevocable, but definite. There it goes. His hands settle on the backs of my thighs and knead downward slowly, heading toward my still aching feet. I moan softly and bite my lip when he cups one foot in his manly long-fingered hands and kneads the pain away. Then he switches to the other, and by the time he's done, I'm so relaxed it feels like I'm floating. He straightens up, and then I hear the rustle and zip of his trousers. Then he crouches beside me again. Did you enjoy that? He murmurs in that same mesmerizing tone. I turn my head to face him, panting softly. His eyes burn with desire, but he hasn't yet touched me intimately. Only relaxed me while at the same time teasing me with what he can do with those hands of his. Yes, I whisper. He smiles tenderly. Good. Would you like me to kiss you? I offer my mouth at once, eyes closing shut, and feel his warm, ample lips capture mine. The kiss lingers almost lovingly, and then breaks as he leans back eagerly, gazing down at me. Shortly after. I've never felt so relaxed or satisfied in my life, or such affectionate gratitude. I can't speak yet, so I smile sleepily and nod instead. Then I drift off before he can even withdraw from me.
Chapter 5. James.
I wake up in the hotel room with a gorgeous naked lady curled in my arms, and my cell phone buzzing in my coat pocket across the room. Reluctantly, I walk, naked, to grab the phone into the bathroom, shutting the door before answering. Yeah? How'd the meeting go? Andrew's terse rasp permeates in my ear, and I roll my eyes. Damn. Now I have to think. Geez, Andrew, don't you sleep? I sigh. It's fine. I got Herschel to cough up another 10%. Trust Andrew to kill my afterglow with business talk. And the delivery. His tone doesn't relax. Of course it doesn't. Not about this. I keep calm and reassuring. The courier's been on the way for 2 hours. Your share will be there by 5 a.m. I guess you'll be awake. Until I have my share of that 10 million, yeah, I'm not sleeping a wink. That's Andrew, insomniac, borderline paranoid, distrustful as hell, even of us. He can be a giant pain in the ass, but he's exactly what we need when researching building schematics or hacking a security company or bank computers. I'm our entry man. I can defeat physical or electronic security systems, climb walls, and break into or escape from almost anywhere. Dale, meanwhile, handles the lookout and getaway. However, without Andrew, there are no schematics, no guard change schedules, and no research. It pays to keep the paranoid creep happy. Suit yourself. Anyway, it's done. I'll be back in New Orleans on Monday evening. We can have a meeting early Tuesday. I know exactly what I'll be doing for the intervening 3 days. You're staying over for the weekend? He sounds suspicious. I have family here. I'm visiting them for Thanksgiving. It's my prerogative to be in town this week. Actually, I could give less than 2 shits if I see the 3 of them again before Christmas. Karin is, undeniably, another story. I would visit New York City again for Karin any damn time. Oh, right. Forgot. His tone goes back to coldly neutral. We have to talk about the next job when you get back. Our target in Chicago just got some mob security. Damn. Might not be worthwhile at all. The last thing we need is to piss off the Chicago mob. Their guys have fenced our jewels, stamps, coins, and other goodies more than once. They have dirt on us, and a lot more power than we have. That's not an enemy we should make. I agree, he replies solemnly, sounding slightly relieved that we're on the same page. We'll go with something else. Caution and discretion have kept the 3 of us out of jail for over 10 years. That is why I always give at least half an ear to Andrew's paranoia. The aging, growly-voiced hacker has avoided run-ins with the law for longer than I've been alive, and his caution has been warranted 80% of the time. We're not exactly short on prospects. Anything else going on over there? I already miss New Orleans. The steamy heat will feel good after New York's bitter cold. Dale's dealer got picked up, and he's whining about it. Now he sounds exasperated. I snort and shake my head. That's definitely not the end of the world. There's a dealer on every damn corner during the holidays. We'll find a new one. I heave a sigh. Hold the fort over there, Drew. I gotta get some sleep. See you Monday then. If the package doesn't show within 2 hours, you'll hear from me again. He hangs up before I acknowledge. I sigh with relief and pause to look at myself in the mirror. He'd complain at me non-stop if he knew I was staying longer because of a woman. I wipe a trace of Karin's lipstick off the corner of my mouth before killing the light and going back to bed. When I get there, Karin is restless. She whimpers slightly and tosses. There is tension on her face. Nightmare. A tear leaks from beneath her closed lids. Yup. I touch her shoulder, shaking her gently. Karin? Her eyes fly open and she sucks air, hyperventilating with high, desperate sounds like screams in reverse. I grab hold of her at once and pull her into my arms. She clings to me, trembling and burying her face in my shoulder. "Oh my," she sobs. I sit on the bed and gather her and the bedsheet around her into a bundle on my lap. I hold her and stroke her hair, speaking softly. "It's okay." "It is. It was just a dream, sweetheart." She shakes her head and clings to me more tightly. "It was a memory," she finally mutters. "Oh. Well, crap. If it's that troublemaker, Terry." I start, but she shakes her head more slowly. "Just hold me," she asks delicately. "There's nothing else to be done." I do. That part's easy. With a fierce, knife-keen anger that startles me, I still want to know who hurt her. "Hold on there, hotshot. You barely know the lady. Don't get attached too quickly." It's tough though, with her warmth and fragrance in my arms, clinging to me like this. "Okay. I don't know what's going on exactly, but you're out of harm's way with me." She slowly relaxes and replies, "Thank you." "No problem." I nuzzle the top of her head, and then set my chin on it. I've had my share of nightmare memories. I know how it gets. That seems to calm her, and she shifts her grip from a desperate cling to a warm embrace. As I look at her hair, I smile and close my eyes. "That's better," I mutter. "You need to talk about it?" She hesitates. "I don't want to unload on you this way." I asked. I'm not in much of a mood for a big therapy session with a new romantic partner, but I doubt that's what this is about. I can tell when someone has toughed their way through a lot of torment. There's a kind of survivor's pride that kicks in, along with a desperate need not to be a broken burden. They don't ramble about their problems forever. After a pause of silence, she says in a gentle but matter-of-fact voice, "My dad liked to beat the crap out of us. My mom, Samantha, and me, I mean. He never touched my brothers. They were boys, so he liked them. My mother did nothing about what he did to us. She was probably glad somebody was around to take her place as a punching bag. She was more interested in pleasing him than protecting her kids." She sighs. "They don't sound like suitable parents," I comment, and she nods. "Good, you got away from them." "I got a scholarship at a school on the East Coast just to do so." Her voice shakes slightly. I pet her back for a while, and she unruffles. "That's how you learn where to file for a protection order. You've already done it." Damn it. This poor woman. I'd like to beat her father's face in. My fury on her behalf startles me again. I don't know how anyone could not care when faced with a story like this, but this is more. It's already starting to feel personal. "Yeah." She leans back and smiles up at me thinly. "The first ones I ever filed were against my father and brothers. My sister did the same. She just didn't move so far away." "But they've never actually come here to New York, have they?" I ask tentatively. She shudders. "Once. After my dad got out of jail, he tried to visit my dorm. I wouldn't open the door. He punched the security guy who removed him and ended up in jail again. Again. So, Dad was a criminal. Wonder what her take on criminals is." That sounds harrowing. I catch her eye as she uncurls slightly. "Do you have anything for self-defense?" I can't help but think of Terry, whom I still feel like kicking off this planet. Just a lot of pent-up rage. Weapon laws in New York City are crazy. She sounds annoyed. I wonder how long she tried to find a single proper self-defense weapon. Maybe I should give her some self-defense lessons. I can't always be here to protect her. But at least she can learn some basic principles. Like not caring what is legal, proper, or nice. I smile and nuzzle her cheek until she raises her mouth for a delicate kiss. Laws are crazy, period. Sometimes you have to ignore them to survive. That sounds like a good way to be arrested. Her brows draw together as she peers at me. I run my thumb over her lips. If it comes down to survival, screw the law, and the hell with being nice and decent. You have to protect yourself first. She frowns but then nods slowly. I'm just a bit scared of what I might do if someone actually tries to hurt me. After everything, I might go bonkers. Then do it, sweetheart. If your life is on the line, do whatever it takes. I grab her chin and look into her eyes. I want you to promise you won't restrain yourself if Terry, your family, or anyone else comes at you. She blinks in surprise, and I feel the warmth of her skin under my fingers. Even if it means to really hurt them? If they're going to hurt you, they deserve it, plain and simple. I lean down and kiss her again. Do what you have to. She nods. Her eyes widen and dilate as she gazes up at me. You need some direction, don't you? From someone who cares, someone you can trust. I promise, she says, and I smile back at her. Good. I settle her back on the bed, unwrapping the sheeting from her like the paper on a present. The bruise on her wrist has developed further, no restraints on her for at least a few days. But this time I want her hands on me. She stretches out on the bed, and her eyes begin to go soft and bright with desire. Looks like the nightmare's lost its grip on her. I take hold of her instead. After what she's been through, she needs gentleness. Slowly, tenderly, I caress her, kissing her neck, rubbing her skin. I avoid touching the marks Terry left on her, and with my fingertips tease the ones I can until she trembles. Entering her soft, warm body, feeling her arms and legs hold me closer while she whispers encouragement in my ear, I feel too much tenderness, it's risky. Except the warning voice goes away as she stretches under me. She's so much fun to be with, especially now that I realize how much she's been missing. Then I settle over her, sighing with such deep contentment. That was too good. I want more of this. Maybe every night. That worries me faintly, but I feel too good to pay much attention. As I close my eyes to rest them for a few moments, another thought interrupts my bliss, the realization that I was shouting her name. Crap? Oh well, no helping it now. When I open my eyes again, dawn breaks outside. Disoriented, I look around. Oh, the hotel room. Karin is nestled against my naked torso. The delectable sense of relaxation, of fulfillment, slows my thoughts as I lean over to nuzzle my sweet little bedmate's tousled curls. I like her, I think, with a growing sense of warmth. I really like this one. It's only happened a few times, especially since I got into the business. It's easier to keep women at arm's length when you have to lie about where you've been, what you've been doing, and of course how you earn money. Now and again, though, a romantic partner will get too close, and I'll hurt both of us by breaking things off. Melody, a jeweler who recuts and sets some of our stolen gems and recasts the gold from their settings, is the only romantic partner I've had who is actually in the business. We broke it off in a friendly way when she got serious with some guy with a vanilla job. That's the closest I've ever gotten to falling in love. Right now, though, looking at Karen's sleeping face, I'm already feeling more than that. It's worrisome. Too soon. And how in the hell can I maintain a relationship with a smart woman like her without telling her what I do for a living? I sleepily move away from her, and then feel it. My eyes fly open as I become fully awake in a split second. Ah, this contraceptive. I fell asleep while still wearing it. I remove it, cleaning up the mess as I head to the bathroom. Did it break? If so, did any of the fluid get inside her? The worry passes after a moment. Probably not. What would be the chance anyhow? It's probably fine. I'll just tell her about it tomorrow.
Chapter 6. Karin.
So I'm leaving on Monday, but you're welcome to stick around as much as you like until then, James says as he brings me breakfast in bed. It's creme brulee on French toast with strawberries, a mimosa, and some tea, delivered by the room service. He lays it on a tray across my lap. I sit up against the pillows, the bedsheet draped across my chest. I would really like that. I'm completely dazzled by this man and what he's done, and I can't wait for more. Of course, I promised Samantha to have lunch with her before she went back to San Francisco. Great intimacy and great company tempt me to stay, but she's the only family member who is loyal to me. That's vital, no matter how huge of a crush I have on James. The other thing I want to propose, and this is a bit early, but I wanted to give you time to think about it. If you want a break from this messed up winter, I have a loft in New Orleans. You could stay for a week or so. His eyes search my face, so hopefully I realize this crush isn't one-sided. Say what? There's so much more about this man, it floors me. How can this wealthy, attractive, amazing romantic partner be smitten with someone like me? I smile way too wide, my cheeks warming. It is a little early. But I like the idea. And I really like you. I'll think about it. His eyes light up. Good. When I pick Samantha up for a late lunch and a movie, she notices right away that something's up. Hey, did that attractive guy James actually stay over after you dumped Terry? No, James didn't stay over. There was an incident after you left. She gives me a stern look. I pulled over for a minute to explain and nod. She pales slightly. That son of a gun put his hands on you? I wish James had tossed him over the railing. Terry's gone. James took pictures of the bruise on my arm. I already filed a protection order this morning. Good. I should have punched him in the teeth. How's the Black Friday traffic? I smirk. This is New York City. The first time I merged into traffic on my way from the airport, I almost had a panic attack. Everyone in New York State drives like they have to pee, or are an inch from hurting someone, so typical. Los Angeles had equally nasty traffic snarls when I was learning to drive. Angelinos aren't quite so aggressive. She chuckles a little nervously. I trust you can handle it then. I do, although we see 3 fender benders in the snarled traffic before reaching the theater. The movie is some forgettable bit of science fiction going on in front of me, as I sit in the dark, thinking about James. I squeeze my thighs together, tingling all over, recalling what love feels like. The taste of his mouth. The smell of his skin. The way it felt when his whole body went absolutely taut, his face transformed by pleasure. I want more. I'm definitely going back to his hotel tonight. I think about it as I sit next to my sister. Well, that was a waste of $30. Let's get some food, Samantha chuckles as we walk in the thin snowfall afterward. I nod, starving. Breakfast in bed went right through me. I guess good intimacy burns a lot of calories. We get bowls of ramen, hers with shrimp, mine with beef, and elaborate mochas piled with whipped cream and candy shavings. We take seats at the crammed bar. Every table is full of exhausted shoppers and their whining, tired kids. So, once you got rid of Terry, what happened between you and his attractive cousin? She leans toward me conspiratorially, a gleam in her eye. I wink at her, wondering how much to tell. But my cheeks are already burning, and a grin spreads across her face as she sees it. I spent the night with him. I couldn't go home anyway. As if that somehow excuses spending hours being with a man I've only spoken to twice. So? How was he? You seem way relaxed after the fiasco with Terry, so pretty good. Her eyebrows bounce. Level with me already. I press my lips together, cheeks heating even more. Finally, I giggle. He was amazing. Damn girl, at last. I was wondering if I had to set you up with one of my friends. So, will you see him again? She takes a bite of her ramen as she waits for my answer. Yes, definitely. There is no damn way I'll let him go. He lives in New Orleans though, doesn't he? Are you guys ready for a long-distance romance? I take a few bites of ramen to buy myself time. James invited me to go with him, at least for a while. I'm rather uncertain. He's talking about us spending a week down there. My cheeks are still burning. Samantha stares at me speculatively for a few seconds, and then slaps her hand on the table. I say go for it. I blink at her in surprise. Sis, wait, that's kind of hasty. Why? Because the guy makes you smile. Because New York is miserable in late November, and you hate it here. Now that you're done with school and Terry's gone, nothing is keeping you here. Go check out New Orleans for a week with an attractive guy. See how you like there, it's got to be better than this place. I swear to God, at this point you could take your business to any state and do just as well. She reaches over and pats my hand. I know you've worked hard to make a place here. And I know you won't go back to Los Angeles. But staying here can't be easy since you've been attacked on your own doorstep. I nod, swallowing a lump in my throat. I bet if there wasn't snow everywhere, you'd be happier visiting me for holidays. Oh, you know it, she chuckles. So anyway, what does James do for a living? Last night he mentioned he's in security but never shared details. He's doing business with 2 partners. They create custom-built security systems for mansions, jewelry stores, and things like that. James was vague about it over breakfast, mostly more interested in me and how I was feeling. Must be pretty good to afford the fancy suits. Did he actually rent a penthouse suite? Her eyes twinkle. Yeah. Probably a good thing. My screams of elation would have disturbed any guests sharing our floor. Even he hollered that second time. Karin. Karin. Damn. Your first proper time, and it's a rich, attractive business owner in a damn hotel penthouse. Not bad, sis. She snickers as I blush again. Not bad. I guess so. I know so, honey, you're glowing. You're going back for more later? Her eyes glimmer. Knowing you won't be alone tonight after this Terry thing would be great. I shake my head, thinking again of his body against mine. Oh, I definitely won't be alone tonight, I utter with a lopsided smile.
Chapter 7. Karin.
I take my sister to the airport and drive back to town after our lunch, the crazy traffic hardly bothering me. My head is full of last night and New Orleans and James. I go back to my apartment to get some fresh clothes before going to the hotel. My place looks tinier now, and though the inside is still a charming little haven, I shudder when I cross the doorstep. The room is still haunted by Terry. I briefly go around throwing everything of his in the trash, mostly cheap beer, empties, and printouts of his favorite fad images. I never let him leave much stuff, and now I'm extra thankful for it. Once that is over, I grab a few outfits and toiletries and put them into my smallest suitcase. I don't want to come back often in the next few days. My old-school cheap answering machine is full of messages. I ignore the flashing light as I walk past. I already know who the hell they all are from, and I don't want to hear from him. I can use the recordings later as evidence against him. He's not supposed to be calling me. You had your chance, Terry. I look around for anything else to bring with me. The emergency protection order has barely taken effect, and you've already violated it. Good job, you idiot. While I'm packing up, the phone rings again. I ignore it. I grab the pies and make a few sandwiches, bag them up and put them in my reusable shopping bag. I don't have the funds for room service, and I don't want to assume that James will just keep paying. Besides, depending on how long he's in town, I'm not sure if I'll have much time at home to eat all these leftovers. New Orleans. He really asked me to go to New Orleans with him. The suitcase is a little heavy, but it protects my stuff. I pull the bar up to roll it behind me, and sling the handles of the shopping bag under my arm, with the pies balanced precariously on the palm of my hand. As I open the door and pull out my keys to step outside, Terry is right there waiting for me. He lunges at me from a few feet away, faces twisted and purple with rage, and the adrenaline hits me like a billion icy needles stabbing inside of my veins. And that's when I don't see Terry anymore. I see my father instead. I shriek and the pies fly into his face. He stumbles back, grunting and flailing at the mess obscuring his vision. A metallic clatter barely registers in my ears. The keys are between my fingers, and I punch him in the face. He stumbles back a few more feet. I strike him again, and now there's blood mixing with the chunks of apple and smashed pumpkin drooling down his scraggly chin. He tries again, and I beat at his throat. He barely tucks his chin down in time, and gets a slash there as well. My hand hurts, it's bleeding. I drop the keys and unsling my shopping bag. He bellows like an angry bull and rushes me again, too crazy with rage to realize his face is mangled. I grab the suitcase and hit him right in the face. He yelps in shock. I hit him again, his arms fly up to shield himself, and I drive the handle into his gut instead. The whole time, I'm yelling at him, the same word over and over, not even coherent, like a battle cry punctuated by the blows. Screw you, screw you. Screw you. And scary, abusive Terry stumbles back from me, teary and snotty as a kid after a fall. Ow. Oh, W. Ow. Karin, stop, you're hurting me, ow. Stop. I wasn't going to do anything. I was just mad about the restraining order. Stop. Stop. I hit him in the face with the suitcase again, flattening his nose in a crunch and spray of blood. I told you not to come back. I told you to leave me alone. Yes. Yes, you did, but how could I? I said leave me alone. I hit him again, and he stumbles, teetering at the top of the concrete staircase leading to the street. Get away from me. You crazy dense imbecile, what does it take? You don't mean that, he starts and actually reaches out to me and takes a few steps forward. You love me. You're mine. No. I slam the corner of the suitcase into his balls. His eyes widen and his knees buckle. He folds over at the very top of the stairs and then overbalances. He tumbles halfway down the stairs and then wads up against the railing, knees up, cradling his groin. You heartless tramp. I hate you. And I belong to myself. You have 10 seconds before I call the cops about the restraining order violation. Make them count. I pull out my phone. For a guy crying about my hurting him, he sure gets up fast to run for his battered Dodge when I mention the police. He's too out of shape to even cross the parking lot before I call the cops and give them the information, and his license plate number. Goodbye, Terry. Only then do I look down at my hand, which is torn up between the fingers from using the keys. Oh well, it worked. I turn to walk back to my open door, and that's when I see it gleaming on the concrete walkway right next to my welcome mat. A damn 18-inch Bowie knife. My knees collapse under me. I stare at Terry's knife, realizing that the blitz attack I was just starting to feel a little guilty about literally saved my life. With shaking hands, I grab my phone to call the police again and share this terrifying new information. Then I call James. You doing okay? He asks the moment he hears my voice. No. I'm gonna be stuck at my place for an hour or so. My voice is shaky. I'll come back to the hotel after that. He shouldn't deal with a bunch of nosy police, because his cousin tried his hand at resentful killing. I look back at the knife. The knife I can't carry for self-defense, because Terry could show up at my door in response to the ineffective protection order. The cold seeps into my skin and I shake my head. Screw New York. I think I actually would like to visit New Orleans with you. I really already wanted to, but now it feels like a need. I'm curious why you came to your decision so quickly, he replies. Come back when you can, all right? I smile, already feeling a little better. I will. The police find Terry hiding in a parking lot 2 blocks from my apartment building. He's weaseled his way under one of the cars, so they bring in canines. The call comes through that he's in custody, while I'm being questioned. When I identify him in the lineup, his arm is bandaged and swollen from where the dog fastened onto him. While I was giving my report, his mother called my phone twice. I let it go to messages, and don't even listen to them. I know she's begging me not to press charges, just as I know that the stupid enabling tramp will be paying his bail. Neither one is my problem anymore. By the time it's over, I'm so exhausted that I have to hire a car to go to the hotel. Terry slashed all 4 tires while I was inside packing. When the driver drops me off at the door, the snow is really starting to blow. I swear, I am only staying in this messed up city long enough to testify. Then, whether it's to New Orleans, San Francisco with Sam, or somewhere else, I am moving the hell away. Crap, I should have gone back with you. James's eyes widen as I walk in, spattered in pie and one hand wrapped in gauze. What the hell happened? Are you okay? I answer with a nervous laugh as I step into the room, dragging in the 2 plastic bags the police gave me. My suitcase has been entered into evidence. Terry made a mistake. I'm wrung out from adrenaline, but it's different this time. I won. I'm not the one bleeding. Not much, anyway. He locks the door behind me and takes my bags, then leads me over to the couch beside the chaise longue and sits me down. Okay. Tell me everything, including if I need to kill him. For a moment I think he's showing off, playing the tough guy to impress me. Then I see the rigid look in his eyes, and realize he is genuinely irate. I stiffen, swallowing nervously, and his face immediately softens. I'm sorry. I don't mean to upset you more. It's okay, I breathe, calming down. I'm not used to guys being angry in my defense instead of at me. Yeah, well, I keep hearing about jerks that hurt you. Of course, I want to be the guy that helps you get revenge. I try my best to lighten the mood by flirting with him a little. So spoil me, I tease gently. Living well is the best revenge of all. He kisses me and then looks down at my hand. Did a medic get a look at this? Yeah, I just tore up my hand using my keys to punch Terry in the face a few times. James goes quiet for a moment as his eyebrows slowly rise. Wait, what? I explain the whole thing blow by blow through my desperate assault using pie, keys, my suitcase, and a lot of yelling. As I reiterate, James's face journey is amazing. First shock and rage, then astonishment, then mild awe and growing delight. By the time I sent his cousin tumbling down the stairs, James was laughing so hard that he had tears in his eyes. I smile sheepishly. So yeah, I did exactly what you told me. I didn't hold back. No, you didn't. Oh my gosh, you are amazing. I'm keeping you. Come here. And he hugs me tight, apple chunks and all. My heart swells and I smile against his chest. How the hell can I feel so good this soon after the worst breakup ever? It's all him. I want to keep him too. He orders some tea to warm me up. I've been outside in the chill for hours. I sit and sip it as I fill him in on the rest. Of course, nobody came outside this time either. I'm starting to think that a lot of New Yorkers are a bit sociopathic. You're probably right about that. This isn't a good city for you. It wasn't for me either. He picks an apple chunk out of my hair. How about we table this until after you get cleaned up? Sounds good to me, I say, pulling off my pie-spattered coat and carrying it gingerly into the bathroom with me. I deliberately get cleaned up, before looking at myself in the mirror. I don't need to get depressed again. I rinse off my coat, clean up after that, and hang it up before undressing and stepping into the shower. My hand is slightly crusted with blood under the gauze. I won't need stitches, but it's still nasty looking. It stings as I rinse it off. I did it. I actually fought off that piece of crap and saved my own life. I'm amazed at myself. I was amazed at how much having the right man believe in me and instructing me to look after myself helped me find my strength. James wants me to protect myself. He sees me as worthy of protection, and he doesn't want me saying or doing otherwise. No matter what my father, Terry, and jerks like them keep saying, I am worth protecting. I'm really proud of you, sweetheart. You want some help cleaning your hair? James asks through the door. A tingle runs through me and I beam. Yes, please come join me. I hear the door open and he steps inside. There's the rustle of him shedding his clothes, then the shower door rolls aside and he steps in behind me. He grabs a sponge and the soap and lathers up. Get yourself nice under that spray, sweetie. I'll take care of you. As the sponge glides over my skin and his free hand starts to do the same, I shiver happily and start to relax. Every awful, ugly, humiliating, uncomfortable thing I have gone through since going back to my apartment is slowly draining away, like the chill from being outside. We laugh over the bits of pie in my hair, and he laments that my delicious leftovers become weapons. Next time I have access to a kitchen, I promise him pie. He says he'll hold me to it. It feels like James is washing the last vestiges of Terry off of me, bathing me in his touch and scent as much as in soap and water. Everything, even the close call I didn't know was a close call until I saw that knife, fades firmly into the past. Terry's in jail, I've blocked his mom's phone number and I'm going to New Orleans.
Chapter 8. Karin.
As soon as the plane levels and the fasten seatbelt sign turns off, James starts stripping. I blink at him in mildly fascinated confusion as he shucks his jacket, sweater, and turtleneck, leaving him in his clinging t-shirt. When he unbuckles his belt, I blink and say, babe, there are a couple of nuns across the aisle. Should I cover their eyes? Oh, don't get up on my account, honey, one of the nuns calls out, sending me into a blushing fit and making the sister next to her snort and poke her on the arm. James chuckles. Sorry to disappoint? You'll join the Mile High Club when I get a pilot's license. He shucks his trousers to reveal a pair of loose blue cotton pants. Still bundled up, I watch as he packs his shed clothes and tucks his bag back under the seat. Now I know why he brought it half empty. Is it really that hot in New Orleans? As we say locally, it's not the heat, it's the humidity. It's like New York right before a thunderstorm, warm and wet. But don't worry. He pulls a package from under the seat, in front of him. I brought you a change of clothes too. Inside the box is a silk gauze outfit, deep ultramarine to go with his deep blue, a tank dress, and a filmy shawl to camouflage the bruise on my arm and all the hickeys he's left on me. Wow. I didn't expect gifts, especially this soon. Heck, Terry never got me a single thing. I could get used to this. I end up changing in the airport, already sweating even with the air conditioning. I slip into the women's room, shed my New York camouflage, and come out a California girl on vacation. Outside, winter has turned into summer. You look lovely, he purrs as I take his arm. I'm going to show you everything I love about this town. It starts pouring down, warm steamy rain 2 minutes after we leave the airport. James lets out a laugh and turns on the windshield wipers. Guess the walking tour of the French Quarter will have to wait. I don't mind. This is dreamland. The habitual tension of New York City is leaving me, minute by minute, as I gaze out on the damp streets of the Big Easy. New Orleans in the rain. I roll my window down partway, and the steamy scent of the city blows in at me. Rain, river water, car exhaust, half a dozen cuisines, wet greenery and ozone. I hear a faint rumble of thunder far away. The wind is rising. I'm glad I came. Right now, I barely care if I go back. I just want to live and be happy for a while, with nothing crazy going on. You look happier just getting out of town, he notes. I look at him and smile, nodding. Thanks for this. After everything, I can't even tell you how grateful I am to get out of the city for a week. And I can't ask for better company. I have a couple of meetings with clients and my partners this week, including one late in the morning tomorrow, he says optimistically. Other than that, I'm all yours. All I request is that you not be shy about asking for things. We just finished a new business deal, and I'm feeling prosperous. Better watch it, you're tempting me to take advantage, I tease, and he laughs. I'm not worried about you asking for too much. I just want to make sure you don't ask for too little. I'm in the mood to spoil you. He winks, and as we cut through the thin afternoon traffic, I squeeze my thighs together, along with taking a shivery breath. Nobody in my entire life has said that, and actually meant it. And even though it's probably stupidly premature, I feel myself falling for him slightly more. His loft turns out to be on the top floor of a converted hotel, on the edge of the Garden District. It's mostly one big room, ancient shiplap on the walls and the floor, and ceiling beams made of equally old and heavy timber. The whitewashed walls neatly contrast with the dark wood, the windows are heavily screened and draped in pale gauze. A complete home gym dominates half of the main room space, including a baffling array of poles, ladders, perches, and handholds covering the walls and hanging from the ceiling. It almost looks like an obstacle course, or like James flies around when he's home alone. The rest of the loft is about what I expected. A high-end, unusually neat bachelor pad, complete with a huge entertainment center and a couple of pinball machines in one corner. Other than that, the space, though beautiful, is rather plain. This is lovely, I comment, walking over to look at the 6th floor view. From this high up, the wet street and its inhabitants blur into blobs of saturated color, like an impressionist painting. Do you have a lot of guests here? Just my partners or the occasional friend or romantic partner. Actually, you're the first lady I've had over in a long while. There's a thoughtful note in his voice as he takes my bag and takes it to the master bedroom door. Would you like the nickel tour? Sure. I ignore the minor discomfort when he mentions having other romantic partners over. Don't be ridiculous. I follow him around the main chamber and into the bedroom, which is one of only 3 rooms with actual doors on them. It's a big airy space, dimmer than the others, and dominated by a broad bed with a massive oak frame. To my surprise, the corner of the room has a wrought iron spiral staircase going up. What's up there? He smiles. That's the rooftop garden. It's mine as well, actually the whole building is mine. I rent to friends and the few businesses on the ground floor. Upstairs is kind of my sanctum. It's a bit hot to use the jacuzzi, but later, after the storm, it will be cool enough. The idea of the hot tub excites me, but not in the current heat, and surely not on a rooftop in a thunderstorm. I'd like to have a look once it cools down. For now, I'm going to grab my bong and make a couple of mint juleps. Have you had them before? He steals a kiss as he breezes past me, showing me the bathroom before walking through the broad kitchen archway. Mint juleps? No, never. Are you trying to get me wasted? I lift an eyebrow. He pauses and in the same cheery tone asserts, no, I'm trying to get me wasted. Care to join me? I stifle a giggle. Sure. God knows I need to relax as much as possible after Terry. And I trust James. If he takes advantage of me while I'm high as a kite, I'm sure it will be something I end up thoroughly enjoying. How long have you been in interior decoration? He asks, as he dumps an enormous bud into his grinder and pops the cap back on. The juleps are already half empty, it's hard to savor a drink when the ice melts in a few minutes. I need some help with this place, as well as some of the lower floors. They're quite bland. I look around thoughtfully. You have almost no art or plants, and your color scheme is blacks, dark browns, and whites. You could use some mid-tones and other colors besides brown. You think so? The thing is, I like keeping my walls clear. I guess I could have a mural. He looks around. What about stained glass and light catchers? The crystal ones? Those would color your walls with nothing in the way of your. I look around at all the stuff on the upper walls. Obstacle course? What is all of that? You've basically got it. I'm a parkourist and a caver. This is where I practice when I don't have time to do it outside. I stare at some of the more improbable perches and handholds, and then blink at him. Do you fly? He laughs merrily. No, I've just had a lot of practice and built up my strength and limberness. Which is also why he has such an amazing body. I'll gladly demonstrate if you'd like. Later, I say, amused by how eager he seems to impress me. But now, Air James later. He snorts and starts to load the bong. 20 minutes later, I finished my drink, melted ice, and everything else. My lungs burn from a lot of coughing, but a tingling sensation has eased through my body. I'm lying in the crook of his arm on his enormous couch, talking about how to decorate his loft. You prefer all your plants upstairs and none indoors? I feel good. I haven't had this much good pot since smoking with one of my college professors. Yeah, they're all upstairs. I take advantage of the fact that it doesn't drop below freezing here. It changes how things grow. He cuddles me close as we smoke. Once the bong bowl is ashed and I'm so loose and peaceful I'm almost dozing off, he helps me up to show me the rooftop garden. In my drowsy state, the climb up the spiral staircase takes some effort, but then he opens the rooftop door, and I disregard my temporary discomfort. We emerge under a large, screened-in gazebo with rain tapping on it. The hulk of a 12-seat jacuzzi takes up half of the space underneath. I walk up to one of the screens and glance over a broad swath of green dotted with flowers and fruits. It's like summer in late November. He loops his arm around my shoulders. Do you like it? I don't know what it is, the booze, the pot, everything that's happened, James himself. But the sight of all the greenery brings tears to my eyes. It's incredible. Hey, he says, instantly concerned. Hey, what is it? Oh, it's silly. I wipe my eyes impatiently and force a smile. In New York, I get so depressed over winter. This makes me not want to go back. There's so much more to it, but I don't feel like ruining the moment with a long wine session. I just know it now, New York has become too uncomfortable for me to stay. Now, thanks to Terry, almost as many awful things have happened to me there as in California. Don't think about going back then. I can give you enough work so you can stay here for at least a few months. Would breaking your lease be a problem? His voice is so kind that my eyes brim over again. I'm sure I could get someone to take over my lease in under a week of searching. I take a deep breath. I just guess we shouldn't get ahead of ourselves. No. And you shouldn't worry about going home when you've barely gotten here. He kisses my chin, then the end of my nose, teasing me before kissing my mouth. Forget about 7 days from now. Forget about yesterday. Come here. And he pulls me into his arms. I am falling for him more and more as he holds me close, and I keep reminding myself I barely know him. We might not get along long term. Problems may crop up. But the future is undefined. At this moment, his warm caresses make the sadness go away and banish my overthinking. I wrap my arms around his neck and he lifts me, delicately twisting with every step as he carries me downstairs. The pot makes helping each other out of our clothes into a comical, fumbling exercise, with a lot of kisses and wandering hands. He lets me explore his body this time, quivering in delight as I trace my fingers over his back. But when I start trailing my hands curiously toward his groin, he chuckles and nudges my hand away. No petting, dear. I want it to last. Do whatever you want with me, I hear myself whisper, and I mean it with all my heart. He smiles. Good girl. Not long after. I collapse, exhausted, and when I open my eyes again, James is climbing back into bed with me. He snuggles against me from behind, wrapping an arm around me. Filled with serenity and protection, I quickly drift off.
Chapter 9. James.
Later that night, a strong thunderstorm rolls in. The sound of hail shattering against the reinforced windows awakens my appetite. I open my eyes to my darkened bedroom and turn briefly to look. Karin's here curled up next to me, head on the pillow beside mine as if she belongs here. Maybe she does, I think, and the rush of warmth troubles me again. But I'm getting less worried, I realize, slipping out of bed to take a shower. I'm starting to like the idea. Except for one tiny nagging thing. How do you earn this much, running a security company? I have to tell her the truth, I think, as I soap off our sweat and her perfume. The faint nail marks she left on my biceps sting a bit, making me smile in spite of the serious subject. I should spoil her first, get her used to the money, before I disclose where it comes from. Either way, I scarcely know her, and I'm already tempted to take the risk. By the time I get out of the shower, I'm starving. I need a steak. I dress in a clean pair of shorts and a black t-shirt and saunter into the main room, making a beeline for the kitchen. I'm walking past the couch when Andrew's voice speaks up from it. So who's the girl? His voice is neutral but curious. The fact that he's here in my home without being invited tells me two things. He already suspected I'd shacked up with someone, and either he doesn't like it or something's so urgent it demands a face-to-face. Also, I should beef up my security again, using even less hackable electronics. Geez, Andrew, what are you doing here? I complain as my shock dies down. Instead of addressing him directly, I walk past him to the kitchen, pull out a couple of marinated steaks and a can of beer, and start fixing myself and Karin a proper meal. You've been lying to me, he replies in the same cold tone. You had other reasons for staying in New York, and now you've got a girl with a suitcase in your loft, and we have a meeting tomorrow morning. It's not like you. He appears at the end of the counter, squinting as I turn on the lights over it. He's a compact, lean man with a narrow fox face, sunken pale blue eyes, and orange hair he crops close. Is that woman why you stayed in New York for 3 days, when you can't stand it there? I start searing the steaks, doing the edges first so the fat melts into the pan. Okay, first off, you're way over the boundary here. And not just because I find you camped out on my couch while I'm entertaining a romantic partner. How long have you been here? Half an hour. Well, at least he wasn't listening in. You go through my computer? I snap, looking over at my desk. He glances that way and shrugs one skinny shoulder. Of course. Asshole. I leave the steaks to sear on one side as I crack my beer open. I'm too annoyed to offer him one. I didn't lie to you. There was a debacle with my family, and I needed the weekend. She's involved. How big of a debacle? His eyes narrow. Something to worry about. No. It's strictly a New York my family kinda chaos. My cousin got himself arrested because he went full Norman Bates on the lady. I was the only one willing to deal with the situation. So I did. His eyebrow rises. Seduction is how you deal with Terry's girlfriend? I snort. That happened separately, more or less. But yeah, she's here for a week. She wanted to get out of New York to unwind after dealing with it. And now you have a house guest that you're sleeping with and hiding it from us. His scowl almost looks like a pout. Nobody's hiding anything. We got into town 4 hours ago. I was going to tell you at the meeting. He grunts acknowledgement, uncertain if he believes me or not. Anyway, tell me how who I sleep with is any of your business. I flip the steaks and take another big swallow of my beer. It becomes my business if your pillow talk lets anything slip, he snaps back. The muscles in his lean jaw work. I eye him for a moment. Drew. The girl knows nothing. No situation with her involves you, and it's not like it'll get in the way of business if I have an active love life. He scowls and glances away. Yeah, it is. Women want attention. They want to know why you come in at 3 in the morning. And they don't just notice every damn thing, they gossip. You sound like a manosphere blogger. Knock it off. I can understand why Andrew doesn't trust women. His wife tried to roll over on him as fallout from their divorce. But that doesn't give him the right to stick his big damn nose in my stuff. Fine. He pulls out a cigarette and puts it between his lips. Go out on the balcony to smoke, it stinks, I grumble, finally handing him a beer. It's raining out. But he doesn't light it. He takes the beer and glances at the bedroom door. I know you don't plan to give us problems. It's not quite a question. I sigh hard and preheat the oven. If I was planning to betray you, the money wouldn't have been in your hands before I left New York. I would have grabbed the whole 10 million and taken off. Sometimes, I get so tired of Andrew's paranoia and total lack of any manners that I want to punch him. It may keep us safe sometimes, but it is incredibly hard to live with. It's one of the reasons the three of us never got a big place together. I would never have been able to have friends or a romantic partner over. He grunts and tucks the cig behind his ear, taking a drink. You have a point. We've been working together for 10 years, Drew. When are you going to trust me? I'm already getting a headache. Lightning flashes, and I see his bitter smirk outlined in the hard light for a moment before he goes back to scowling. I don't even trust myself, James. That's how I stay out of jail. The girl's not a problem, I say decisively. Give me her name then. I'll do a background check. I burst into low, incredulous laughter. Oh, for heaven's sake, Drew, really? He stares at me implacably. Fine, I mutter. But next time, give me a phone call when you have questions for me. Don't break into my place. He snorts and drains his beer, his Adam's apple working in his narrow throat. Just helping you find the holes in your security. He crushes the empty can and sets it on the counter. See you at 10. Walk out the door like a normal person, I tell him, but he's already out on the balcony, where I can see a grappling hook on the iron railing. We're not normal people, James. Don't forget that. And with that he's gone. I sigh and shut the door. Of all the hackers I could have ended up partners with, I had to get the one with a Batman complex and no sense of boundaries. On the other hand, I'm confident he won't find anything troubling on Karin, no matter how deep he digs. So fine. He'll make inquiries, reassure himself, and it'll be over. I pop the steaks in the oven on high heat and stroll to the fridge again to make a salad. He'll shut the hell up, like he does every time his paranoia is off beam. Lightning flashes, and the thunder rumbles almost on top of it. Outside, the wind moans in the eaves of the old building. Crazy old creep, climbing cables up the wall in this downpour. Dale has an innocent streak and sometimes needs things explained to him in small words, but he's dead stable. Andrew, he's brilliant, but I take turns being annoyed with him and worried about him. And he needs to stay out of my house when he's not invited. I check my watch. It's not even late, 10 o'clock. I consider my phone for a few moments. Aunt Caroline has called 6 damn times since yesterday. I know she'll beg for bail money. I frown. Part of me wants to call her and explain why I'm not going to help this time. Part of me wants to see her grasp the truth about her son, that he's gone from being a whiny disappointment in life to a genuinely dangerous failure in life. It's great Karin beat the shit out of him. It's somehow more satisfying than doing it myself. I finish chopping the tomatoes, cucumber, and avocado into the lettuce and squeeze lemon juice and olive oil over it. Then I sprinkled on some herbs and garlic and had a taste. Perfect. I check the steaks and slice up some sourdough to go with our feast. I'm sure Karin will wake up hungry, and I want to astonish her. She's not the only one who cooks. Setting the table, I think about Andrew's warning and how tempted I am to tell Karin everything. I don't want to lie or hide things from her. That will end up being a deal breaker if it comes up later. And it will. If a relationship lasts long enough, these things always come up. I haven't really done love, but the same damn thing happens with good friendships. I know better than to consider long-term deceit with a romantic partner. Especially Karin, who has been betrayed and disappointed by every man in her life. I don't want to be another link in that incredibly messed up chain. I'd rather be the one who breaks the cycle for good. But unless she knows what I am and what I do, there is nothing permanent between us. If I reveal myself as a professional thief, and she can't accept it, the exact kind of problem Drew warned me about will occur. And I would do what he fears, expose us to someone who goes to the police for help. Damn. What do I do? I look back at the simple meal and smile slowly. I reach into the middle of the kitchen floor and open a trapdoor, which reveals a spiral staircase leading to the wine cellar. I've been collecting bottles since I made my first million a decade ago. She always goes for the red wine at dinner. I descend in search of a bottle twice my age. The plan I came up with runs through my head as I retrieve a 1958 Barolo and uncork it to breathe. The scent of wine mixes with the scent of herbs and roasting meat, and I grab a slice of bread and cheese to tame my growling stomach. Once the meat is resting and the candles are lit, I walk back into the bedroom to wake my romantic partner. Spoil her, I think. Spoil her until the idea of being with a crook doesn't sound so bad. Then tell her.
Chapter 10. Karin.
So, how was New Orleans? Samantha's voice on my phone fills with mischievous excitement. I laugh awkwardly. Well, I'm actually still there, I'm here. It's been 10 days since the plane touched down in New Orleans, and the thought of taking off for New York City and my tiny apartment has barely entered my thoughts. James has been busy dazzling me, and I've been active getting attached. I've seen every museum and historical site, drunk generations-old wine and toured the bayou in a fan boat. I've tasted absinthe and gone on haunted house tours. I'm dressed in silk, I have diamond studs in my ears. If James isn't trying to keep me, he's doing a damn good job of faking it. What? What about your court case against Terry? What about your apartment? She sounds almost horrified, as if I've lost my mind. I ignore the heat creeping across my cheeks. I sublet it to a friend, Sam, it's fine. I couldn't stay in town anyway after Terry made bail. But you're going back to testify, right? That piece of shit needs to be in a cage. She's been on a vendetta since learning I was being attacked by Terry while she was flying cross-country. Yes, I absolutely am, but with the backlog he probably won't get a hearing for 4 months. 4 months? Meanwhile, does he get to walk around for free? What the hell? Her voice cracks a little with outrage, she's been fighting a cold. Yeah, now you see my problem. Or part of it. The case may be moved up if he keeps violating though. Which he does constantly. Phone calls and emails from multiple numbers and accounts to get past my blocks. A drift of threatening letters forwarded from my sublet, Carl, and sent on to the NYPD. Carl's a professional bouncer and ex-Marine. The first time Terry showed up on the doorstep with another knife, Carl exploded out of the door, took the knife away, pitched him over the railing and called the police. The second time, he just leaned out with a camera and took pictures while Terry ran. Those were sent to the cops as well. Apart from taking him back to jail for a while, they're of little use. It's frustrating, but since I'm out of town, it's not really my problem. Okay, I can understand why you don't want to go back right now. At least tell me you have some positive reasons for staying in New Orleans. She sounds worried. I scramble to reassure her. Of course there are. And not only James, although he's still as amazing. I have a couple of projects I'll be doing over the next few months. Not more small stuff like daycares, right? Her skepticism sets my teeth on edge, but I shake it off. James's loft and an art gallery owned by a friend of his. Big bucks and big references. Exactly what I need to get my business to the next level and grow some local roots. I've fallen in love with New Orleans, just as I'm falling for James. The sights, the people, the food, the lack of snow. They have some impressive storms rolling through this season, but all I get in them is wet. Mosquitoes are many. And vicious, especially by the water, but they're not much worse than the ones in New York during the summer. That actually sounds like you're doing well down there. What will you do when you have to testify? Come back for a few months, wrap it up. Then, if things continue to go well over here, my lease ends in April. Once Terry is convicted, there's nothing tying me there. And good riddance. And James? How's he treating you? Her tone goes cautious. She's heard me gush about him twice so far, but after everything that's happened, she's protective. He's spoiling the heck out of me, Sam. I have never experienced anything like it. I lie back on James's couch, stretching out luxuriantly. Some of it I can't even tell her about, like how we've been experimenting with silk scarves and blindfolds now that my wrist has healed. Like the slightly sore spots on my butt where he smacked me last night. Or alternatively, my uncertainties about James's line of work. Well, good. You deserve it. Best to start working down there though. Don't depend on a guy you don't know very well. There is a warning in her tone, and I understand it. After Terry, I'm cautious as well. Don't worry. I have enough to put myself in a hotel, or even on a plane if James unexpectedly gets weird with me. This might still happen. It's been nearly 2 solid weeks of fabulousness, but we're in that honeymoon period at the start of a relationship. Something may still go wide of the mark. However, it's curious how he get all this wealth from a small security company. Why his hours are so odd. And why he deals with everything in cash. The mystery only grows as the weeks continue. He's never short on money, never worried about bills, never talks about deadlines. His family is poor, so he isn't sitting on an inheritance. Where does it come from? Why doesn't he talk about his work? And why have I met friends of his from all over the city, but not his partners? It all comes to a head on New Year's Day when I wake up sick to my stomach. I don't know what the hell is going on, I ramble as James helps me up from kneeling in front of the toilet. Breakfast was apparently a mistake. I ate eggs and toast without so much as a gurgle from my stomach, but one bite of the sausage patty made me run for the bathroom. It's definitely not a hangover, you only had a goblet of champagne. He hands me a glass of water. I rinse my mouth, spit and flush, turning to brush my teeth. Maybe a doctor should examine you. Yeah, this is kind of troubling. It's only been one day, but if it's something contagious, I want to know. I end up going to James's doc, an old German lady who practices in her converted domicile. She has tough gray eyes, iron-colored curls, and is blunt but kind. Regrettably, one of her first questions alarms me. How long has it been since your last period? Oh crap. Maybe 2 months. Although it's intermittent when I'm stressed, and my ex kinda tried to kill me. Well, that could cause sufficient stress to delay ovulation, however. I'm going to run a few tests. Her knowing look worries me even more. Half an hour later, she knows what's wrong, and so do I. In her words, my body's working as it's supposed to, and my symptoms are what to expect early in a pregnancy. I'm astonished as I walk out to the small waiting room. James stands up and rushes to my side. Hey, you okay? You're white as a sheet. I look at him and moisten my lips, then swallow and take a deep breath. The words won't come out. It's not life-threatening. But without a doubt, it was life-changing, and I'm not sure what to do. Except to deal with it, and that means James needs to face it as well. I'll tell you when we get home. He nods, looking dubious and concerned. It looks like the entire awkward, silent drive home. When we get to the loft, he sits me down on the couch and makes ginger tea. Okay, he settles in next to me. Spill. You have me worried. I'm between 8 and 10 weeks pregnant, I announce quietly, bracing myself for turmoil. Shock, denial, maybe even ejection. Nothing James has ever done makes me think this way, I'm just used to men disappointing me. His jaw drops and his eyes widen. My heart is beating too fast and nausea creeps up my throat. Oh gosh, please, I don't know what to do, please don't add this on top of everything. I want to have a kid. I've always figured I would have a few. I'm not baby crazy like some, but it was definitely always part of the plan. What about James? This is where our twisted romance ends. Crap, one of the rubbers must have failed. What do you want to do? I'm trying to figure that out, I say breathlessly. I'm frightened. Are you mad at me? He stares in amazement for a moment, then gathers me onto his lap and holds me tight. No, sweetheart. You're used to taking the blame for every damn thing, and this isn't your blunder. We have to work things out. My relief was so enormous that I burst into tears. Oh gosh, I thought you'd send me away, I sob as he hugs me. No. Nothing like that. Look, this is complicated. You don't know a lot of stuff about me, and a child means commitment. I've got some reflecting to do. That doesn't mean I'll toss you out of my life. Through my tears, I smile at him, grasping the thread of hope he's throwing me with both hands. I hesitate. James, you know I'm crazy about you. Would you ever actually want to settle down with me and have a kid? It's a direct query, and I desperately need an honest answer. Want to? He sighs into my hair. Baby, of course I want to keep you in my life. The only dilemma with this pregnancy is timing. Indeed, the timing is awful. We've just started out. Also, I'm not positive at this point in my life that I'm great mommy material. In fact, the first thing I felt when I learned of my pregnancy was a particular dread. I'll screw this up. I will be a horrific mother, because my parents were terrible. And even if I'm crazy about him, do I want to be tied to someone I know so little? My bad luck with men could boomerang. Except this time, I'll be stuck. I could visit a clinic, but there is no medical necessity. And it's James's baby. I want to keep everything of his. I'm anxious. But you make me feel better. You always do, babe. I nestle against him, trying to calm down. He kisses the top of my head. I'm stunned, but look, we'll work it out, I guarantee. I wish to believe him, but am too busy musing about his full confession. The secrets he's been keeping from me, they may be deal breakers. I love you, James, but who are you really? And what kind of husband or father would you be?
Chapter 11. James.
Karin is pregnant with my child. The moment I hear it, the fact rips me in half, and each half is instantly at the other's throat. Part of me is shocked, elated, hopeful this means my Karin will stay with me for good. The other half is thinking about how to tell her what my business is. Andrew will shit brickworks if he finds out, so he better not. How can you hide things from a meddlesome, paranoid, genius hacker? I have to find a way. Because the more I think about this, the more I want it. I want her, I want the baby, our life together, and the whole 9 yards. But can she handle being part of my world? For that matter, can Andrew handle her being part of it? I better come up with something brilliant. I can't lose her. She takes a nap in the afternoon, and I go to visit the converted warehouse, functioning as our headquarters and staging area. Now that things have cooled off a bit, it's time to plan another job. The entire drive down, I'm thinking of Karin, upset about how she might react when she learns my story. Baby. She's having our baby. I'm going to be a dad. But if she can't handle the truth, everything will go away, including her. When I walk in, Andrew is already there. He looks up from the bank of computers tucked into the nearby corner and nods as I walk past him to grab a beer from the fridge. Dale's running late. Stuck in traffic. His smirk discloses how likely he thinks that narrative is. He's ex-NASCAR, I grumble as I slump down at the big craft table that doubles as our meeting table. Hangover? He snorts. That's my guess. So, you haven't sent that girl home yet. The shift in topic catches me off guard. Her name's Karin Drew. And no, she's decorating my loft. Excuses. His eyes narrow slightly. Getting emotionally involved is dangerous, James. I eye him. Considering his feelings about women, if it were his choice, he'd probably push for an abortion and dump Karin. Not everyone lives like a monk, Andrew. So hire a hooker. They know how to be discreet. He avoids looking at me as he says it. I clench my fist against my thigh under the table and take a swallow of the beer instead of replying. Right now I want to kick his ass so badly, I can taste it. How dare he suggest I can swap Karin with a girl from the streets? Deep breaths, dude, I remind myself. In my calmest voice I say, Drew, I'll say this once and I don't want to hear more about it. Paranoia is helpful in many things. But if you don't stop riding my ass about Karin. Damn. You're in love with her, he snaps accusingly, lips twisted with disgust. You fell for a girl from the vanilla world. Are you nuts? That's a riot coming from you, Drew. Are you jealous? For a moment, he actually looks surprised. No. Cautious. He looks away. We can't afford to bring a Yoko into this state of affairs. First, he decides she's as replaceable as a hooker, and now she's Yoko Ono, and we're the Beatles. My temples start to throb. I force myself to stop gnashing my teeth and it lessens. She's not a Yoko. She's a fine woman, and not the type to mess up our partnership. I'm handling it. Your reaction is more concerning to me. He snorts dismissively. You're not being rational. A woman's body makes men crazy. I am going to punch him. I'm not the irrational one here. You haven't met her, and you're already presuming she'll turn us in. I have my reasons. And you're not bothered enough about this. He gets up and walks over, crouching on the chair across the table from me. You really think you can hide our industry from this girl? We can't afford a commitment, you know that. His eyes pierce mine, and I feel my nails grinding into my palm. No, you're clearly suspicious and don't trust women, and I'm sick of being around when you're like this. I scowl at him. Once again, I'm balancing both parts of my life very well. And still, my love life is none of your damn business. Keep your nose out of it. My work and private life cannot separate if my partner won't leave my love life alone, I say in my firmest voice. I will handle Karin. The corners of his near-lipless mouth pull down further. Not good enough. I slam my fist on the table, and he jumps slightly. Nothing ever is good enough for you, Drew. You keep this up, you'll be looking for a new entry man. His eyes widen. You wouldn't. I've got 10 times the cash I'll ever need my whole life already. You know what the safest, most guaranteed way to avoid jail is? Not stealing anymore. In other words, an early retirement, I smirk. Bet you've never considered that as an option, have you? Dale enters, shuffling out of the rain, trailing a cloud of pot smoke. Hey James, hey Drew? What are you guys fighting about? He's a tall, lean Creole guy with skin, hair and eyes the same rough shade of golden brown, and the youngest of us. He's still shacked up with that girl I told you about, Andrew snaps. The one who ratted her father and boyfriend to the cops? Dale gives me a startled look as he grabs a cola from the fridge. I blink, some of my annoyance ebbing. Wait, what? I finished my research on your Karin, Andrew growls matter-of-factly. She turned her dad into the cops at age 12, and again when she was 18. She also went directly to the police the instant her boyfriend turned violent. For a moment, it worries me. When there's a problem, people who call the police as their first option are hazardous to our health and our freedom. Andrew's dead, right? But he doesn't know the complete account. So while you decided these details make her a ticking time bomb, did you notice what those men did that made her call the cops? Seriously, my fist, your face. Any time, buddy. Wait, what did they do? Dale asks, his eyebrows rising as he comes to sit a few chairs away from me. The kid's gullible, but he's got heart and valor by the ton. Andrew explodes. It doesn't matter what they did. The point is, she uses the police when there's trouble. I stand up. It does matter. Her dad beat the stuffing out of her on a regular basis, and then stalked her dormitory. Terry, you know, my cousin the creep? He went after her with a damn knife. I look at Andrew, whose mouth is working as he glares at me. Why wasn't that part of your research? Why don't you look at how far she's been pushed before she has to go to the cops? She's dangerous, James. Andrew's face turns as red as his hair. You're dangerous, Drew. You're using security as an excuse to control our lives and isolate us. Remember when you talked Dale into dumping his girlfriend because she was getting too close to the truth? He subsides, blinking and glancing at Dale, whose face has fallen. What about it? You made him miserable because you didn't like him connecting with women. Now you're trying the same shit on me. You want all of us to be paranoid recluses whose only contact with women is hookers, just like you. I don't have to take this crap from you, he shouts and tries to shadow me. I stare down at him coldly and he hesitates. You're the one spewing shit. Drew, I'm extremely sober. I fold my arms. You can either leave me and Karin alone, or I'll break your face and walk away with my share. He glares at me, his eyes blank, so deep in his unreasonable hostility that he can't even see he's the one messing things up. Suddenly, I'm so sick of it that I'll put him in the hospital if I don't walk away. So I do. I turn around, leave the beer behind, and walk out to the rain. My fists are still clenched at my sides, and when I hear someone running up behind me, I turn at once, ready to fight. Whoa! Dale holds his hands up, and I lower my fist. Dude, are you really leaving? Like for good? I step under the awning and run a hand back through my wet hair. Dale? I know you like it better when we get along, but I won't stand and listen to Andrew lose his shit because I have a girlfriend. He should know by now that I'm not going to risk everything we've built just because there's a woman in my life. He expects us to live with his damn issues, but this time I can't. It wasn't right for him to make you break up with Sherry, and it's not right for him to rant like this about Karin. Dale leans against the wall and stares at the rain, thoughtfully pressing his lips together. What if Karin calls the cops, though? You can't trust her not to because she loves you. I am not concerned about her rolling over on us, because it would mean rolling over on me. And even if she knows generally that I'm a burglar, What specifics would she know to leak to the cops? It's not like I'll give her names, dates, and heists, even if I tell her anything. My head hurts so badly, my eyes are watering. There's a limit, Dale. If Andrew wants to be miserable, be isolated, trust nobody, and hate women, those are his choices. But he has no business trying to push that on us. Crap, he mutters, running his hand over his scalp. This is real damn thorny. No man, Andrew's just making it convoluted. It's actually simple. Having girlfriends won't mess up our partnership. Drew's suspicion, however, will do that by itself if he doesn't rein it in. He blinks slowly, his confusion plain. You think so? He's trying to protect us. No, man. He's trying to look after himself while taking advantage of our skills. If he gave a crap about protecting us, he wouldn't be pushing us to take new jobs. I don't know if any of this is getting through to Dale. But the girl, Karin, that's her name, right? He shifts from foot to foot. Dale's the opposite of a jerk, but it's clear what Andrew said is getting to him. Yeah. I watch him carefully. Andrew has talked to him about Karin, and he's naive as a puppy. If she turned her own father in, why not us? I look at him sharply. The only one of us who acts like he wants to hurt her is Andrew. If he goes off the rails and attacks her, all bets are off. Otherwise, no. Crap? How do we calm Andrew down? He pulls a cig from behind his ear and lights it, drawing on it nervously. I don't know, a dart gun full of lithium? That's not fair. Andrew is sick. He's also being a raging asshole and letting his illness call the shots. Most of the time he's okay. But anytime something goes wrong, a factor he can't predict or control like another person, he gets like this. I accept the cig and take a hit if only to calm down before going back to Karin. I hold the smoke as long as I can, then blow it out to the rain. There has to be a perimeter, or it's time for us to go our separate ways. I don't want that, he says quietly. I'll try and talk to the man. Don't let him mess with your head. I sigh, shoving my hands into my pockets. Just because he doesn't want a normal life outside the business doesn't mean we can't. That's some bull, he determined. He nods, but the vague look in his eyes concerns me. You don't think I should have stopped dating Sherry? I think I messed up by not standing up for you more, Dale, and I'm sorry. I didn't get it then. Now I do. I walk to my car. I know Andrew can't trust me to fix anything with Karin. I hope you trust me more. Yeah, he mumbles. I just worry. Anyway, come back later after you guys have cooled off. We still need to plan the next job. What next job? I think bitterly. Yeah, I will. There's something I need to take care of first. I am coming clean with Karin about everything, and I'll live with the consequences. She's never seen my partners, she doesn't know who they are. I can't expect her to trust me and bear my child, not to mention prove Andrew wrong, if she doesn't know the truth.
Chapter 12. Karin.
James is tense about something the moment he walks in the door. I get up from the couch to help him out of his jacket, ignoring my uncomfortable stomach. Hey, your hair's all wet. Didn't you have an umbrella? He kisses me gently but distractedly. I wanted to feel the rain. That means you're down about something. I pat my hands up and down his damp shirt and look at him worriedly. What's going on? He smiles thinly and hugs me, kissing the top of my head. Every tense gesture makes it seem forced. I have to come clean about some stuff. It won't be an easy conversation, and I'm sorry. I feel my heart pounding out of control, so much that I feel dizzy. He sees my face and grabs my shoulders with his hands. Wait, sweetheart, don't get upset. It's not about you or the relationship. We walk to the couch and take a seat, his arms still around me. I should have told you this sooner before we got so involved. I wanted to show you. I have never seen James seem so hesitant. What is it? I figured it would be easier to hear what I'm going to tell you once we knew each other, and you realized I'm not a bad person, and I treat you well. Something about the uncertainty in his chocolate-colored eyes makes him look younger, even vulnerable. It's endearing, but I'm still tense. But now I'm pregnant and everything's rushed? I try to understand. The way he's struggling, whatever secret he's keeping from me, it's pretty damn big. It's alarming to me, despite his reassurances. He lets out a sigh. Oh well, look. What if I told you that the security company thing is just a side job, and not how I make all this money? I swallow hard. Crap. I've had my suspicions about his erratic work schedule, and an enormous amount of free time. It would explain some things, I say carefully. Well, I watch his eyes track around the inside of the loft, the half-dome rainforest mural on one wall, the dim splashes of color from the strips of stained glass that surround each window. I'm a cat burglar, he says at last. I sit, blinking at him. For a few moments, I think he's kidding. Then my brain starts connecting the dots. He's a parkour security specialist who works a few hours a week, but has piles of money and comes from a poor background. A man who won't introduce his business partners, because he doesn't want to expose me to crooks. The more he values someone, the more he falters in telling the truth about himself. The love of my life and the father of my child is a thief. Apparently, a very successful one. I force out, aware he's watching me nervously. How often does this happen? A few times a year. He seems relieved I'm asking for minutiae instead of freaking out. It's better not to give you too many particulars. No, of course not. He swallows. Okay. So you haven't run away screaming. That's good, right? Give me a minute. I rub my temple to soothe a stabbing pain, and then look at him. Do you plan to keep doing it? My emotions conflict, love, fret, distrust, anger that he didn't tell me sooner, irritation at myself for getting attached and pregnant before I knew. I don't know, he admits after a few moments. I've given serious thought to quitting while I'm ahead. Especially now. Getting caught would affect you and the baby too. I chew my lip, my hands protectively holding my belly. I love you, I say quietly and feel him stiffen. But, he queries after a pause. I know you wouldn't hurt me. But you need connections with others, with other criminals. Are they harmless to be around me? Around our baby? I grip his arm, my tone pleading. Please just reassure me, because this is too fantastical. I won't expose you to that or them. For some reason his expression turns grim, almost angry. I don't want to drag you into that. That's how I make my money, and you deserve to know. So there it is. He shyly glances away. Can I handle this? I reach out and lay my hand on his chest, feeling his heartbeat fast under my palm. James, I start, but I'm cut short by another voice, one so raspy, strange and full of rage, it sends a chill through my body. You told her. We both turn our heads and James jumps, fists balled at his sides. A strange man walks out of the shadowed, open door of the bedroom, dripping on the hardwood floor. I catch a glimpse of a dark jacket, wet sprigs of red hair, and rigid gray eyes, then the gun in his hand gets all of my attention. I freeze. Damn it, Drew, you crazy guy, you broke into my house and spied on me again? James takes a big step toward the guy, and he shifts the pistol's aim to the middle of James's chest. Watch it, Judas. Give me a reason not to shoot you right now. His eyes have a lack of control I like even less than the gun. James, I cry, my tone dripping with terror. You said I won't deal with this crap. Shut up, tramp, the man snarls, aiming the gun at me. If you hadn't wormed your way into my partner's life, we wouldn't have this problem. I should just shoot you and be done with it. You hurt her and I will make you pay. James takes another step forward, and the skinny man points the gun back at him. I told you not to trust the stupid tramp, didn't I? He starts as I look quickly around. If I go through the kitchen, I can put a wall between this creep and me, and make it most of the way to the door. Don't you call her that? James roars. I bolt. I'm unarmed and sick. I have a baby in my belly, and James's partner has turned out to be an obsessed creep with a gun. Suddenly, his life of crime has gone from dubious to a total deal breaker. I have to protect myself. I hear a grunt and an impact, and then the clatter of something heavy and metallic. My gun, the guy yells, outraged. Run, Karin, comes James's desperate cry, and I dive through the kitchenette while the two of them struggle, run for the door and yank it open. There's another man with a gun on the other side, a young, light-skinned man with an almost apologetic look. He points the gun at me. I'm sorry, he starts. James said to do anything to protect myself, no matter how guilty I feel about it. I duck aside and slam my body into his arms, knocking the gun against the wall and making him drop it. Screw you, you monster. I yell, and as hard as I can, I bring my knee up and hit him. He goes ashen and falls over, coughing and clutching himself. I bolt down the hall, tears of panic blurring my vision. I keep running, headed for the stairs, knowing I'll get a bullet if I wait for the elevator. Adrenaline burns my veins. I can't do this. His partners are appalling. They pulled guns on me. I clatter down the stairs, hearing muffled shouts behind me. I don't know if James is winning, or if they are. I don't know if they'll run after me. I don't even know if I ever see James again. I'm sobbing uncontrollably as I reach the ground floor. I run through the lobby, ignoring the receptionist calling after me, and blindly race to the streets of New Orleans. All I have is my purse. I'm drenched in seconds. Still weeping, petrified, I keep running, not certain where I'm going.
Chapter 13. James.
You let her get away. Now she'll go to the police, Andrew is yelling, spraying spittle as he scrambles after his gun. I kick it out of his reach and with all my strength, kick him in the teeth. His head snaps back, a startled look in his eyes as strings of blood and shattered teeth fly from his lips. He slams against the wall, bounces off and lands on his face, hitting his head with a satisfying thud. Then he stops moving. What the hell, James? Dale is balled up in the doorway holding his groin, his face wet with sweat as he pants for air. His pistol is on the ground several feet past him. Did you kill him? Not yet. I pick up Andrew's gun, check it, walk over and point it at Dale's head. He cringes. Tell me why you decided to help him bump off my girlfriend. It wasn't supposed to happen like that, he protests. He wanted to make sure she didn't go to the cops. I stare at him for 3 fast heartbeats, and then punch him in the face. I bellow as he winces and grabs his wounded nose. He came to shoot her, and maybe me. He had you guarding the door so we couldn't get away. No, wait. He wouldn't do that. Dale trails off, then his eyes widen. Yeah, he would. And he talked you into helping. You bought it because you're a dumbass stoner kid who gets talked into bad shit. I grab him by the collar and pull him upright. Wait, James, please cool off, he begs, watching the gun in my hand with terror. She's carrying my baby, you idiot. I was going to ask her to marry me. I can't remember being this angry in my entire life. You two have messed everything up. She may never trust me again. I'm gripping his collar tighter and tighter. He swallows against my knuckles and gags. James, please. I really didn't know. Please what? Please don't kill you for scaring her away. Please don't kill you for assisting that mistrustful jerk instead of helping me? Explain what thing you're begging my mercy over, you gullible little schmuck. I give him a shake. Please. I'm sorry, give me a chance to make it up to you. He stares at me, scared and stiff. The muzzle of the gun in my hand wavers slightly, then drops. How can you possibly make this right? He looks past me, fear on his face. Then his eyes focus on something behind me. I can help you catch up to your girl before Andrew does, he pipes up. What? I turn, and the spot where Andrew was on the floor is empty. Damn. There's only one car, and I have the keys, he struggles to reassure me. If you let me try, I can search the whole area a lot faster than him or you walking. I gaze at him, sweaty, pleading-eyed and still anxious. I nod and lower the gun. Let's get moving. It's pouring rain outside. I shove into the passenger seat of Dale's modified caddy and grab my phone, calling Karin. She has the phone in her purse. Come on, I say as the phone rings and rings. Come on. Do you think she'll go to the cops? He asks nervously as he puts the car in gear. I glare at him. I'm more nervous about what Andrew will do if he catches up to her first. Good point. He shudders as we pull away from the curb. As he rounds our block and starts spiraling outward to encompass a larger search area, I try Karin again. Please, baby sweetheart, love, pick up. Nothing. Is she really pregnant? Or were you trying to get my sympathy? His voice is a mix of curious and nervous. Yes, she is pregnant. Keep your eyes on the road and don't distract us. I want to punch him again, but need to focus on finding Karin and intercepting Andrew before he gets to her. Crowds are thin in the rain. I frantically search, looking for curly blonde hair and a blue dress without a jacket. My gut churns like a washing machine as I think of her running through these streets in fear, not knowing where to go, not knowing who is after her. Dale can't keep his damn mouth shut. Seriously, do you think she'll go to the police? No, I don't. But if she did, we would deserve it. Andrew for wanting her dead for no damn reason, you for going along with it, and me for not defending her. My knuckles whiten as I grip the steering wheel. He's quiet as he drives, both of us looking around. Finally, he says softly, "So, you think she would have been okay with the business if Drew hadn't threatened her?" That is exactly what I am saying. He blew everything. Even if he doesn't take her life, I may never see her again. A blonde in the crowd catches my eye, but no, too tall and long-haired. Damn it. James, I'm sorry. He finally gets it. You better be. We keep searching. Every minute or so, I try her phone, praying it isn't out of power, and she eventually notices the calls. Baby, please just pick up. As we drive and scan the alleyways and sidewalk crowds, I wrestle with regrets. I've had week after week of romancing Karin, but I could never bring myself to tell her the whole story. If I had, we could have talked it over and gotten her settled with the idea well before Andrew learned of her presence. If I had, she could have decided about me without the drama of having a baby. If I had. Woulda, coulda, shoulda, I mock myself, my temples throbbing. No point in that now. I made the wrong choice, and now my lady and my child may have to pay for it. I don't get why Drew goes nuts about us dating. Dale is chattering again. I wonder how much pot is in his system. He didn't talk about security risks when you went to visit your family. No, of course not. He doesn't flip out over your stoner buddies either, and I'm sure some shit slips while you're high. I give him an icy look at the next corner, and he swallows. Yeah, thought so. But somehow we're not in jail. And he's not writing you about it either. Why? Because he hates either of us being happy with a woman. He's too messed up about women to manage it. My eyes ache from scanning the streets. Drew's pistol is holstered at my side, and if it comes down to it, I'll stop his bitter ass with a bullet. In fact, I'm tempted to just do it on principle. Okay, now I'm mad at the dude, Dale grumbles, and I roll my eyes. Now you're mad? He had you pulling a gun on a pregnant woman. He also made you break up with your girlfriend on even thinner excuses. He's sick, Dale growls. Yeah, he's mentally ill, but it's not an excuse for much. He abides by his sickness instead of fighting it. He's taking that shit out on the only friends he has, and that's only part of his stimulus. I try the phone again, scanning the street with my eyes as I let it ring. So what's the rest? His tone is ridiculously innocent. I want to smack him. Kid, how did you get into this business? He hates women. He's convinced himself that every woman in the world is like his ex, who probably isn't half the pain he describes her as being. She never tried to roll over on him. I think of my cousin Terry, who is a miniature bungling, spineless version of Drew. Terry, who apparently is out on bail, and whom I owe a beating as well. Why do so many men go bonkers about women? Why do they want the rest of us to join, or do they just figure we'll support them? I swear to God, I growl. Even if we get out of this with no one dying or going to jail, I'm done. I can't trust either of you to have my back after the shit you pulled." His face falls. "Aw man, James, I really am sorry. I didn't know it was gonna be like this. I told you it would happen like this. I told you a few hours ago. You listened to Andrew instead, and an innocent pregnant woman may die as a result. Screw you, Dale." I stare rigidly out the window. "Baby, where are you?" "What about the money?" he whines. "You can't just walk away. We have enough money. Also, some things are more significant than others. Now that Karin is in danger, my priorities are crystal clear. We've picked up $20 million apiece last year alone, and I would give every dime away to have her back safely." He's quiet for a long while as we drive, probing and searching. We've covered 10 blocks so far. "She must be hiding somewhere," he verbalizes. I try the phone again. Nothing. Whoa. The car jolts to a stop, and the phone almost flies out of my hands. I just saw someone jump from the rooftops in that alleyway. He points to the nearest alley. "What direction?" He gestures. "It has to be Andrew." I burst out of the car, shoving the phone in my pocket as I raced into the alley. It's possible Andrew has lost her too, he's just searching. Except he wouldn't take to the rooftops unless he wanted to get somewhere fast, on foot. And this means he knows where he's going. And that means he somehow knows where she is. Did he slip a tracker in her purse the last time he broke in? Or a bug? Is that why he knew what I said and knew where to find her? It doesn't matter. I'm on him now. Andrew's good at parkour, especially with his gadgets. I'm better, I don't need them. I jumble up the fire escape and get to the roof. Looking around, I see a figure jumping an alleyway up ahead. He's wearing a familiar dark jacket, and his hair gleams like an ember in the thin daylight. I bolt for him, leaping the first alleyway and clearing it easily. I don't even break stride as my boots hit the asphalt roof beyond. He's still and doesn't see me yet. He's preoccupied with peering over the edge of the building with a pair of binoculars. Then I see him disappear over the edge. He's found her. I put everything I have into getting there first.
Chapter 14. Karin.
Someone keeps buzzing my phone, but I can't stop to look. That red-haired creep may have lost his gun and a tooth or two, but he's on me no matter how fast I run or where I hide. I've barely dodged him twice. I don't know how he keeps finding me, but it panics me so much I can barely think. Is it him on the phone, or a frantic James? James? You told me to run while you fought them, and I'm sure you tried your best. Where are you now? I hear a clang above me, and look up to see the same crazy woman-hating creep descending on me, via a repelling line with a big hunting knife in his hand. I've got you. Thinking quickly, I give him a shove before touches down. He lets out an outraged howl, and smacks against the fire escape. The line gets tangled around the ladder, leaving him awkwardly dangling a foot above the ground. "What?" he yells and immediately starts sawing at the tough line with his knife. Get someplace public. Hiding in alleys and building lobbies isn't working. I bolt for the brightly lit cafe across the boulevard. What's he going to do? Knife me to death in front of a security camera and witnesses? "I'll kill you," he yells after me hoarsely. Damn, maybe he will. He's just like my dad and Terry. Get in line, psycho. I call back mockingly as I run as fast as I can. Never let them see you sweat, but never let them get too close either. I hear a grunt, the line snapping, and the thud of his boots on the ground. Then I hear him tearing after me. Damn! A clang sounds high above me, and my blood goes cold. His accomplice? I look up, just as James bounds off the alley wall and lands between me and his charging partner. Oh, thank God. Keep running. Get to the cafe. He won't do anything in front of security cameras, he calls out as he readies himself for the charging redhead. I start to obey, but the bone-jarring thud of them squaring off makes me duck behind a dumpster for cover instead. I poke my head out for a look. The two are in an all-out brawl. James stands like a wall between my attacker and me, while the other man snarls and lunges and tries to get past him, lashing out with his knife. However, every time he gets too close, he pays for it. First, he nearly loses the knife. He then reels back, holding his face. Then the knife goes clattering across the asphalt. Stop defending her, you damn Judas! She's going to rat us all out. There's rage in the man's voice, rage and something else. Panic. But he's not the only one who's upset. I'll kill you before you touch her. James's voice shakes with fury and conviction. Again, the guy tries to pass him to get at me, and gets a knee in the gut for his attempt. So this is it, huh, Judas? He pants at James as he staggers back again, holding himself. You pick a tramp over your partners and betray us. I haven't betrayed anyone, you idiot. I never even brought you up. You created all of this. James doesn't just sound angry. There's an incredulous note in his voice, as if he can't believe someone he works with is acting like this. I'm not going to jail because of your girlfriend, the guy roars, eyes wide and spittle gathered at the corners of his mouth. Why did you attack me? I demand, suddenly enraged as well. I notice a length of broken board leaning against the dumpster and grab it, stepping out. I didn't even know you existed, until you tried to kill me. Shut up, tramp. You know you would have gone to the cops. He tries for me again and again. James drives him back, this time with a series of hard blows that leave him doubled and staggering. And yet he's still trying. I told you to run for the cafe, James admonishes. I'm not involving more people in our problems. Besides, he would probably attack me in public. I heft the board and step out. Inside, I'm terrified but also pissed, and I reached my limit with bullying and woman haters a long time ago. And James is here, and he won't let anything bad happen to me. What do you think you're gonna do with that, little girl? Andrew mocks me. I think my man and I are going to beat the crap out of you, I reply as I slowly walk forward. James sees the look on my face and smirks, stepping aside from me. The smirk falls off the other guy's face in incomprehension. You don't fight back. You run to the cops, like you did with your dad. My dad was attacking a 12-year-old girl a third his size, asshole, I snarl as James and I advance on the guy. He scuttles backward, looking between us nervously. It's not like I could hit him back. And since my personal business is somehow your business, I'll tell you the rest. He beat me from the age of 3, until I went to the cops to make it stop. Because nobody else intervened and I was too small to defend myself. Anger is replacing my fear fast. He went to jail. And because he was obsessed, like you, when he got out, the first thing that he did was try to visit me in my school. With handcuffs, pepper spray, and a knife. I stare at the skinny man in disgust. I didn't even call the cops that time. He got into a fight with a security guard. He called them. Why am I explaining all of this? And your boyfriend, he demands. Where did he get all his information? James? No, he must have done some kind of background check. If you're talking about Terry, yeah, I got a restraining order against him. He decided to violate it by trying to kill me. They let him out on bail, which is part of the reason I imposed on James. I'm not calling the cops on you because they might tie you to James, and I don't want problems because of you. I'm also not calling the cops because they and the legal system are useless when it comes to protecting people. I take a step toward him and he backs off more. I don't need them anymore. Not for a crazy weasel like you. I'm not crazy, he yells, purpling. And he lunges. James winks at me and gives me room, and I swing the board with all my strength at the blindly charging man. Bam! Good shot, he calls proudly as the board shatters against the guy's chin and sends him staggering backward. My fear is gone. Standing there with my arms tingling from the impact, I wonder where it went. But then I see it, in the eyes of my attacker as he holds his bloody chin and stares at me. You got too paranoid, Drew, James says almost sadly. It's way beyond cautious. And your women's issues are messing up friendships and work. You need to get help. How can you trust her over me? We've known each other for 10 years, he protests, staring at James as he tries to staunch the flow of blood from his nose. She's never tried to kill someone I love, he says. And besides, she's gone through more things than you, but she's stable, stronger, and kinder. She's also carrying my child, whom you tried to kill along with her. The confidence in his voice banishes the last of my fright. James, I think, staring at him in awe. He glances at me, eyebrows rising. She's pregnant? Yeah. Because you're that far gone, you almost hurt a pregnant woman for no reason. You almost engineered your own arrest by trying to chase her down with a knife. Are you proud of that, Drew? Is that really who you want to be? James has his hand near the gun on his belt. I can see it with his jacket pushed aside. The shock finally gets through to him. He blinks rapidly and shakes his head as if coming out of a bad dream. No, he says in a much quieter voice. In spite of all the fear, drama, and anger, I feel a stab of pity for Andrew, who suddenly has a lost look on his face. She wasn't going to say anything to no one. None of this was necessary. It only happened because you let your baggage get the better of you. James's voice is lower now, too. The slow realization of what he's been doing dawned in Andrew's expression. He looks around, then lowers his hands. What do you expect me to do? James lets out a bitter laugh and shakes his head. Leave, he says. Take your share, take your crap, and leave. You're a multi-millionaire. You can afford a doctor, and a move to another state. And if I refuse, he challenges with his last bit of salt. If you ever bother us again, you don't have to worry about what James will do, I say in a steady voice. I'll shoot you myself. I don't know if it's baloney, but it works. He blinks rapidly, then pulls himself upright. Fair enough, he mutters, wiping the blood off his face. And he's gone, walking down the alley, hands shoved in his pockets, not even asking for his gun or retrieving his knife. He glances back at us once as he reaches the alley entrance, blends in with the passing crowd, and vanishes. James huffs a sigh next to me and lowers the gun, turning to me. I'm so sorry, sweetheart. Are you all right? I drop the broken board and let him gather me into his arms as I cling to him. No, but I'm getting there. We've got a lot to discuss, though. Let's go home, he says. I'll take care of you and make this right, I promise. I lick my lips, a little nervous about returning to the loft after what happened. Okay, but I need you to do something to make me feel safer when we get home. He hugs me tight, kissing the top of my head. What is it? My smile goes a little lopsided. Grease the balcony and rooftop railings. If that guy tries to break in, I want him to get a nasty surprise. He lets out a laugh and cuddles me. Anything you want, sweetheart.
Chapter 15. Karin.
Thanks for helping with the turkey, I tell Samantha as we sit at the loft's timber table. It's Thanksgiving again, and this year I have a lot more to be thankful for. No problem, sis. How's my nephew? Her voice goes high at the end, as she addresses the occupant of the baby seat next to me. He responds by cooing and waving his tiny fists, wide chocolate brown eyes staring at her in delight. Jimmy's fine. He had his 3-month checkup last week. Our son is healthy and happy, and we're not doing badly ourselves. It's been a heck of a year. James actually has started a security company in one of the downstairs offices, which he works at part-time while spending the rest with us. I work out of the loft, half days as well, a handful of clients for now. Technically, neither of us needs to work. James has more cash than we could spend in our lifetime. But doing so keeps us from getting awkward questions about where the money comes from. And it also means most of that money will be there when we actually retire. Right now, most of our life is centered on each other and our son. New Orleans is as beautiful and welcoming as it was a year ago. I haven't been to New York in months. Once I testified at Terry's trial, I was done. Terry got 15 years for assault with a deadly weapon, simple assault, and repeated violation of a protection order. The whole trial, he and his mother glared at me like I should be on trial. When I testified about the knife, Terry sulked, and his mother burst into tears. I haven't heard from them since the trial. Now and again, I get some mail forwarded from my old address. 2 days ago, it included a card from my mother. Signed but no note. I don't know if she's finally realized what my sister and I went through now that she is trapped in a house with 3 men who beat up the women they're supposed to love. Maybe somehow she's found out she's a grandmother. It could be anything, but I'm not bothered. Just because she reaches out doesn't mean I have to respond the way she wants. But I might, eventually. If I could forgive someone like Andrew, I would consider giving my mother another chance. She was a coward who didn't defend us, but she was a victim too. Are you guys still okay with my bringing the wife and kids for Christmas? Samantha asks as she starts passing the salad around. Oh yeah, the more the merrier, James says optimistically. He and Samantha have become friends very quickly, which makes me happy. Tentative card giving or not, she's the only family I have besides my husband and baby. Goody. I want to introduce the kids to their cousin. She sits down on Jimmy's other side and starts making silly faces for him while he squeals and wiggles. Hey, could someone pass the butter? Dale asks at the other end of the table. He's here with his girlfriend Sherry, a cute Belizean girl with enviable dreadlocks and a bubbly laugh. It took a while to settle our differences. With work behind them, my husband and his former partner can be friends. As for his pointing a gun at me and my racking him, we called it even. James and I have practiced self-defense since I mended from birth. I've also gone shooting with him. Having him instructing me on protecting myself makes me feel safe even when he's 1,000 miles away. Ironically, Andrew left for Los Angeles a week or so after our confrontation. I must admit, I sighed with relief when I learned he left the state. Dale and James still get emails from him, encrypted of course. Apparently, he's getting treatment for whatever his ex-wife did to him. I hope it helps, but I'm glad he's gone. His illness may have put the idea of harming me in his head, but he followed it of his own free will. I can only forgive so much. So what's everyone thankful for this year? Samantha asks. We didn't even follow this tradition last year, because of Terry and his mother's habitual whining and his father's silence. But this year, things are different. Many things. I'm thankful for everything, I say with a smile. My life, my new home, my son, my darling husband, my sister. And most of all, the chance to escape my past and push through to an improved future.
The end. Book 3. Masked Pleasures. A Masked Indulgence Extra. Chapter 1. Nixon.
Are you sure you know where you're going, Nix? My wife asked me. Her hands held tight in the cuffs I'd put on her wrists, her eyes covered by the blindfold. She'd been sitting in the passenger seat of our truck for 15 minutes and seemed to be growing impatient. Of course, I know where I'm going, Katana. Suddenly, I remembered that I'd forgotten the whipped cream. Damn. What's that mean, Nix? She asked as she turned her head to look at me even though she had on a blindfold. I forgot the whipped cream in the fridge. Maybe I'll find a place to stop and get some. It is a key component in my plan. My wife and I had scheduled a little rest and relaxation time for ourselves. The kids were with my parents in Texas. We dropped them off earlier that morning before Katana, and I headed out to do some camping. Only I wasn't taking my wife on a traditional campout. No, I was taking my wife to a large private ranch a friend of mine owned that was near the town I grew up in. But she didn't know where I was taking her. She only knew that we were going to be camping out and having some wild, kinky sex while we were away from the rest of civilization, hence the handcuffs and blindfold. I really wanted to throw her off track of what my real plan was. My wife had been watching a lot of television lately, and one of the programs I caught her watching was a series about people who were looking for the fictitious creature called Bigfoot. I was about to take Katana on an adventure she'd never forget. Along the banks of Medio Creek, legends had been told for years about there being a family of the mythical monsters. My friend's ranch had that creek running right through it. He told me that he'd never seen any evidence of the things at all, but someone had done a special on the residents of the area who had said they'd seen the creatures. It was that special airing of the Bigfoot files that had my wife asking me if I'd ever seen anything, since I'd lived so close to where these people were reporting Bigfoot sightings. Of course, I hadn't ever seen a thing. But I did have one story to tell her. And now would be the time I'd let her in on that little tale. Katana, do you recall asking me about knowing anything about the Bigfoot creatures that are rumored to be around the area of Pettis? Yes, and you laughed and told me you'd never seen anything. Did you lie to me, Nix? She shook her head. You know you can tell me anything. Even something that you think is crazy. Well, the truth is, I haven't ever seen anything, but I knew someone who swore up and down that he'd had an encounter with one of the things the people around here think is a Bigfoot. I turned the wheel and pulled up to the gate at the ranch. I can't believe you've never told me about this. You know I'm a believer in that stuff, Nix. She huffed, then turned her head toward me as I came to a stop. Are we finally here? Not quite. I've got to open this gate, and we've got to drive pretty far back into this place to get to where our campsite is. My friend, Donnie, has already had everything set up for us. I got out of the truck and opened the gate. Thick foliage rose up high on each side of the gassy lane that I'd have to drive down to the creek on. Only a path as wide as the tractor had been cut out of the dense vegetation so vehicles could travel through the ranch. This part of the ranch was left wild to encourage deer to live there. Donnie was an avid hunter, so he'd made sure to leave as much of his ranch as untouched as possible. Evening wasn't too far away, maybe only a couple of hours before darkness would settle in and the night animals would come out to forage for food. I had a shotgun behind the back seat of the truck, just in case I needed it. Donnie had seen lots of coyotes, a few badgers, and even the occasional cougar around this area, so he cautioned me to make sure I had a gun with me. Getting back into the truck, I saw Katana sniffing the air. We're way out in the country, aren't we? I can smell the brush. We are way out in the middle of nowhere, baby. No one will hear you scream for mercy way out here, I kidded her. When are you going to take off the blindfold? She asked me. I thought it was time to let her see things. After I close the gate back up, I'll take off the cuffs and blindfold. Pulling through the gate, I stopped the truck and got back out to close and lock the gate. Then I went to the passenger side and opened the door. Taking the key to the cuffs out of my pocket, I set my wife free, then took off the blindfold too. She blinked a few times, then her eyes settled on the brush that surrounded us. Gosh, Nix, this is some think brush you're taking me into. Pecking her on the cheek, I said, I know. I closed her door and went around to get back inside. The snapping of a branch had me stopping to listen. But I didn't hear anything else, so I got into the truck and we headed to the campsite. This is Donnie's ranch. He's had his ranch hands set up a camp for us. It's all ready to go, is what he told me before we took off from Mom's and Dad's while ago. Katana looked out the window. I can't see a thing really, since the trees are just too thick. She looked back at me. So, what were you going to tell me about before we stopped, Nix? My one and only Bigfoot story. I wiggled my brows at her. You see, a bunch of us were hanging out at the Dairy Queen in Pettis when George Pedersen came running in. He was white as a ghost and shaking too. He stammered something almost unintelligible, but we all understood one thing: Bigfoot. Had he seen one? She asked with wide eyes. And where did he see it? Now this part one had to make up. George had seen his monster on the ranch, just next to the one we were on. But any Texan knows that you've got to embellish a bit to make a story interesting. He had seen one, Katana. He said it was at least 8 feet tall, with wide shoulders and red eyes that glowed in the dark. It stank to high heavens, and it had a growl like nothing he'd ever heard before. And he saw it right here on this very ranch. Right on the creek bottom. And very near to the place that Donnie has set up our campsite at. Her pretty brown eyes grew wide, horror filling them just the way I thought would happen. No, Nix. She shook her head furiously. Yes, I nodded. Aren't you excited, baby? You might get to see Bigfoot. No, I'm terrified, not excited, she screeched at me. But you watch that stuff all the time. You've even told me that you'd love to go on an expedition to find one of those things. And I'm taking you on one. Frankly, I thought you'd be over the moon. And I had thought that too. I mean, this woman watched those shows at least twice a week. And now she was going pale and looking frantic. Take me back, Nix. I don't want to be here. She looked like a trapped rabbit as she looked in every direction. If you want out of here, you'll have to walk out. I'm going on the adventure I planned. But you're a free person. You can do what you want to. But the truck stays with me. I might need it if there really is a big foot. I stifled a laugh, as I knew there was no such thing. Now I get why you blindfolded me and cuffed me, to be absolutely positive that I didn't take the blindfold off too, or I'd be able to find my way out of this place. You're a real funny man, Nix. But I'm serious. Take me back. I'm scared. You knew we were going camping, Katana. You knew it was going to be around where I grew up. You knew the stories about the creatures they say live around the area. So why are you freaking out now? I really was having a hard time understanding her fear. It was over the top. I pulled up to the campsite that looked picture perfect. She looked out the windshield at the tent that was all glammed up. I knew she would hate regular camping, so I told Donnie to make sure our experience was a glamping one instead of a camping one. And he'd done better than I could have ever expected. A pale green tent had been placed between two monstrous oak trees. The opening was pulled back, allowing us to see inside. A real bed that looked to be queen-sized was right in the middle of the large tent. A chandelier hung over it. I had no idea they made battery-powered chandeliers, but I guess Donnie had found one or had one made. He was resourceful like that. Wow, was all Katana could say. Would you look at that? How romantic looking. The creek flowed along the left side of the tent, trickling by and looking like something out of a fairy tale. I noticed that lights had been strung through the two towering trees as well. This is too beautiful to pass up, baby. I pointed to the outdoor kitchen he'd brought in. The 3 bottles of propane told me that was what ran it. And that thing is calling my name. I just bet that little fridge is filled with all kinds of great things. Katana's fear of finding Bigfoot was overcome by the charm the little camping area had. Well, Donnie did work hard on this. It would be rude not to stay after he did all this for us. Yes, it would be. I got out of the truck as she'd finally come to her senses. We met in front of the tent, and I took her hand. And I hate to break this to you, but there aren't any mythical creatures around here, baby. You're perfectly safe. She looked around at the woods that surrounded the one place that had been cleared out. You did bring your shotgun though, right? Yeah, it's behind the seat. I got it out of Dad's gun safe. You don't have a thing to worry about. I was just kidding you about that other stuff. Honestly, I thought you'd get a kick out of thinking you might actually get to see a real live Sasquatch. But I was just messing with you. And I wasn't completely honest with you about where George saw his monster. It was about 15 miles east of here. Not even on this ranch. I put my arm around her and gave her a little squeeze as I kissed the side of her head. Does that make you feel any better about staying here? Not really. They have a range of at least 100 miles. She shrugged. But we're here and there's lots of light and you've got the gun. I don't think one of those things will want to bother us here. But promise me that if we hear anything unusual, that you and I will jump into the truck and haul ass. I found it humorous that she thought anyone could possibly know the range of a mythical creature, but I didn't bring that up. I promise you that if we hear anything out of the ordinary, that we can leave, baby. But you will hear odd things out here. You'll have to trust me to tell you what's ordinary and what's not, okay? She nodded, then turned to me, running her arms around my neck. Okay. I trust you, babe. Now let's head inside and check out that bed. It looks very inviting. So we did what she wanted and went into the tent.
Chapter 2. Katana.
Nix took things slow, gently sliding away each layer of clothing, kissing the newly exposed skin with soft affection. By the time he was done, a warm flush spread across my entire body. I shifted nervously and glanced toward the open tent flaps. Nix, please close the tent up. I don't like feeling this vulnerable. He nodded immediately and went to zip everything shut. There's not a soul out here, baby. But I'll close it if it makes you feel better. Thank you, I murmured, still uneasy. Being deep in the woods already had my nerves on edge, but camping beside a creek rumored to be a hotspot for strange sightings made it worse. Nix returned, removing his own clothes before joining me in the warm nest of blankets. He lay beside me, and I turned onto my back to meet his gaze. His deep green eyes shimmered with affection as he brushed his fingers through my hair. Not a day passed where I didn't marvel at how lucky I was. Nixon Slaughter was truly beautiful inside and out. You're looking particularly gorgeous tonight, Katana, he said softly, tracing his fingertips along my cheek, down my jaw, and along my neck. I cupped his face, running my hands through his dark hair. You're looking pretty handsome yourself, Nix. I pulled him close, our lips brushing, just enough to spark that familiar flicker of heat, when a sudden thought snapped through me. Nix, wait. We can't do this. I pressed my hands against his shoulders. He didn't move, just raised an eyebrow. And why not? This was the whole point of getting away together. I know, but that was before I realized where you were bringing me. Now that I know there could be, for lack of a better word, a monster in these woods, then romance is off the table. It has to be. I glanced around at the thin tent walls, imagining long claws slicing right through them. Nix gave me a stern look. And why is our romantic time off the table just because of your imagination, baby? Haven't you ever watched a horror movie? The couple being affectionate are always the first ones gone. I have kids I intend to see again, so I'm not taking risks in Bigfoot country. I tried to sit up, looking for my clothes. I don't know why it didn't hit me earlier. It must be a sign. For once, my very supportive husband was anything but. Lay back and relax. Let me help you unwind. We're perfectly safe, sweetheart. This Bigfoot stuff has officially become too much. But I barely got the word out before his lips were on mine again, firm and persuasive. He gently guided my wrists above my head, kissing me with a determination that swept my fear right out of my mind and replaced it with warmth and longing. By the time he pulled back, the tension inside me had eased, replaced by something soft and grounding. He moved to my neck, knowing exactly how to coax me out of my own thoughts, brushing and kissing the sensitive skin until a familiar comfort bloomed through me. Nix. I breathed, my nerves finally quieting. He pulled back just enough to look at me. You're safe. I promise. His voice was calm, steady, reassuring. He tucked a strand of hair behind my ear and kissed my temple. I let my hands wander up his strong back, loving the way his muscles shifted under my touch. He kissed along my neck and cheek, and I leaned into him, feeling the world settle into a quiet, peaceful hum. We held each other close, our bodies pressed together, sharing warmth and whispered affection. The world outside felt a million miles away. I kissed his shoulder, and he rested his forehead against mine. I love you, I whispered, my earlier panic replaced by a deep, overwhelming tenderness. His breath warmed my ear. I love you too. We lay together in the glow of our closeness, wrapped in blankets and in each other, the tent warm and quiet around us. Gradually our breaths synchronized, slowing with the steady comfort of being exactly where we belonged. Time slipped by without either of us noticing. When I finally opened my eyes, the light outside the tent had vanished completely. Nix, it's gotten dark. Yeah, he murmured, sounding exhausted. I sat up. How do I turn on this chandelier light thing? Not sure, he said without moving. Well, aren't you going to find out? He chuckled tiredly when I nudged his shoulder. In a minute, baby. I'm wiped out. He pulled my hand to his chest, holding it there. Just lie down with me for a little bit. We'll get up soon, I'll make dinner, light up the whole place. But right now, I need a nap. His arms wrapped around me, pulling me close again. And despite my earlier fear, I felt completely safe. I had no choice. I laid down and he wrapped his body around mine as we spooned. I felt protected, and the truth was I could use a short nap too. But the truth also was that I was afraid of what might come up on us if there was no light to scare the wild things away. And I meant all of the wild things too. I didn't want to share our campsite with so much as a raccoon. My husband's strong arms held me tight, and before I knew it, I drifted off as I listened to the sound of his steady breathing and the trickle of the creek that ran beside the tent. It was all too comforting, and I fell into a deep sleep. It didn't seem like time had passed at all when my eyes sprang open. I was alone in the bed. I sat up and looked around and found I was also alone in the tent. As my eyes adjusted, I realized there was light coming from outside the tent. "Nix? You up?" he called out, then pulled the flap back and looked inside at me. "I've got the pit up and going, and there are steaks ready to go on it. I was waiting for you to wake up before I threw them on." "Oh, okay. How long have I been asleep?" I rubbed the sleep out of my eyes. "A couple of hours. I didn't want to wake you." I slept about 15 minutes, then got up. He tied the flaps back on the tent, leaving it open. "Get dressed and come on out here, baby. The night air is nice and cool, and the stars look awesome. There's even a full moon coming up. It's stunning out here." "It sounds pretty great. I'll throw my clothes on and come right out." I threw my legs over the side of the bed to get up. Nix reached inside and did something that turned the chandelier on. "This should help you get cleaned up and dressed, baby. See you in a few minutes." Looking around, I found a wash basin and a couple of jugs of water next to it. A few white washcloths were folded neatly on the vanity top that had a mirror over it. How Donnie had gotten all this out to the middle of nowhere, I had no idea, but it made things very easy for us. After cleaning myself up, I pulled on my jeans and t-shirt, slipped into my running shoes, and headed out to hang out with my hubby underneath the stars for a while. Donnie even had brought down a couple of comfy chairs instead of lawn chairs for us to sit in. The outdoor kitchen made it almost feel like home. Nix handed me a tall, dark bottle of beer. "Here you go, baby. Just sit back and let me take care of dinner as you do a little stargazing. It's more beautiful out here at night, Nix." I took a long drink of the beer as I was parched. "How long are we staying?" He chuckled as he put the steaks on the fire. "So now you want to stay?" I nodded as I looked up at the night sky. "Yeah, I do. It's different out here. Better than I expected." "Glad to hear that because we're staying 2 nights. Nix came to me, putting his hands on the armrests on either side of me, then kissing me. And at that moment, I felt like things would be better than just okay. Things were going to be great.
Chapter 3. Nixon.
Nothing is better than a steak cooked outdoors over an open fire. My wife had never experienced life in the outdoors. She marveled at the taste of the medium-rare, thick-cut sirloin that Donnie had generously provided us. A fresh salad and a couple of baked potatoes rounded out our evening meal as we sipped on some cold suds. The night was going great. My wife and I were laughing and joking around with each other, enjoying the night in a way we never had before. The camping trip was proving to be a big success. And now that Katana had forgotten all about her irrational fears about a monster attacking us, the night was proving to be spectacular. "I don't even like beer, and I'm loving this one," she commented, as she drained the last bit of beer from the long-neck bottle I'd given her. Her cheeks were rosy as she smiled at me, making my heart skip a beat. No matter how long we'd been together, I had never forgotten to thank the good Lord above for bringing her and I together. Everything about the woman did something for me. From her long dark hair and pretty blue eyes to her beautiful soul, it all made my heart swell with love for her. The 2 chairs my friend had put in the outdoor kitchen area were side by side. I reached out and took her hand in mine, holding it on top of the large armrests. Beer is a staple in camping. Any good camper knows that. It's the beverage of choice for this kind of thing. Aren't those gooey desserts called s'mores also a staple of camping? She asked me with a smile. They are, and I do believe I saw the makings for them in the cabinet over there. I got up to go see if I saw that right, and that's when a loud screech rang out in the woods. And it didn't sound too far away either. Katana was up and in my arms within microseconds. What was that? She had her legs wrapped around me too as she clung to me. Her heart beating so loud, I thought the animal that made that sound might hear it. It's okay, baby. It's just some kind of a large cat. It won't come and bother us in the light. That's not how big cats work, I tried to reassure her. But it was all in vain as she whimpered. Is it a large cat or a big cat, Nix? And is it someone's pet, or what? I tried not to laugh at her. She was genuinely afraid, after all. It's not a pet. It's something like a bobcat or a lynx, or maybe even a cougar. But you don't have to worry, none of those things will come into the light. I promise you that. It made another loud screech, and Katana began to shake. Nix, I don't like that at all. It sounds like a woman is screaming out there, not some enormous cat. Do you think it's an insane woman? Some lunatic killer female, who's out to kill people who dare to camp in woods she considers to be hers? Or worse? What if it's a... She hesitated to say the next word, and it only came out in a whisper, which? I had to laugh then. I mean, come on. It's not a witch, nor some crazy female. It's a cat, that's all. Now quit freaking out, 'cause they can smell fear, and that's an enticement to those kinds of things. I tried to put her down, but her legs were clamped tightly around my waist. She looked at me with wide, fear-filled eyes. What the hell are you doing, Nix? I thought I might put you down, and go see about getting those s'mores done. I kissed the tip of her nose. It's really going to be okay, baby. I've never even seen a big cat before, just heard them. They're elusive, and don't bother people. They stay away from people, as a matter of fact. I'm sure that one was looking for another cat, you know, calling out to it. So, there's another monster cat out here somewhere, and that one has lost track of it. Her eyes darted all around us. That's terrible news, babe. Again, my love, that one won't want a thing to do with us either. So, there's no need to worry about that one. If there even is one around. There may not be. I walked over to the chair and placed her in it, where she promptly curled herself into a ball, wrapping her arms around her bent knees and tucking her feet beneath her. I would have given her the gun to hold to make her feel better, if I wasn't absolutely positive that she'd shoot at anything she heard and possibly kill me in the process. I listened for the sound of anything rustling in the brush, just to be safe, but I knew what I'd told her was the truth. I wasn't sugarcoating anything. No one had ever been attacked by any type of wildcat in the history of our area. I didn't think it would start happening with us. I'm not sure about staying the night out here now, Nix. I turned around to find her looking very nervous. It's going to be okay. I guess I'll forego the token scary stories everyone tells when they go camping, since you're proving to be a scaredy cat. I went to grab 2 more beers out of the cooler full of them. Going to her, I opened one and handed it to her. Here, this should help to chill you out, baby. She took it from my hand and nodded. Thank you. She took a big gulp. I'll need plenty of liquid courage. Now I can see why beer's a staple of camping. I got busy fixing the dessert, and Katana finally got up and came to help me, as it wasn't easy to make the dastardly things. You need to be an octopus to make these things. Here, let me help you with that. She put the beer down to grab the melted marshmallow between 2 graham crackers. Wait, you've got to put a piece of that chocolate bar in there too, I corrected her. It's not right without the chocolate. She grabbed a piece of chocolate and put it on one of the crackers, then put them together, taking the marshmallow off the stick I'd used to roast it over the still-burning barbecue pit. As she found a plate to put it on, I got busy roasting another marshmallow. Katana licked her fingers. This is a sticky job. Yes, it is. I've never quite understood the whole s'mores deal with camping. It's not convenient at all. A pretty messy situation, if you ask me. Lifting the marshmallow from the fire and blowing it out after it lit up like a tiny torch, I waved it at her. "Ready for the last one, sweetheart?" She made quick work of that one, then took the plate and we went back to sit down and eat them. When she bit into hers, she let out a soft, happy sigh. "I know why they make them, babe. They're delicious." Chocolate dripped down her chin. I leaned over and gently wiped it away, brushing a light kiss to her lips. "And messy." She laughed, warm and playful. "Maybe I'll smear melted chocolate all over your body later and lick you clean," I teased. "You won't hear me complaining if you do." She dabbed a bit on her neck. "Oops." I kissed that spot too, smiling as she giggled, and the gentle flirty mood wrapped around us like a warm blanket. She climbed onto my lap, feeding me little bites of the dessert, and each time we'd lean in for a soft kiss, sharing the sweetness. If anyone had seen us, they might have thought we were being a little silly, but out here alone, it just felt like our own private world. Things like this were bound to happen on a trip like this. Whether it was the steak, the beer, or the chocolate, my wife was feeling extra affectionate. After we'd finished dessert, she stood and slipped out of her jeans, then helped me with mine, leaving us in our underclothes. She settled back on top of me, resting her head on my shoulder, her arms wrapped around my neck. Suddenly, she didn't mind being outside so much. I was glad to see her settling in. Camping had been something I grew up doing a lot, and I wanted her to enjoy it too. She shifted a little, leaning forward to kiss me softly. I leaned back and looked up at the starry sky. "Oh baby, this is the life." She smiled, brushing her hair behind her ear. "It would be perfect if there weren't any wild animals around." Trailing my fingers down her side, I chuckled. "That's part of the fun, hun." Her expression said it definitely wasn't fun to her, but she was trying, making the best of it, finding her own little moments of enjoyment in our adventure. She took my hands and placed them on her waist. "Just hold me, babe." I pulled her close, my hands tracing gentle, comforting patterns up and down her back. She sighed contentedly, laying her head on my shoulder as the warm evening breeze moved around us. Soon she was breathless with laughter rather than nerves, and I held her tight as she relaxed completely. After a moment, I stood with her in my arms and carried her toward one of the large trees so she could lean on it for support while she caught her breath, still wrapped in my embrace. "Lean here," I said softly. She rested against the tree, her fingers threading through my hair as I kissed her cheek, her forehead, and the curve of her jaw, slow, affectionate, lingering. Her soft cries of delight filled the quiet woods as she melted against me, overwhelmed in the sweetest way. "Nix," she breathed, her voice trembling with emotion. When she finally stilled, I kissed a trail up her body and pressed my lips to hers. I carried her to the bed, then got myself ready while she caught her breath. Her eyes drifted toward the open tent, and then back to me. She held her arms out to me, without a hint of hesitation. My girl was becoming a real camper.
Chapter 4. Katana.
We'd fallen asleep in exhausted heaps after making love most of the night. So I was surprised when I woke up before the sun came up. All that told me was that something had woken me up. I listened hard, but only heard the sound of my husband snoring lightly. My eyes closed as I thought I must have been wrong. But then I heard something. The sound of someone messing around in the outdoor kitchen. I could hear the door on the fridge as it was closed. Then a rustling sound was made and some weird pops and creaks. I shoved Nix to wake him up. But he only made a loud snore before turning over and pulling the blanket around him tighter. Laying perfectly still as I realized the damn flaps of the tent had never gotten closed, I wondered if I should try to sneak over to it and zip it up, or if that would alert the intruder to me and end me right then and there. I shoved my husband again to try to wake him up, but it didn't do a bit of good. "Crap," I hissed. Rolling off the bed, I went on my hands and knees to get to the front of the tent. I would get that damn bit of flimsy material closed, separating us from the beast who was ravaging our outdoor kitchen if it killed me. My one hope was that whatever was out there would be so consumed by stealing all of our food that it wouldn't even notice the fact that I was closing us inside the tent. Not that I had a ton of faith in the tent keeping us from certain death, but it was all we had. I knew I wasn't about to make a run for the truck, even though that would have been much better protection. It took everything I had to make myself reach out and pull the pieces of fabric in so I could zip them. But I heard a loud crash, and that spurred me on. In a flash, I'd grabbed the 2 pieces and had them zipped up, then crawled back to the bed, got in and pulled the blanket over my head. A couple more crashes finally woke my dead-to-the-world husband up. What the? He looked around, finding me looking at him with what I knew had to be huge eyes. He'd pulled the blanket off me when he sat up, and I was there, curled up in as tiny a ball as I could get. I'd heard that if a bear was trying to attack you, then you should get into that position. I figured a Bigfoot is about like a bear, so that might save my life if that was what was outside our tent. There's something out there, I whispered. Nix got up and I grabbed his arm. What the hell are you doing, Nix? Going to scare it off. He pulled his arm out of my grip. What the hell do you think I'm doing? Don't open the door. I just closed it. It'll go away. Just leave it alone. I don't want to antagonize it. Everyone says not to confront it, I begged him. It? He looked at me like I was crazy. Did you see it or something? I shook my head. No, but I know it's a Sasquatch. Geez, he mumbled, then pulled on his jeans before going to open the tent up again. He just wasn't listening to me at all. And that wasn't like my husband to do that. Nix. He waved me off. Just go back to sleep. I'll run whatever is out there off and join you as soon as I do. I was terrified. I couldn't fathom why he'd want to go out there and get killed. I was too young to be a widow. I didn't want to raise our kids all alone. But my husband could be hard-headed, and now was one of those times. He unzipped the door, and I buried myself underneath the blanket, praying he'd survive his encounter with the beast of Medio Creek, as it had been dubbed by the people who'd seen it. What the hell? Nix shouted. I mean, what the hell? I poked my head out from under the covers. What is it, babe? It's a damn mess, is what it is. He looked back at me. The lights went out and the coons came in. And they've made themselves right at home, the little bastards. Can you run them off? I asked as I held the blanket tightly in my hands. They already scattered as soon as they heard me. Man, this sucks. That's going to be a pain in the ass to clean up. I'm not about to start trying to clean up until it's daylight. I can't believe I forgot about not leaving out anything they can smell before going to bed for the night. My bad. He came back in, zipping the tent closed before coming back to bed. Shucking his jeans, he laid back down and pulled me into spooning position. Sorry about that, baby. I'm sorry they scared you. He kissed me on top of my head. Let's get some more sleep. There's no use getting up until the sun comes up. He was nuts if he thought I could just fall back to sleep after all that adrenaline had coursed through me. But I wasn't about to get out of that bed and go meandering around in the dark. Especially since I actively recalled one of the shows I'd seen on an encounter with a Sasquatch. The lady had said that she and her husband had been out camping in an Arkansas forest when something had come into their campsite and pulled the trash out of the can. They knew that had happened and were leaving it to clean up until the next morning. Before the sun came up, the couple heard something strange outside their tent. And when it walked close enough to them that the moon could outline the form, they knew what was out there wasn't anything they'd ever seen before. It was tall with broad shoulders, and the ground shook with each step it took. The couple slept in sleeping bags on the floor so that they could feel everything. Thankfully, that lady's husband didn't get up and go trying to scare the monster off, the way my husband would have done. And they lived to tell their tale. When they got up at the sun's first light, they found huge footprints all around their campsite. Even right in front of their tent, as if it had been contemplating heading in for a visit with them. Or maybe more like making them an addition to its midnight snack. With that story in mind, I knew the chances of the beast of Medio Creek coming to our campsite had increased dramatically. But what was I to do about the fact that Nix didn't believe in the thing the way I did? He thought it was a myth, a hoax even. He knew the people around the area who'd claimed to have seen the creature weren't liars. But he did think there had to be someone in the community who thought it was hilarious to put on a homemade gorilla suit and parade around the creek at times. I chose to believe there wasn't some kooky individual who would pull such a prank on their neighbors. I chose to believe creatures that aren't on record did exist. Even those monsters who reside in lakes. But that would be a story for another time. We'd left our cells in the truck, so I couldn't even look and see how much longer we had until sunup. Time moved like molasses as I laid there, wide awake, and waited to hear the sounds of a large creature, digging through the remains the coons had left behind. My eyelids grew heavy as time passed. I was blinking long, slow blinks that told me I'd soon lose myself to sleep. But then I heard the sound of water splashing. Not trickling the way it had been all night long. No, this was splashing. Like something was walking up the creek through the water. Something with 2 feet. I was sure of it. It didn't sound like 4 feet, like a harmless little deer. No, it sounded big and just kept coming closer and closer to where we were. Nix. I turned in his arms and whispered in his ear. Wake up. He pulled me in closer, nuzzling my neck. 10 more minutes, baby. Just give me 10 more minutes of sleep, then I'll wake up. I promise, he mumbled. Nix, listen. Can't you hear that? I whispered to him, as I could hear the sounds of the splashing water still coming our way. Yes, I hear it. Now go back to sleep. He yawned, and I knew he didn't think what he heard was what I did. But I had to know what he thought it was. What is it? Fish jumping, he muttered. Jumping fish? I didn't think that was what I was hearing. I mean, how can fish make that much noise? How can fish sound like something walking in the water? And why would the sound keep getting closer? The first bit of light filtered through the light green material of the tent. Morning had finally arrived, and with it came a great relief. The darkness would soon be over. Not that it meant we were out of the woods yet, because frankly, we would still be in the woods for another day and night. But at least I'd have the daylight hours to try to come to terms with all the animal noises, and maybe have a better night's sleep. Getting out of bed, I went to wash up and get some clothes on. Nix had told me the night before that he wanted for us to go on a hike, so I got on some clean blue jeans and put on my hiking boots too. A t-shirt rounded out my outfit, then I pulled my hair into a ponytail to keep it out of my face while we walked through the woods. When I was done, I turned around to find my husband watching me. Are you just going to lie there and ogle me, or are you going to get up, so we can get this day started? A lazy grin curved his lips. I think I'd like just to lie here and watch you, you gorgeous woman. Well, I'm not going to be in here. I'm going to go out to the truck and find some gloves, then start cleaning up the mess those noisy coons made last night. Then I thought I'd make us some bacon and eggs. How does that sound to you? I walked over to him and kissed his cheek that was stubbly since he hadn't shaved. And I was pretty sure it would only get even more stubbly, as he hadn't bothered to bring a razor with him. It sounds like you're in a pretty great mood for a person who was scared half the night. He laughed and I turned to walk away, but he caught me by the wrist, pulling me back to him. He pulled me all the way back into the bed where he pinned me down and kissed me all over my face, making me giggle like crazy as his whiskers tickled. Finally, he eased up on me and looked down at me as I tried to catch my breath. Damn, I'm one lucky man. I ran my hand over his cheek. And I'm one lucky woman.
Chapter 5. Nixon.
Taking my wife on a hike through the woods, I was heading toward the old abandoned ranch house Donnie's great-grandparents lived in over 100 years ago. You're going to get a kick out this, Katana. This house is so weird. No one has ever lived in the place since the old couple died over 30 years ago. And they just leave it open, she asked with surprise. I held a thin mesquite branch back, so she could walk past it without getting stabbed by the thorns on it. Here you go, baby. You don't want to get pricked by one of these thorns, it burns like fire. Katana rolled her eyes and made an exasperated huff. Texas is just about as bad as Australia, with its thorny trees, killer scorpions, and rattlesnakes lying in wait to strike you when you least expect it. Yep, that's what makes a Texan so tough. The trail went wider since we were getting close to the old house. I put my arm around her shoulders and pulled her close to my side. And the reason they leave this old place unlocked is because everyone knows it's haunted, and no one would dare take a thing from the property at all. She looked at me with an incredulous expression. And you want to take me inside of this haunted house, Nix? I swear, I don't know who you are when you come back to your old stomping grounds. Your idea of a good time is sleeping outdoors with wild animals everywhere, then going to some old house to stir up spooks. What's next, a jalapeno eating contest? I shrugged. Maybe. If you're very lucky. She laughed, then stopped as we came out of the woods, and the large old ranch house stood before us. Everything was still intact, but the white paint was chipped and faded. The black shutters looked as if they'd been sandblasted, and the windows were coated with dust. Here we are, Katana. I gestured to the house that was once a grand place, but now was no more than a nearly empty place where only the dead hung out. If what everyone said was true, that is. I didn't believe in ghosts. I believed the place was old and dark, making it scary, but it wasn't really scary at all. It was just an old empty house, nothing to be afraid of. This place is huge, Katana said as she scanned the home. And we can really go inside, Nix. Taking her hand, I led her up to the front door. As long as it's still unlocked, we can. I twisted the old doorknob and it opened right up. Come on in. Stale air hit my nose right off the bat. Katana rubbed her nose as she looked around the foyer. It smells moldy in here. Do you think there's black mold in here? Maybe we shouldn't be here. We're not staying in here long enough for any mold to affect us. No one has ever gotten sick from coming in here, from what I recall. I led her through the small entry room to the main living area. The Queen Anne furniture still sat in the same places they had since I'd last been inside the home, over 15 years ago. And no one has ever seen fit to move this stuff out of here, Nix? Katana ran one hand over the faded red velvet of the sofa. If you'll notice, the stuff in the foyer was all piled up into one corner, I told her. Donnie's parents moved that stuff first after the grandmother passed on. The grandfather had died a year earlier than she did. There wasn't much in there, just a small table, a grandfather clock, a coat and hat rack, and some knickknacks. The things were put into their garage that evening. Weird things happened right from the start of the things being placed in there. Katana stopped her roaming around the room and touching things to look at me. Weird things? Like what? There was a picture of the couple who'd called the place home, hanging on the wall, and I looked at them. No smiles were on their faces as they stood side by side in front of the home when it was new, and they were very young. Like stray cats started coming up to the garage and hanging out while meowing like crazy. That is weird, she agreed. Anything else? I nodded and shoved my hands in my pockets, so I wouldn't be tempted to touch anything. Not that I believed any of the stories about the things that were in the house, but I didn't want to tempt fate either. The next thing that began to happen was the garage door would be open each morning. Donnie's parents even started locking it with a padlock, only to find that it would be unlocked and opened back up each and every morning without fail. Katana ran her hands up and down her arms. That gave me goosebumps, Nix. Anything else happen? I made my way to her, to take her to the next room. Come on, I want to show you this awesome piano in the music room. I took her hand, and off we went. The last thing that happened was what caused them to move the things they'd taken back out here. One night the garage caught on fire. Well, that's not paranormal, Nix. Katana laughed. That kind of thing happens all the time. Well, the weird part of it is that only the things that belonged to the grandparents had been moved out of the garage, everything else burned up. And no one had any idea of who would only move those things and not tell a soul they had done it. I pushed the door to the music room open, and the piano began to play. Katana screamed and threw her arms around me. My gosh. I had to laugh, as I recalled how many people Donnie had scared with that thing. "It's okay, baby. It's a player piano. And they rigged it so it would start playing when anyone opens the door." I could feel her heart banging inside of her chest. "Damn. You should have warned me, Nix." She let me go and punched me in the arm. I nearly had a heart attack. "Sorry, babe." Kissing her on top of the head, I moved us into the room. "If it makes you feel any better, Donnie scared the crap out of me with it too when I was a kid." "No, that doesn't make me feel any better. My nerves are all keyed up, you know that." She pointed to the far corner, where a white sheet covered something. "What's that?" "A harp. Care to see it?" She nodded, so I went to pull the sheet off the ancient thing. Several of the strings were broken, but it was still a usable instrument, probably worth a lot of money. But it would never be sold. Nothing in the house would. Katana plucked one string, and the sound reverberated throughout the room. "Cool. I've never even seen one of these things in real life, only in pictures." The sound of footsteps moved overhead. "Shish." I looked up and found the chandelier swaying a little. "Someone's up there." "Let's get the hell out of here, Nix," Katana hissed at me. "Whoever or whatever it is, I don't want to meet them." "I need to see who it is, baby." I looked her in the eye as I thought about what I should do with her. I couldn't put her in harm's way, but I didn't want to leave her alone either. "Why?" "It's none of our business, Nix," she argued. Not sure at all about what to do, the next sound made the decision for me. A loud clang rang out, and the piano started up again. She and I both took off, running for the door and getting stuck in it for a brief moment as we wedged our bodies in the doorframe. I grabbed her hand, taking her back through the house and right out the front door. We ran until we made it to the safety of the brush line, before we stopped. Panting as adrenaline coursed through my veins, I put my hands on my knees and tried to catch my breath. When I heard Katana laughing, I started laughing too. I forgot to close the damn door. "We've got to go back, Katana. I'll wait for you right here. I'm not stepping a foot closer to that house." Her hands went to her hips, which meant she was dead serious. "Okay, wait here then." I jogged back to the house and stopped just before I got to the door. The door that was now closed. Shaking my head, I jogged back to my wife. It was closed. "I definitely think someone is inside of that house. We need to get back to the campsite, so I can get my cell out of the truck and call Donnie to let him know he needs to go check that out." Katana shook her head as we started heading back. "I don't think he's going to find a thing, Nix. That was a ghost for sure." "Nah," I said as I led the way. "It's got to be some bum or something like that. There are no ghosts, just like there are no beasts of Medio Creek. And what about those fish you heard jumping just before dawn? What did you think you were hearing, baby?" "Never mind," she said with a grouchy tone to her voice. I had to laugh. The woman's imagination knew no bounds. I suppose it was her creativity that spurred that imagination. She was a talented book cover designer. That creative spark must have gone all the way through her brain. When we got back to the campsite, I saw the coons had once again come for a visit as the trash can had been pushed over. Thankfully, I'd secured it well enough that they weren't able to make a mess again. But Katana didn't see it that way at all. "Oh Lord. What could have done that, Nix?" "Coons," I said coolly as I picked the can back up, putting it back in place. "Oh." She looked a little embarrassed as she went to the edge of the creek. She kneeled beside it and splashed the clear water on her face. I went to the truck to make the call to Donnie, but stopped as I heard a low rumble. Looking at Katana, I saw that she'd heard it too. She stood up and came to stand behind me. "What's that, Nix?" Her hands ran around my waist as she clung to me. "I'm not completely sure." I listened for it to make another sound. 3 loud stomps were heard. "Let's get into the truck." I opened the driver's side door and let Katana slip in before me. Then I saw what had made the noise as it came out of the brush. Red eyes glared at me as it stomped its foot again and blew air from its black nose. "Damn, it's pissed." I jumped into the truck just as it started running toward me, barely getting the door closed before it got to me. Katana screamed as the jet-black bull ran right into our campsite, knocking the trash can down again, then using its long, pointed horns to toss it up into the air. It came down with a loud bang, but the lid stayed on. Then he pawed at the ground a little before heading off, happy with how effective he'd been at scaring us. "A damn bull!" Katana shouted as she threw her arms up in the air. "I thought there weren't any cows out here, Nix." "Obviously, they're free to roam around the ranch, baby." I shook my head, as she was just so clueless about how ranches work. "He's just strayed away from the herd is all. That's why he's so pissed, he's lost." So I made the call to Donnie to let him know he had a bull that needed to be picked up and a house to check out for unwanted guests.
Chapter 6. Katana.
I'd just about had it with the Texas Outback. After a rogue bull charged us, I was ready to call it a day and pack up. But my husband was intent on staying one more night. Donnie stopped by for a visit as his ranch hands rounded up the bull and put him in a cattle trailer to haul him back to his harem of heifers. A couple more guys had been dropped off at the house to look for trespassers. From the phone calls to Donnie, I'd overheard that they had found nothing. No sign of anyone being in the home at all. So that told me we had indeed experienced paranormal activity. Even though I knew Nix would never admit that. He'd brought some fishing poles and worms to use as bait, and a few chairs so that we could sit underneath the shade of the oak trees and fish. "Now, don't be afraid to do a little skinny dipping, Katana. This creek is perfect for that type of thing," he kidded with me. "I'm not really a skinny dipping kind of girl, Donnie." I sat on the grass between the chairs the guys sat in. I loved the feel of the cool grass as I ran my fingers through it. "I'd really like to hear some of your stories about that house, Donnie." "I've got some." He put his fishing pole down to start spinning his yarn. "I'm not up there looking around for anyone right now, because I ain't ever going in that place again. Not after what happened to me the last time I was in there." Nix chuckled. "And what was that, Donnie?" Nix seemed to think his friend was being funny, but I could see the seriousness in his expression that told me he wasn't joking around just to scare me. Donnie looked at me as he went on. "Once a year for as long as I can recall, I've gone through that house to make sure there weren't any water leaks or any other problems with the place. Last year I went through it for the last time I ever will. I always start in the attic to make sure the roof ain't leaking. Then I go all through the second story, then the first one, and the last thing I always do is go through the cellar." "And you've done this all alone?" I asked, as I thought that would scare me to death if I had to go all through that place alone. He nodded. "I can hardly find no one who'll go with me." So there I was, all alone. I'd heard creaks and groans as I'd made my way through the house. Those were normal sounds. When I opened the door to the cellar, I smelled something I hadn't ever smelled before. Something like rotting meat, a sulfur-like smell too. It made me gag, it was so bad. But I had to go on down there, as I thought something must have gotten in that cellar and died. "Gosh, that sounds awful," I said as I thought about how I'd feel if I had to do such a thing. "It was," he agreed as he nodded. "There's no floor down there, just dirt, and the first thing I noticed was something had been digging around in that dirt, as the first step off the stairs had me stepping into a hole about 3 feet deep. I almost broke my damn leg as I fell down. There are no lights down there, so all I had was my flashlight, and I dropped it when I fell." My heart started beating hard as I thought about being all alone in a dark cellar with my leg in a hole. "What did you do then, Donnie?" I got up and grabbed the flashlight, and just as I did that, the door slammed closed behind me. I raced back up those stairs as fast as I could and found the door had locked somehow. I couldn't get out. The stairs were too steep to give me a running start to bust the door open using my shoulder. I had no idea what to do. He shook his head as he relived that moment in his mind. I patted his leg reassuringly. "Well, you managed to make it out of there eventually." I was trapped there the entire night. My wife had been out of town on a business trip, and no one knew I'd gone out there. No one was around to miss me. He looked out at the water, his eyes glazing over. As I sat on that top step, looking down into that dark cellar, knowing I was going to be stuck there for a good while, I saw something move. Like a flash of darkness, something even darker than the darkness of the cellar, it moved across the large space. And as it did, it made a terrible sound. More than a growl, less than a howl. It was unlike anything I'd ever heard in my life. Nix laughed. Okay, Donnie. So, get to the punchline already. You're freaking my wife out. Donnie looked at Nix with his lips forming a straight line. I wish I was just joking, Nixon. I'm dead serious about this. He looked back at me. It's good to be freaked out by what I'm telling you, Katana. I don't want you two to ever go back in that house. You have no idea what kind of evil lurks there. By the time someone came looking for me, and I got out of that basement, my dark brown hair had turned snow white. He pulled his cap off and showed us that his hair had indeed turned white. Damn, dude. Nix gasped. I told you I wasn't joking, Nixon. Donnie put his ball cap back on. It was so bad, my mind's blocked most of it. But all I know for certain is I'll never go back inside that house. I should have told you about that, so you didn't go in there. Sorry about that. I sat there quietly as his story only served to make my nerves even more frazzled. Now I had more to worry about when night fell. The creatures, the demon or whatever that was in the house, and even rogue bulls. I'd never not wanted to see the sun go down so badly in my entire life. Nix looked at me, shaking his head as he could see the look in my eyes. Don't let his story get to you, baby. I'm not. I lied and pulled off my hiking boots, rolled up my pants legs and stuck my feet in the cool water. The clear water ran over my toes, and the idea of taking a dip didn't seem like a bad idea at all. But it would have to wait for Donnie to go, as I hadn't brought a bathing suit, and I would indeed be skinny dipping if I gave in to my desire for a swim. I leaned back, resting my weight on my palms, looking up through the thick canopy of oak leaves that filtered the sun's light perfectly. The beauty of the place almost made all the scary things fade out of my mind. And when Nix reeled in a catfish, I totally forgot about all the spooky stuff, as I got excited and decided I wanted to fish too. We spent the next couple of hours catching catfish that had swam our way. We let Donnie take them home with him, and he promised to cook them up and have a fish fry at his place before we left to go back to California. Darkness was falling just as he left us alone. But we already had the lights going, and a fire burned in the pit. I'm going to barbecue some chicken breasts and grill this zucchini too. Nix took the already seasoned chicken out of the fridge. Recalling the sounds I'd heard the night before, I'd thought I heard the sound of the fridge being closed, but found out nothing had been touched in there. That let me know my ears weren't always right, and they couldn't be counted on. I had no idea what we were hearing was a bull when we'd heard that. I thought for sure we were about to see a real live Bigfoot. I'd been wrong then too. It seems I knew next to nothing about the sounds animals can make. So I tried very hard to just not think at all, and enjoy the night. It would be the last one there, and I knew my husband wanted to have a great time. And I also knew being woken up by his chicken of a wife would put a damper on our little outing. As Nix put the chicken on the grill, I got up and grabbed us a couple of beers to get our last night started. Here you go, babe. I'll slice up the zucchini. Hey, you want to hear some music? Nix looked at the truck. Sure, put the stereo on in the truck and roll the windows down so we can hear it. I went to do that, putting on some country music as it seemed fitting for a night out in the Texas wilderness. I've never really listened to this type of music before. It's catchy though. Nix wiped his hands on a towel, then swept me into his arms, dancing around with me. This is called the Texas two-step, baby. I followed his feet as we laughed and danced. Just the two of us, not a soul around, and we were more than happy. Such simple things, dancing, camping, cooking outside on a grill had made us so happy. I'd fallen in love with Nix so easily. It took no work at all to stay in love with the man. It was effortless, our love. Sure, things could be taxing with day-to-day life. Dealing with the kids, work, and the mundane chores could get us down from time to time. But overall, he and I were happy people. And I knew it was because we'd found one another. The song ended, then we kissed. Nick sighed when our mouths parted. This is special, Katana. I agree. I kissed him again. I love you, and I love that you've shown me this side of you. At first, I was a little worried. Now I know you can protect me from everything. Good. His lips pressed against the side of my neck. You know I strive to be a man you can put your trust in at all times, baby. I know you do. As good as all that kissing felt, I noticed the smell of the cooking chicken and knew we had to settle things down or our dinner would be ruined. How about we pick this up after dinner? I'm starving after all we've done today. With a laugh, he picked me up, sweeping me off my feet, then carried me to one of the chairs, placing me on it. Then I'll make quick work of this meal while you enjoy your beer, because I've got some pretty massive plans for you later. Plans, huh? I asked as he handed me the tall, dark bottle I'd opened before our little dance had gotten started. Care to let me in on any of those plans, babe? Flipping the chicken breasts over, he let me in on what his plans included. Let's just say I'll be putting that blindfold and those handcuffs to use later, just for a little fun. My skin prickled with anticipation, but in a warm, affectionate way. Oh. And what exactly did you have in mind for me? I asked with a teasing smile. He laughed softly, a mischievous sparkle in his eyes. Let's just say someone I adore has been a bit playful lately, and I think it's time I gently remind her who's in charge of keeping the evening interesting. I nudged him with my shoulder. So I've been that mischievous? So very, he said warmly, leaning in to kiss my forehead. But don't worry, I'm only planning on giving you a little light-hearted trouble. I grinned. Oh yeah.
Chapter 7. Nixon.
I'd made a secret purchase before we left Los Angeles for the week-long visit with my family and friends. Katana had no idea what I'd bought for her to wear that night. The box had been hidden behind the back seat of the truck. After dinner, I retrieved it and brought it to her. She was waiting for me in the tent, excited and ready for the surprise. When I came to her with the black box tied with a red silk ribbon, her eyes lit up. Oh, goody. She clapped her hands and sat on the bed. I love getting presents, Nix. Yeah, I know. I placed the box on her lap, and she pulled the ribbon free, laying it beside her. Slowly, she lifted the lid and set it down. It's red. She pulled the garment from the box. Satin and lace. Standing up, she handed it to me. And you'd like me to wear this? Would you like to help me put it on? Very much so. I unlaced the back of the corset, helped her slip into it, and laced it again. It fit her beautifully, just the way I imagined, graceful, elegant, and completely her. Her skin looked soft and warm against the rich red color. When I pulled out a matching blindfold, Katana smiled. Oh, so I'll be all matching tonight. Next, I took out the red handcuffs, soft, decorative, and meant only for playful trust exercises we both enjoyed. Completely matching, I said. I put them aside for the moment, and picked up the red silk ribbon. Turning her around, I gently braided her long dark hair and tied the ribbon at the end. Facing her once again, I picked up the cuffs. She placed her hands behind her back, and I clipped them on loosely, never tight, always comfortable. Then I tied the blindfold around her head, settling it softly over her eyes. I trust you completely, she said with a warm smile. Do with me what you will. I slipped off my t-shirt and shoes, standing behind her in my pajama bottoms. I guided her gently forward, so she leaned her upper body onto the bed, her posture relaxed and trusting. I brushed my fingertips along her back and arms, just a slow, affectionate caress. Katana sighed. More, please. My little partner wants more attention, does she? I teased lightly, running my hand across her shoulders again. Oh yes, she said with a playful wiggle. I've been waiting for this. Katana always enjoyed our light-hearted evenings like this, nothing extreme, just the two of us being silly, affectionate, and playful. Leaning over her, I pressed a soft kiss between her shoulder blades, and she let out a pleased hum. A few gentle taps on her back, meant only to make her giggle, and then another kiss. Her reactions told me she loved the attention. I wrapped my arms around her and pulled her upright, seating her at the edge of the bed. Her breaths were unsteady in that sweet, overwhelmed way she had whenever emotions ran high. I held her close, resting my forehead against hers while she calmed. "Master," she squeaked in a theatrical voice, making me laugh. She always liked to exaggerate for fun. I eased her down to lie on the bed, then kissed my way down one of her legs, soft, tender kisses that made her laugh and gasp. I kissed her ankle, then made my way back up with teasing little nips that were more tickles than anything. She squealed and playfully begged for more. I did the same along her other leg, until her whole body felt warm from all the laughter and closeness. Then I pressed kisses to her stomach, her arms, and finally her neck. She trembled, not from anything intense, but from overflowing emotion. "Please," she whispered, "I just want to feel close to you. Hold me." I gathered her in my arms and kissed her forehead. "My little partner wants closeness?" I teased gently, climbing onto the bed and embracing her fully. She smiled and held me tightly. After a long moment, I said, "We're taking this outside." Still blindfolded and trusting, she let me lift her up and guide her out of the tent. I unfastened the cuffs so her hands could come around to the front, then secured them again, comfortably, and lifted her arms to hook the cuffs over a low tree branch. She stood on her tiptoes, her posture stretched but secure, trusting me completely. I placed my hands over her corset-covered torso, holding her close and steady. "I could do anything to you like this," I murmured dramatically, knowing she adored the theatrics. "Even pretend to be fearsome." She laughed, knowing it was only part of our playful routine. I tapped her thighs lightly, just enough to keep her warm, then lifted her, wrapping her legs around my waist. I held her, supporting her easily as she clung to me, her forehead against mine. "Gosh, yes," she breathed, not in passion but in sheer joyful exhilaration from the closeness. I tugged her braid playfully, tilting her head back to pepper her neck with kisses. She made happy little sounds, laughs, soft whimpers, little playful noises she always made when she felt overwhelmed with affection. I couldn't help but laugh too. Holding her tightly, feeling her trust, was everything. Finally, I lowered her to the ground. "You've outdone yourself," she said, breathless from emotion and laughter. "As have you, my little star," I replied, heading back into the tent. "Stay put." She huffed dramatically, still hanging comfortably from the branch. "Okay. But hurry, my arms are starting to ache a little." "Relax, partner. I'll give you a full-body massage once I set you free." I grabbed a clean washcloth, poured some water into the basin, and dampened it. Then I froze. The sound of tree limbs breaking echoed outside. Was it Katana shifting too much? Or something else?
Chapter 8. Katana.
My body was just settling from the rush of emotion and excitement that had been running through it. It had been a long time since Nix and I had shared a moment that intense, emotionally, playfully, and physically close. My whole body felt warm and alive from the connection. As I hung from the tree branch, waiting for him to come back, I let my head fall forward, stretching the muscles along the back of my neck as they began to tighten. The promise of a full-body massage made me smile. I could already imagine the pampering that was about to come. My husband always had a way of making me feel cherished. Once a week, he'd take me out to dinner, just the two of us, while the kids spent the evening with their friends. We always chose a Friday or Saturday, so the kids could stay the night. The next day, we'd take their friends for a sleepover at our place to return the favor. It worked out well for all of us. Every couple got a night to reconnect in whatever way mattered most to them. We usually chose dinner, sometimes a movie. Other times we'd simply enjoy a quiet evening at home, talking, laughing, and holding each other close. Nix and I were a happy couple most of the time. And with this campout, I felt we'd given our spark a fresh burst of energy. A smell drifted past my nose. With my eyes covered and my hands cuffed in front of me, my other senses, hearing and smell, felt sharper than usual. Along with a musky scent came the sound of branches snapping. I couldn't tell if someone was stepping on them or pulling them down, but they were definitely breaking. For a moment, I wondered if Nix was trying to tease me, playing around the way he sometimes liked to during our little adventures. It wasn't exactly like him to try to frighten me, but he'd been acting a little differently during this whole campout, so I wouldn't have been shocked by a harmless prank. I was about to laugh and call out that he wasn't fooling me, until a different scent hit me. This one was awful, like wet dog mixed with spoiled food, and it hit me so strongly that I recoiled. The branch-breaking noises grew closer. My breath caught. "Nix!" I called out sharply as I could tell the sound was moving toward me from the front. "Hush," he whispered urgently as his hands suddenly circled my waist, lifting me so I could slip my cuffed hands off the tree branch. I wrapped my bound arms around his neck as he carried me. "Please don't take me back to the tent," I whispered. "If it's that bull again, I don't trust it at all." I heard the truck door open. "Don't worry," he said. "I don't trust that tent either. Scoot over quick." I moved as best I could, but just as I did, something slammed against the truck. "Nix! What's happening?" I cried, still blindfolded, my hands bound, and now half fallen forward with my arms pinned beneath me as the truck shook. I assumed it was the same aggressive bull from earlier, trying to jostle the truck again. But then Nix said something that made my heart squeeze. "What is that thing?" He turned the truck on and revved the engine, honking the horn to scare whatever it was away. "No way. No way. What's happening?" I yelled at him. "It's stopping me from moving, is what's happening." "How the hell?" He changed gears, and we moved back only a little bit as he put it in reverse. A horrible howling sound came from behind the truck, and I knew he must have hurt the thing that was attacking our truck. "Nix, pull off my blindfold, help me up." I shouted at him. "No," was all he said to me as he pushed the gas again, trying to run the thing over. "I want to see it, Nix. Please," I begged. I didn't know why I wanted to see something that was obviously scaring my very brave husband, but I did. "Is it a big foot?" "I don't know what it is," he told me. Damn, I need to get my shotgun, but I'd have to get out to get it from behind the back seat. Man, why'd I leave it back there? So stupid. "Nix, I want to see it." I began struggling to push my body up so that I could move my hands. If I could get up even a little, then I could pull the blindfold off myself and maybe catch a glimpse of what was out there. But the way the truck was bouncing and moving kept me off balance, so I was stuck the way I was. "No, you do not want to see what I'm looking at, baby. I promise you that. This would haunt you forever." He pressed the gas again, gunning the engine, but still we weren't getting anywhere as the thing held the truck somehow. The whole thing was unbelievable. I was right there, and even I was thinking this had to be some kind of a nightmare I was having. This just couldn't be true. "Is it a demon, like the one Donnie saw?" I asked him. "It seems alive to me, not some spook." He threw the truck into drive and pressed the gas. We moved then. Yes. But all that lay ahead of us was the camp with the tent, the outdoor kitchen, and chairs in our way. I didn't see that as some big coup. We had to go out the way we'd come in. And that thing was in our way, making that impossible. I could tell he was trying his best to maneuver around things to get the truck headed back in the right direction. He stopped and I felt his hands on me, then I was tossed into the back seat. "You stay down. Hold on to whatever you can. I'm going to run over that thing." The way I'd landed had me in a precarious position. My damn hands were pinned under me again, and I was upside down, my head on the floorboard and my body on the bench seat. This told me that my husband was in a full-on panic. What the hell could the thing out there be?
Chapter 9. Nixon.
My mind was a mess as I tried to think of any way I could go to get away from that thing. It wasn't like a thing my imagination could come up with. And I wasn't about to allow my wife to see such an abomination. It stood in my way, blocking the dirt road behind it, the brush too thick on each side of the massive creature for me to go through, and it seemed to know that as it stood its ground. My truck was bigger than it was though, so I floored it and drove straight at it. "Die, you creep." My wife screamed in the backseat, "Nix?" There was no stopping now. I was heading right for it. It wasn't moving at all, as it bared sharp teeth at me. And just as I was bracing myself for the impact, it jumped. For a moment, I thought it might land in the back of the truck, but when I didn't hear that happen, I just kept the truck floored and headed for the gate. A thing I still had to stop and get out and unlock, then open. But I wouldn't be stopping to lock it back up. Donnie could send his ranch hands to do that. I'd be lucky if I got out of there alive. My eyes went from watching the road to looking in the rear view to see if we were being followed. I couldn't see a thing behind me, but I knew it had to be back there somewhere. The gate came up, and I moved like a flash to get it open. Then I got back in and drove a good ways up the road before hearing Katana call out, "Nix, can you help me up?" I slammed on the brakes and got out to help my wife. "Sorry, baby." I took the cuffs off, then the blindfold, and picked her up. She was a little messed up, but she wasn't hurt, a thing I was thankful for. Kissing her, I held her tight for only a moment. I still didn't feel like we were far enough away from that thing. We got back into the truck, and I sped off again. Katana looked at me with wide eyes. "Tell me what it looked like, Nix." Then and there, I had to come up with a reasonable explanation. I couldn't have my wife and kids thinking something like that really did exist. It wasn't anything more than some crazy person in a costume they made themselves, baby. I could tell that much. "But you said..." I stopped her. I was a little panicked for a minute. "I promise you that it was just some lunatic." "But how?" I interrupted her again. "I'm sure he used some kind of a chain or something like that to hold the truck in place. I probably just finally broke the tree it had been wrapped around is all. I wouldn't lie to you, Katana Slaughter. You can trust me. You should know that by now." She nodded and looked down. "I do trust you, Nix. If you say it was some crazy person in a getup, then I believe you." I wasn't one to lie, but I also wasn't one to instill an unhealthy fear in the people I loved either. That would be a secret I would take to my grave.
The end. Sneak peek for Masked Indulgence. We hope you enjoyed Masked Pleasures, a bonus story by Michelle Love. Now please enjoy this exclusive sneak peek of Masked Indulgence. Chapter 1. Nixon. Halloween night.
A slight chill took over the night air as my driver pulled up in front of the club I directed him to. This was where I'd always come to find a bit of relief. The darker side of me often came out around the most sinful of holidays. The dom in me wanted a sub to play with for one night. That's all I dared to allow myself. I'd trekked up to Portland, Oregon, to get away from my life in Los Angeles, California, for a speck of time. I didn't dabble in the BDSM realm at home. I saved that for when I came to the club I'd joined when it first opened a few years back. The Dungeon of Decorum was a place I hadn't often visited, only coming up once or sometimes twice a year. I only liked to play at being a dominant. I wasn't the full-time kind. I had never leased a sub or even paid for more than a night's pleasure. It was just a way for me to blow off steam once in a while, nothing serious. When I'd received the invitation to the club's first annual Halloween ball, I got the itch to have some BDSM fun and made plans to attend what the invitation assured would be a great time. A red carpet led me from the car I'd hired to the front door of what looked like a shack. On the outside, that's all anyone saw. On the inside, the stairs took you underground to where a massive structure housed a large main room, several smaller, more intimate rooms, a host of private rooms, and even private suites for long-term stays. Walking into the main room, I found a giant banner hanging over the crowd who'd gathered to take part in the eerie festivities. Cloaks covered most of the men's tuxedos, just as mine did. A plain Lone Ranger-style mask hid my identity. The women were the real stars of the night, decked out in all kinds of sexy, sinister attire. I must have looked a bit overwhelmed by the plethora of willing women, as a man nudged my shoulder. "See any who are to your liking?" With a nod, I answered his question. "Many are to my liking. This is by far the sexiest Halloween party I've ever been invited to." "Me too," the man said, then chuckled. "But I'm not here to shop for a new sub. I've got me a permanent one now." He reached out to shake my hand. "Dr. Owen Cantrell." As I shook his hand, I recalled hearing that name before. Then it struck me. "You're that plastic surgeon to the stars. Or you were, before that reality show ended. I believe it was titled Beverly Hills Reconstruction. I'm based out of Los Angeles too. Nixon Slaughter. I own and operate Champlain Services." "I've heard of that," Owen said as he nodded. "It's an environmental agency." To say I was proud of my company was too small a word. That company had taken a lot of time to build and to make a name for itself. After years of hard work, I'd accomplished more than I had ever dreamed. We worked worldwide, and the best part was that we were helping the planet and future generations. Shoving my hands into my pockets, I rocked on my feet, pride overflowing inside of me. "So you've heard of my little endeavor?" "Who hasn't?" he asked with a grin. "I also read something in the LA Times about you and a couple of other guys building some new club downtown. An exclusive one, much like the select few nightclubs in Las Vegas. When do you suppose that'll be opening?" "We're hoping to have it open for a New Year's Eve bash. That's the target date for the grand opening." I pulled a business card out of the breast pocket of my jacket and handed it to Owen. "Here's my number. Give me a call and I'll set you and a date up for that on the house." He pocketed the card and clapped me on the back. "Cool. We'll be there." "Thanks, man." He pulled out a card of his own and gave it to me. "And if you know of anyone who needs my services, you give them my number. And let them know if they say you referred them, they'll get a 10% discount." I put away his card as I said, "Will do, partner." A woman with long, silky black hair, wearing a barely there teddy and a giant mask with peacock feathers, came to Owen's side. He put his arm around her, pulling her close to his side. "Allow me to introduce you to the woman who'll be my date at your grand opening. This is Petra, my wife." She extended a long, slender hand, and I took it, delivering a kiss to the top of it. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Petra. I'm Nixon Slaughter. I look forward to seeing you both at my nightclub on New Year's Eve. You'll be my honored guests." "Oh," she looked at her husband. "That club, I read about it." Her dark eyes turned to mine. "Have you come up with a name for it yet? Last I read, you and your partners hadn't." Shaking my head, I shoved my hands back into my pockets. "No, we're at an impasse. But we'll come up with something soon, just as soon as we can figure out how to get Gannon Forrester to stop shooting down all of our ideas." Petra's eyes lit up as she said, "How about club exclusive? You know, because it's catering to an exclusive branch of society, the ultra-wealthy. I'll run it by my partners." Our attention was then taken by someone who'd gotten to the mic on the main stage. "Happy Halloween, everybody," the master of ceremonies called out. Thunderous applause boomed throughout the large room. Owen gave me a nod, and he and his wife moved forward to get closer to the stage. I stood back, watching the crowd move in. I wasn't too keen on being in the midst of a crowd. I like to be near an exit most times. It was an odd little quirk of mine. Getting trampled in a panicked frenzy was a bit of a phobia I had. Thankfully, staying on the fringes of any crowd kept me sane. A waiter came by with a tray of assorted cocktails. I picked up a clear drink that had some cherries floating in it. When I took a little taste, I found it was minty and fresh. Looking back at the stage, I found 4 people lining up on it. 1 man and 3 women, all wearing red cloaks, were getting into position. Chains fell from the rafters, and more men came onto the stage to string the women up. Playing with ropes and chains wasn't a thing I'd ever done. Not that I wouldn't like to someday, but I just didn't have the know-how to put all that stuff up in a space. And I couldn't have a room at home. the way a lot of doms did. My parents visited from their home in Texas and stayed with me about 3 or 4 times a year. They'd usually stay for a week each time, and Mom was a nosy little woman. I'd never get away with having a red room of pain in my place. Not to mention, Malibu beach houses weren't quite the place to practice things that had women screaming. The cops would be called, that was a given. So I was left with dabbling with my little fetish in another place. A few people knew my sinister secret. My partners and my best friend Shanna. My partners thought it was badass. Shanna thought it was freakish and that I'd get over it one day and grow the hell up. Shanna and I had been friends back in our tiny hometown of Pettis, Texas. When I came out to LA, she got mad at me for leaving her all alone in the boring town. After I'd established myself, I gave in to her pleas and let her come out and live at my place until she was able to stand on her own 2 feet. A thing she did pretty rapidly. It was when she was living with me that she found out about my little secret. I'd brought a woman home with me one night during the first week Shanna was there. I'd forgotten she was there, to be honest. I was spanking the woman and she was moaning, a lot, and begging me to hit her harder. Shanna knocked on the bedroom door and yelled at me to come out and talk to her. Which I did, reluctantly sending the woman home as Shanna berated me for my unforgivable behavior. She told me 50 Shades sucked and anyone who followed such a mindless plot was a damn fool, a thing she knew I wasn't. I was expecting another berating and a long sermon to come from her when I returned home from this trip. I'd managed to duck out of town before she could catch me and try to stop me from going to Portland, knowing what I did whenever I traveled there. "Excuse me, please," came a soft voice as a woman touched my arm to get me to take a step to one side, allowing her to move into the crowd. She only made it a few steps in front of me before the outer wall of people stopped her forward progression. Even from behind, she was alluring. Long legs covered in torn black fishnet stockings ended in a pair of red heels. A black bodice clung to her curves, her round butt gave way to a dip in her back, displayed by a panel of see-through black lace splitting the silky material right down the middle. She wore her hair in a long dark braid that she had pulled over her left shoulder. When she turned around, clearly annoyed that she couldn't see anything from where she was, her blue eyes met mine. Lifting my drink to her, I said, "Hey. Hey. Really? How lame am I?"
Chapter 2. Katana.
Although the night had started out badly, I found myself looking into the most gorgeous set of deep green eyes I'd ever seen. The mask he wore did little to hide the fact that the tall, muscular man was handsome. "Hey," he said to me as he raised his glass. I needed a drink desperately. A thing he must have noticed as my eyes moved from his gaze to his almost full glass. Just then a waiter walked behind him, and he stopped the guy, grabbing me a drink off the full tray. Handing me a dark drink with a lime wedge hanging on the rim of the clear highball glass, he smiled at me. "Would you care for a drink?" "I'm dying for one, actually." I took the drink from him and struggled to be somewhat classy, taking a dainty sip instead of downing it the way I wanted to. The last week had been hellish. I hadn't paid attention to my schedule and had set up not 2 or 3 deadlines for myself, but 10 of them. As a freelance book cover designer, I was self-employed, and that meant I was my own boss, a thing that was new to me. Not experienced in management, things had gotten out of hand. I'd get it down eventually, I knew I would, but the week had taken its toll on me. One would think going to a BDSM club for a Halloween party would be the last place an overworked woman would want to go. But being able to give my whole self over to someone else was always a relief. So I took the invite sent to me by my friend Bliss. We'd met long ago, when I was just a kid sent to an orphanage after my mother disappeared. Bliss and I were a lot alike. We were both quiet and kept to ourselves. We'd written to one another when I was sent to live with an elderly couple in foster care, and she stayed at the orphanage. We kept in contact just so we both knew there was at least one person in the world who knew we existed. Bliss had met the man she'd eventually married at this club, and she had encouraged me to check it out by coming to their first annual Halloween ball. She knew I had little experience in the BDSM world, but assured me that didn't matter. I could just watch things this first time. If someone did ask me to do anything, she told me to let them know about my inexperience. I'd hoped she and her husband Troy would be at the club for the big bash, but he didn't want to bring her back to the place for some reason. I thought it was odd that he wouldn't want to come back to a place that had brought them together. "Do you come here often?" the hunky man asked me, shaking me from my thoughts. Only then did I realize I hadn't even said thank you. Oh geez. I grimaced and felt the plastic of my mask gouge into my cheeks. I'm sorry. It's been a hell of a week. First, let me say thanks for grabbing me a drink. I need copious amounts of alcohol to rid my mind of all the clutter that's been burning through it for over a week. And second, let me answer your question. No, I don't come here often. This is my first time. When his lips pulled up into one of the best smiles I'd ever seen, I couldn't help but notice his perfect teeth. First time, huh? Any experience with this type of thing? My body tensed. I wasn't used to talking about where I'd gotten my experience, limited as it was. Well, I had this boyfriend when I was 19. He liked to spank me. And that turned into a little bondage. I hesitated to tell him the rest, as our little playtime hadn't ended well. I didn't want him to think I was scared by what had happened. But Bliss had urged me to be truthful with any man I might consider doing anything with, so I went on. In the end, the BDSM thing turned into just plain physical abuse, coupled with mental abuse. It ended when he went to jail for beating the hell out of me and leaving me with a broken arm and jaw. Damn. His one-word answer had me looking down. I knew he felt sorry for me and probably thought of me as damaged goods. His fingers touched my chin, pulling my face up. I saw the concern in his green eyes. Are you okay now? I nodded. That was a few years ago. I got over it, I told him. And I had, for the most part. The only remnant from that horrible time in my life was a nightmare sneaking up on me every now and then, telling me I still had a little damage left over from the brute. You can call me Mr. S. What should I call you? He shifted his weight as he looked me over. Katana, I said, as I hadn't thought of an alternate name for myself. Bliss hadn't told me about doing that. Katana Reeves. Nice to meet you, Katana Reeves. He jerked his head to one side. I'm not into crowds. You want to join me in one of the smaller rooms? We can watch a scene together. After a nod, he took me by the hand and off we went, leaving the large room behind us. A step behind him, I took the opportunity to chug my drink while he couldn't see me. I needed to take the edge off, and quickly. As he pushed open a door, I heard horrible groans and saw a woman all tied up and bent over some kind of a table. Hushed whispers were heard as a handful of people watched what seemed to be a brutal scene. Out of the corner of my eye, I spotted a bar and pulled at my hand to get Mr. S. to let me go. He stopped and turned to look at me, seeing the empty glass in my hand. He smiled at me and we headed to the bar first. What would you like, Katana? Bourbon and Coke, please. I already felt like he was taking care of me, and it felt awesome, exactly what I needed after my hectic week. A double shot of Michter's Celebration and Coke for the lady, and some of the same for me, straight on the rocks. He set his half-full glass on the bar, and I placed my empty one next to his. His dark green eyes moved to my lips. I like that black lipstick you've got on. Shame it's going to get all messed up later. His confident statement took me by surprise, and all I could do was stare at the hot man who seemed to be made of muscles. A shiver ran through me as our drinks were put in front of us. He took mine, placing it in my hand. Then he grabbed his drink in one hand, my hand with the other, and took me to a little table for two at the back of the room. I gulped as I heard the loud smacking sound of leather meeting flesh and the yell of pain that followed. My eyes closed as I thought about what I was getting myself into. His arm moved over my shoulder, and he drew me in close. His lips grazed my ear as he said softly, "You're perfectly safe with me, Katana. No reason to worry at all. Just sit back and relax." Enjoy the show, then perhaps you'll think about what you and I can come up with together. I promise I'll take good care of you. The way he spoke, the look in his eyes, the way he touched me, it all made me feel at ease. He was a perfect stranger, yet I felt drawn to him in a way I'd never felt with any other man. Another smacking sound had me looking at the couple on the small stage. Sagging in the ropes, the woman seemed beaten down. My heart ached as I knew how that felt. In more ways than one. Lyle Strickland wasn't the first person to beat the hell out of me and leave me wishing for death to take the pain away. But he'd sure as hell be the last. When the woman's dom untied her, he carried her wilted body to a bed and laid her down with gentleness. He got up to leave her and her arms went out to him as she moaned, "Please, sir." "Now you want me?" her dom asked her. "I thought you wanted that other man." "Only you, sir. I'm only meant for you. Please take me. I am yours." Since we didn't get to see most of the show, I figured she must have been cheating on her dom and had gotten caught. My eyes cut to Mr. S's, finding him none too pleased with the scene. A hard line had his lips clamped shut. He and I both seemed out of place in the BDSM club. The look on his face was different from the look most of the other men who watched the show had. He looked disgusted, while most of the others looked enticed. I had to admit, that particular scene wasn't a thing I liked either. If someone cheated on you, you let their sorry ass go. No need to whip them into loving you. As if that could even happen in real life. It came as no shock to me when he leaned in close once more. "I've got a few toys at my hotel. What do you say we ditch this place and head over there?" My brain interjected. Hello, Katana. You don't even know this man's real name or one damn thing about him except, he's into BDSM. Cocking one brow, I dared to ask, "Do you think you could give me some identification before I take you up on that offer?" Without missing a beat, he pulled out his wallet and showed me his California driver's license. "I'm Nixon Slaughter, owner of Champlain Services in Los Angeles." He went one step further and took a business card out of his wallet, slipping it into my hand before putting his wallet away. "That's my number. Feel better about being alone with me now, Katana Reeves?" With a nod, I agreed to what he wanted. "I'm in your hands now, Mr. S. I think for tonight I'd like to be called Master, my little servant." He got up, took my hand, and away we went.
Chapter 3. Nixon.
Heading into the lobby of the Heathman Hotel, Katana and I got a few stares as we strolled in. She'd donned a red cloak to cover her little naughty negligee, but we'd kept the masks on. It felt more fun that way. In the elevator, we rode up to my room with two other couples. They seemed to sense we were up to no good and stayed on the far side, away from us. When we got out, the others stayed inside, and we both laughed as we walked down the hallway. Putting my arm around her shoulders, I gave her a little squeeze. Think we intimidated them? Seems like we did. Katana smiled, and it made my heart beat faster. Her smile was amazing. So bright, brilliant, and genuine. I guess they thought they'd ended up in an elevator with a couple of freaks. Didn't they? I asked as I chuckled and pulled out the keycard to open the door to my hotel room. I let her go in first, and she looked around at the glamorous room. I've lived in Portland for a long time now, and have never been inside this place. It's like a Portland treasure. It is. This hotel is where I always stay when I come to town. I closed the door, locking it behind us. She turned around at the sound and looked at the door. "Just so you know, I've never done anything like this." "I thought you said you had, but it turned into something unpleasant." Was she getting nervous? I hadn't even made a move yet. She removed the cloak and draped it over the back of the chair by the small desk. "I mean, I've never gone to bed with a man I barely know." She gave me a shy grin. "Or are you one of those people who prefer the serious, non-romantic side of things, rather than actual closeness?" Stepping out of my shoes, I studied her expression. She seemed calm, but the truth was she had walked into a hotel room with someone she had only just met. We hadn't discussed expectations on the way in, nor had I tried to assume anything. For my part, I didn't feel like myself at all, and I couldn't explain why she affected me this way. Something about Katana intrigued me deeply. She couldn't hold eye contact for long, and in the back of the car earlier, she barely spoke, unless I'd said something first. It almost felt like we were two teenagers again, uncertain, flustered, unsure what to do next. I stumbled a little over my words as I tried to answer her question. I don't enjoy hurting anyone, if that's what you mean. And I'd like to be close to you, but only if you're comfortable with that. She lowered her gaze to the floor. Okay. I mean, I want that too. It's just been a long time since I've been close to anyone. How long is a long time, Katana? I took off my jacket and moved to hang it up. A year or so. I dropped the jacket to the floor and turned around. Seriously? She shook her head, and something in me softened. About a year and a half, actually. She looked up and then glanced toward the mini fridge. I don't suppose you have anything to help me relax. As I unbuttoned my shirt, I understood the request completely. She was nervous, understandably so. No need. I promise I'll help you relax. I nodded toward the bed. Just lie down on your back. I'm going to take good care of you. Should I undress first? She shifted her weight, one heeled foot angled inward, hand resting on her hip. No. You don't have to do anything more than be comfortable. I changed into my black boxer briefs and walked to the side of the bed where she settled. Close your eyes. Just breathe. Relax. I gently lifted her foot, pressing a soft kiss to her ankle before running my hand up her leg. I carefully rolled down the top of her stocking and removed her heel. Her skin was cool to the touch, and I could see the goosebumps rising. I repeated the motion with her other leg before settling between them. Her breathing turned shallow, she was nervous. One of the rules of the club is that everyone is tested, and the women manage their own birth control, I explained gently. Have you taken care of all that, Katana? I have, she whispered. Her hands curled into fists on the bedspread. She was anxious, anticipating the unknown. You have nothing to worry about. If you want to slow down at any time, just say so. If something feels uncomfortable, let me know. I brushed a hand lightly over her hip. Okay. Okay, she said softly. Trembling, she clearly let her thoughts run ahead of her. She had no idea she was with someone who wanted nothing more than to treat her with tenderness. I'm going to help you get comfortable, I told her gently, and if anything feels too fast or too much, you tell me. She tensed slightly but didn't object. Her trust humbled me. She owed me nothing, yet she was giving me this moment. I carefully slipped my hands beneath the fabric at her hips and helped slide her underwear down, keeping my movements calm and respectful. She let out a quiet breath, relaxing little by little as I kissed along her thigh, her hips, her stomach, just soft, reassuring touches meant to calm her. Her breathing deepened, her body gradually releasing its tension. There was something beautiful about seeing her let go of her worry and allow herself to feel cared for. Her reactions were soft, gentle sighs, quiet murmurs, as she let the moment unfold naturally. When I looked up, her eyes were still closed behind the mask, her cheeks slightly flushed. For a second, I considered removing our masks, letting the anonymity dissolve. But part of the experience here, part of what she had chosen, was the safety of not knowing everything, of letting the connection happen first. I stood and stepped away briefly. Her blue eyes opened, following me as I moved. Thank you, she murmured. I really needed that. You were right, I didn't need anything to help me relax. You're very good at making someone feel cared for. I'm glad, I said, smiling softly. Now tell me what kind of boundaries you want, and I'll honor them. I opened my suitcase and pulled out a small set of soft restraints, not for anything intense, just gentle additions if she wanted them. And tell me how you feel about being held gently in place, I said, keeping my tone light, open. She sat up and ran her hands slowly over her chest, grounding herself. I haven't allowed that in a long time, not after something that happened to me. I knew my face showed disappointment, not because she said no, but because I wanted her to feel safe. She quickly added, "But I trust you. I'm in your hands. I'll do what feels right for us." She lay back down. "If you want to use those, it's okay. I'm willing." Her words lit something warm in my chest. Willing, trusting, open. She really was remarkable.
Chapter 4. Katana.
The only word that came to mind when I looked at Nixon was powerful. Even in his fitted black shirt, the strength of his build was obvious. He paused beside the bed, his presence alone making the air feel charged. My negligee still covered me, delicate and soft, though I knew from his earlier glance that he intended to remove it. When he returned, he held a small knife, only to cut the fabric, nothing more. The metallic glint caught the light, and my breath hitched. Not from fear, but from the intensity of the moment. I closed my eyes as the cool flat of the blade brushed lightly against my side, tracing the edge of the fabric. A soft tearing sound followed as he carefully sliced through the negligee. When it slipped away, he replaced the cold metal with the warmth of his hand, soothing the tension he had stirred. He set the knife aside and leaned in to press a slow, reassuring kiss to my shoulder. I exhaled shakily. I'd always assumed moments like this, so vulnerable, so exposed, would frighten me. But with him, it felt grounding instead of overwhelming. He traced the line the blade had touched with his fingers, then with another gentle kiss. My heart thudded, but not out of fear. Something inside me responded to his tenderness, unexpected and deep. "Nixon," I whispered, unable to hide the tremor in my voice. He looked up, searching my face. Something soft flickered in his eyes. He lifted the knife once more, letting it rest for a brief moment near my ribs, then immediately set it aside and brushed his thumb over the same spot, replacing tension with warmth. For the briefest second, doubt flickered through me. Was I being reckless? But instinct told me the truth. Everything about him, his control, his care, his focus, told me I was safe. Before I could speak, he leaned in and kissed me. Slow at first, then deeper, his hands framing my face. The emotion of it, surprising, overwhelming, brought tears to my eyes. He paused when he felt me tremble, his voice low. "We've only just begun." 2 waves of emotion had already washed through me, and the night wasn't close to over. He stepped away for a moment, and I found myself reaching for him without thinking, longing for the warmth of his presence again. "Please, Nixon." The words slipped out before I could catch them. He turned back to me quickly, concern, not authority, in his eyes. "Hey," he murmured gently, "I'm right here. You don't have to ask for anything. Just breathe." Relief bloomed in my chest. He came to my side again, cupping my cheek, grounding me with a simple touch. "Are you okay?" he asked softly. I nodded. "Yes. I'm just feeling a lot." He helped me sit up for a moment, studying me carefully, making sure I wasn't overwhelmed. Then he guided me back down with warm, steady hands, his touch inviting rather than instructing. He kissed the inside of my thigh, slow, reverent. The tenderness of it cracked something open inside me. Tears fell before I could stop them. He noticed instantly, brushing my cheek with his thumb. "It's all right," he whispered. "Just let it out." When he finally rose, his expression was gentle but visibly affected, as if the moment had reached him just as deeply. "Come here," he said softly. I lifted myself to him, placing my hands against his chest, feeling the strong, steady beat of his heart beneath my palms. "You're incredible," he whispered, almost breathless. "You don't know how good you are for me," I murmured. His expression softened into something warm and boyish. He kissed me again, deep, slow, meaningful. When he guided me back onto the bed, the world seemed to narrow to just the 2 of us. He leaned over me, our foreheads touching, his breath mingling with mine. The closeness was overwhelming in the best possible way, emotional, grounding, intimate. What followed wasn't about tension or control, it was about connection. The trust between us, the tenderness in his movements, the warmth in every touch. By the time we reached the peak of the moment together, he stayed above me, breathing hard, his gaze locked with mine as if trying to understand everything he felt all at once. I stared back, barely able to breathe. This can't be real.
Chapter 5. Nixon.
Our time together passed much too quickly. Katana and I did everything I could think of, and not once did she seem the least bit apprehensive about anything I did to her. For a couple of complete strangers, we connected in a way that felt as if we'd known one another forever. We'd only had a couple of hours of sleep before the driver I'd hired was expected to arrive to take me to the airport, where I'd hop on the company jet back to LA. I had work to get to. When I rolled over to wake her, I saw her mask had come off as she slept. Mine had stayed on, but I pulled it off as I gazed at her. Katana's face was just as gorgeous as I'd thought it would be. I'd pulled her dark hair out of the braid at one point during our night, and the long strands were everywhere. She looked like an angel as she slept, her lips swollen from all the kissing we'd done. I pushed a lock of hair off her face, and she moaned a bit before her eyes fluttered open. I couldn't stop the smile that took over my mouth. She looked too perfect. "Hi." "Hi," she replied with a stretch. Then her hand came up to caress my cheek. "You're even more handsome without the mask. And you're even more beautiful without yours." I kissed her cheek. "Did you sleep well?" Before she could answer, I pulled her into my arms, holding her in a way I rarely did with anyone, especially not anyone I'd done this sort of thing with. She cuddled into my chest. "You wore me out completely." I slept like a baby. Not even a dream made it through. With a chuckle, I agreed. "We did seem to give it our all, didn't we?" "I should think so. It'll tide me over for quite some time," she said, then rolled off me and got out of bed, heading to the bathroom. I watched her round ass, admiring the dimple at the top of each cheek as she left the room. And I caught myself sighing. What have you done to me, you little vixen? The sex had been better than any I could recall. She felt better in my arms and underneath me than anyone ever had. But this was a one-time thing. Sure, I could probably call her up now and then and see if she'd like to have another one-nighter, but that wasn't really how I liked to do things. I preferred to hit it and quit it. It kept things uncomplicated, and that was my goal. I heard the shower running and decided now was the time to call the front desk and have something sent up for her to wear home. Rhoda speaking. "How may I help you, Mr. Slaughter?" "I need some clothes sent up in size 2. I'd checked the tag on her naughty nightie to get her size. She had red heels, so I ordered something that would match them. Can you send up a black dress? Something nice and expensive. Matching bra and panties too." I had to guess on the size of that. The bra is a 32D, and if you find a nice necklace that would accent it, please add that on. Money isn't a concern. I want the best of everything. And please have it delivered to my room as quickly as you can. Yes, sir. Give me half an hour, and I'll have it sent right up. I hung up the hotel phone and went to the closet to retrieve my clothes for the trip back home. My cell rang, and I went back to get it, seeing it wasn't a number I had in my contacts. "Hello." "Hey, is this Nixon?" a man asked me. "Yes. And this is." I looked in the mirror at my stubbled cheeks. Maybe I'll grow my beard out, I thought to myself. A little something to remind me of last night. "This is Owen Cantrell. You gave me your card last night. I was just calling to check on you. I lost track of you last night and wanted to be sure you made it out safely." Yeah, I made it out all right. I had no idea why he'd be worried about something like that. He soon told me why. That was some scene, huh? I don't think I've ever been more afraid in my entire life. "Of what?" I asked as I was clearly in the dark. "The explosions, of course," he enlightened me. "Explosions?" "Yeah," he went on. "Wait, did you leave before that happened?" "I did." I walked back to the bed and sat down, feeling a little lightheaded. "So there were explosions? Was anyone hurt or worse?" "Thankfully, no one was hurt." We all managed to make it out of there somehow. He stopped, and I heard him make a smacking sound. I'm sorry. I just had to give my wife a kiss. It was like we almost lost each other last night. It was awful. The dungeon of decorum seems like it's probably at an end. It was completely destroyed. I can't believe it, I mumbled. What time did this happen? Hell, I can't even begin to tell you that. I couldn't think straight until a little while ago. I was definitely suffering from a bit of shock. I just keep thinking how close my wife and I came to meeting our maker. Wow. Looks like I dodged a bullet. Glad I found someone and we left early. And I was glad of that, for a couple other reasons too. Well, you and I need to hang out a bit when we get back to Los Angeles. I'd like to see you sometime before New Year's Eve. Catch you later, Nixon, he said, then hung up. My eyes flew to the bathroom door, where Katana was coming out. She'd wrapped her perfect body in a fluffy pink towel. Did I hear you talking to someone? Yeah, I said as I put my cell down on the nightstand. Seems we'll never be going back to that club again. Her dark brows rose. And why might that be? It's destroyed. Some explosions occurred. I don't know the full story. One of my buddies from the club just called to ask if I had made it out okay. I got up and walked straight to her, gathering her into my arms, still naked as the day I was born. I'm so glad I got you out of there before anything happened, Katana. My gosh, Nix. How lucky are we, she asked, and I felt a chill run through her as her body shook a bit. She'd called me Nix. My mother called me that. No one else ever had. I had a reputation that usually stopped anything that personal. But hearing it from her, it felt surprisingly good. Pulling back without fully letting her go, I smiled at her. Nix, huh? Okay, I'll give you that one. But does that mean I get to call you Kat? She sighed and offered a small, wavering smile. I don't know if we'll be doing any more calling each other anything. When we leave here, this is over. No strings. I remember how this works. We had one intense night, and there won't be anything more. I know the rules. I'm not going to bother you. I wasn't sure I wanted her to stay away. I nodded. She had signed something at the club that made that boundary clear. But that didn't stop a quiet heaviness from settling on me. I genuinely liked this woman. You do have my number if you ever really need me. Not that I think you would, but you have it. I won't use it. She turned her head, her voice gentle. That's not what either of us went to that club for, right? One unforgettable night, that's what we went there for, and that's what we got. She looked back at me, and something soft shimmered in her blue eyes. Her hand slid up my arms, cupping my face with unexpected tenderness. I'll keep the memory of last night locked away forever, Nixon Slaughter. It's one of my most cherished ones. She kissed me softly. A chill rippled through me, and my body trembled despite myself. I pulled her closer, returning the kiss in a way I'd never kissed someone I was supposed to forget. A knock on the door cut through the moment. It would have led us somewhere emotional again. I could feel it. My mind was grateful for the interruption. The rest of me wasn't. That would be your clothes, I said. Go ahead and put them on while I shower. Don't leave. I'll have the driver I hired take you home after he drops me at the airport. I'd take you myself, but I have to go straight into the office when I get back. Most days are work days for me. Okay, she said with a gentle smile. That's very kind of you. Kind? Was I being kind? I stepped away from her, trying to collect myself. I wasn't acting like the version of me everyone in LA knew. I wasn't known for being warm. I was known for being distant, leaving dates mid-meal to take a call, walking away from conversations to deal with business, never staying involved with anyone longer than a couple of weeks. In the shower, I tried to push myself back into that mindset, focus on schedules, deadlines, meetings, but all that filled my head was Katana. Her smile. Her voice. The way she looked at me, like she actually saw me. I needed to get her home, safely and quickly, before her presence carved any deeper into places I wasn't prepared to share.
End of sneak peek for Masked Indulgence, a billionaire holiday romance. Please like and subscribe to support this channel, it helps more than you know.